All right, we back. Black GOP live. As soon as I go live, that will happen. But anyway, Black GOP back. We back in action, man. Y'all see the title. Democrats are the enemy of black economic growth. That's the topic. We got a few clips and videos we want to share with y'all, breaking it down, showing y'all how these Democrats really don't have the best interests for the black community at heart. And a lot of these Democrats are in it for selfish means, and they're not utilitarian. Utilitarian means we do what's best for the majority. You understand? We do what's best, what's going to benefit our people as a whole. And what Trump and his administration has done has benefited our people as a whole. The opportunity zones, bringing and fostering and funding for these underdeveloped communities that most of us overrepresent in America, and also the First Step Act, basically benefiting a lot of those people that were penalized due to the 94 and 86 crime bill. You understand? 91% of the prisoners free were African American. So these things have benefited us, giving permanent funding to the historical black colleges. You understand? They came to him saying, we feel like beggars. Every year we come here begging for some money. He said, you know what? I'm going to fix that. The Trump administration did that, man. So you want to know why Yashul Ben-Ezekar, the scholastic bully, Genesis 49ers is voting and supporting the Trump administration? That's why. Because I am utilitarian. And when you're utilitarian, you're about the benefit, overall benefit of the majority of your people. Not just the benefit of yourself or a small collective, the majority. And the Trump administration has been the best thing smoking for black people on the Republican side and maybe on both sides since Abraham Lincoln. And I'm going to keep it a buck, man. I'm going to keep it a buck. And he giving you the school choice. So if your child is in a failing school, you can pull him out of that school and put him in a successful school. That's power, man. No matter what zip code you in and what district you in, you can take your child out and put him in a school that's successful.
Anti-abortion.
He's anti-abortion. He's pro-life.
Correct. Which if we didn't have abortion going on, we would actually be 32% of the population. We'd be the second largest demographic in the U.S., right behind white folks.
Exactly. We'll be that super minority. The Hispanic vote wouldn't matter. I vote. But the thing about that is we have been the super minority at the polls. You understand? A majority of African-American voters are women. A lot of you women are voting against the best interest of the community. Y'all are not utilitarian. Y'all got to become utilitarian and see what's going to benefit us as a whole. And I've seen revolutionary things coming from the Trump administration. And this week, he worked with Ice Cube and Ice Cube's contract with Black America and implemented that into the Platinum Plan. You understand? So I'm going to roll with the side that's most beneficial and beneficiary for my people. That's
While the Biden administration said, hey, wait till after the election, then we're going to talk to you, like they always treat black folks. Oh, once we get in, we're going to do stuff for you, and never do.
Right. And that's BS. We've been stood up by the Democratic Party way too long, but it's a new wave of young black conservatives in the country. You know what I'm saying? You got Hood Conservative on YouTube. You got Gary Lamb. You got us. You know what I'm saying? So we have woken up. You know what I'm saying? And we're no longer falling for the rhythm and roll of these Democrats where they give us a bunch of promising words and emotional speech. Oh, we're going to end racism. To hell with ending racism. What are you going to do about a majority of my people being underneath the poverty line? Huh? Because all that other stuff is just feel-good speech. What are you going to do about our schools being the failing schools in our districts? What are you going to do with the black illiteracy problem? Huh? What you going to do to address that? What policy do you have to address that? I don't want to hear your damn good words and smooth words.
And throwing money at the situation ain't doing that neither, because if they not properly utilizing the money they got now, what make you think they going to properly utilize if you throw a couple hundred more million at them? You know what I'm saying? You got these private schools and charter schools that's actually taking in less money than the public schools and doing way better than them. So I think them failing public schools like the Trump administration putting should be able to be failed out. You know, parents don't put their students there, then the school got to close up and go away. And the schools that's doing good, they gonna make the money. And what that create? Competition. Schools now got to compete against each other for students now. 'Cause we want to get our students to come to our school so our school don't get closed down. We want to make sure they getting good grades so our school don't get closed down. So now they trying, putting effort in. But, you know, Democrats just say, forget it. We'll just throw more money at them. Give the teachers more money. Give the administration more money. But the education ain't changing. You know what I'm saying? That don't make any sense. It looked like it is the scheme to line somebody's pockets. You know what I'm saying? It
Right.
looked like somebody getting paid out of this. You know what I'm saying? And the kids are suffering. But like you were saying, the black woman, she vote for this, and I can't be too hard on it because all they policies as far as black people do concern black women because they leave black men behind. All
Right.
those most of them loans they gonna go to a black woman before a black man because she is a double minority. She is a woman and a minority, and she's black and a minority. So she gonna get pushed right up to the top of the list, and that's why they the fastest growing and highest achieving demographic right now out of all people in
Mm,
America. While the black man is at the lowest and ain't going up at all. And as long as this the disparity is there, we as a people ain't gonna never rise because we're gonna have a small group of black women that's making a bunch of money. A lot of the other black women, unfortunately, in our community are on welfare and stuff like that. So they taken care of by the Democrats. See, the women well taken care of. So they gonna vote that way. But us men, we left out hanging. We thrown in jail by the Democrats. We get out of jail, we can't get no jobs. It ain't never no jobs when the Democrats around because they give them to immigrants.
right.
You know what I'm saying? The Biden administration has a policy that they promising Indian Americans that they gonna enact with their visas. I forget what it's called, whatever they visas called, but with their visas to where it can easily be converted into permanent citizenship. So this is something they actually saying they gonna do for them. But with us,
Right.
it's the same old vagaries.
Right. Grant amnesty to illegal immigrants that don't even belong here. But my goddamn forefathers built this damn country and still is building this country. And you're making billions of dollars off of the prison industrial complex, off of prison labor. And majority of the people incarcerated are our people. So it's like, why are we left behind on the Democratic agenda? That's why I named the title of this video, Democrats are the enemy of black economic growth.
You wanna know why it is? Because what they learned was that if we give them things like the welfare state, open it up to them so they can get involved into it like they did. If we give them pleasant words all the time and talk nice to them, they'll vote for us forever. That's what they realize. But like I always say, man, we at a point where just voting for one side because they talking to good to us and saying they gonna do this and that and never doing it ain't been working. Let's see who talking about putting forth a real plan of action that we can see get executed. And I just gotta say, the Trump administration, all the promises that they made coming into the presidency, he pushed hard to get them done. Even if he ain't get them all done, we seen honest effort to get of him trying to um honor the commitment of his promises. You know what I'm saying? So we want the same thing when it come to us. And if he's willing to come out on a limb and be like, hey, this is what I'm promising to the black community and go out on record on it, then shoot, I'm more likely to take him at his word on it than Biden. Come on, man. His history is just too bad, bro. 94 crime bill. The segregation with the school. He didn't want his kids to go be in a racial jungle. You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
Robert Byrd being his mentor, goddamn KKK recruiter.
Exactly. The Democratic Party never changed. They came up with that whole the racist Democrats went to the Republican Party thing. Nah, that ain't what happened. Maybe two people did, I think, if I remember correct. Two people did, but it was mainly for economic reasons because they decided to go with industrialism because they was cutting up, they was getting rid of slavery. You know what I'm saying? They phased out slavery. So they keep throwing that at us to get us emotionally riled up. But man, we got to remember The whole reason the Republican Party even exists is because the South wouldn't let black people join the Congress. So black people went to the North and created the Republican Party. Like, people gotta understand like the history of this thing, and just because they gave us the welfare state, you know what I'm saying? And now they just been giving us pleasant words ever since. We gotta look at their actions and their policies, man. Because their policies make them look like the same old racist the Dixiecrat South has always been. You know what I'm saying? I like to speak on Thomas Sowell, man. Probably one of the greatest economic minds in American history, right there with Milton Friedman. Um, and during the time when they were talking about opening up the welfare state to us and making us a main focus of it, he was coming out saying, look, everywhere around the world where this has been done, with the Malaysians over in Asia, with China, everywhere in the world where this has been done, we gave them preferential policies and things like this. The people end up worse off than they were before, because you have actually incentivized them to do less. You've incentivized them to not do nothing. So they're gonna end up worse off than before. They still pushed it through. Same thing with the school board. He was fighting for school choice way back then in the 60s. You know, in the 70s, he was fighting for it. Nobody paying him any attention. Everything he said was going to happen end up happening, though. Schooling in the inner city communities got worse. Us as the overall people went from almost being at par, rising, catching up to the white community, to falling down to the very bottom of all demographics. The destruction of our nuclear family, which led to the desecration of the morality within our communities. Man, I'm just saying, man, all this stuff go back to the Democrats, and Joe Biden has been right there the whole time throughout our lifetime and almost all of our parents' lifetime too. Right there in office.
Right,
Now,
right. And we wouldn't need the welfare state. We wouldn't even have to have that if the Republican bill was signed on and agreed on of giving us 40 acres and a mule. You know how much 40 acres is worth today? An acre can go for $1 million or two. You understand? We would have had 40 acres and a mule if we would have let the Republican legislation be passed as a bill, right? But the Democrats overwhelmingly voted against the bill. So every time y'all get pissed off about your 40 acres and a mule, you can thank the Democrats for that. That's what you can thank.
took your 40 acres and a mule away, then later on gave you the welfare state with the implicit design of, quote unquote, making you niggas vote for Democrats for 200 years, and it's damn near been fulfilled.
Pretty much. And Lyndon B. Johnson said that's giving them enough so they can stop complaining, but not enough for them to achieve anything. And that's exactly what we see in 2020.
Not only he said the nigger is getting too uppity. That's what he
Yep.
said.
Yep.
They're starting to realize the political power that they can have. So we gotta give them a little something, you know what I'm saying, to calm these niggas down pretty much. That was the whole point, man. This ain't, in the ancient times they would have called this witchcraft. It ain't nothing but manipulation, man. They have manipulated us for what, a century and a half plus?
Right.
I mean, it's time to wake up, man. And this younger generation of black men ain't all going to jail like my generation and the generation before. So they getting involved in this entrepreneurship thing. So I'm hoping that the rise of young black conservative values, not to be Republican, just be conservative. Because at this point, whatever side is offering us something real and tangible that's better than the other, I'll vote for that side long as they gonna execute on it. Because I think that's how we need to deal with them in the first place. Yes, we traditionally conservative, but if the Democrats come out with a policy that's overwhelmingly better for our community than what the Republicans are offering, then we need to vote that way. Because I'm for what we can get.
Right. Right. And that 40 acres would have been so huge because everybody know land possession is a non-liquidating asset.
Mm-hmm.
So we would have had generational wealth.
Always appreciating, always gaining value.
Exactly. Yeah, I got you. Char, I'm gonna put you on. Yeah, man, that was huge. These Democrats voted against our best interest, something that would have gave us generational wealth. We wouldn't be having this conversation if we would have got them 40 acres and a mule. You
And
understand?
don't forget they kept us out of getting. You remember when they first started doing subsidized housing? They was putting white folks in them houses. Then they gave them houses to them white folks for like $5,000, $10,000. Now them houses worth hundreds of thousands of dollars that they gave to them and created generational wealth for them. But them Dixiecrats made sure we couldn't touch it. We couldn't get none of that. Man, come. I'm just saying, man. The
Right,
history
right.
is just overwhelming.
It's by design we're underneath the poverty line. And that's what we're telling you. It's by design. By over incarcerating black people, by making sure redlining us, you understand? Under the Democratic regime, you can't blame the Republicans because for the last 50 years, you have supported the Democratic regime. That's what you did. 90%
They supposed to
of your
make our
votes.
lives better, huh?
Huh?
I said they supposed to make our lives better, huh?
They are the one. Yeah, that's where our vote is going. That's the party we've been supporting. You understand? And HR 40 has been in the hand of Democrats since 1989. Why you ain't got reparations yet? You've been voting for these You've been voting for these people for the past 40, 50 years. Why you ain't got reparations yet? The bill been on their goddamn desk for collecting dust for how many years?
Because they hold it out there every time, they want to galvanize the black vote as if it's something that they willing to really do. That's what they do. Every time. Lift it up. Oh, reparations. We'll put reparations on the floor. You vote their ass in and the whole bill disappear. You don't hear about the bill no more. Not until the next time they think it may be a close election and they want to really galvanize the black vote.
Right. Right. You just dangle it in front of our people like a piece of meat to get us to jump at you and support you. And then you yank it away as soon as you get your ass in office. We had a Barack Obama in there for 2 terms. Why he didn't address HR 40? That's a Democratic bill. That's a bill that was presented by the left. Why hasn't anybody funded it? Huh?
Hey, but he made sure that the weird sexual orientations became a minority group and got everything our ancestors died for. That's what's crazy about it. All these immigrants and now homosexuals included get all the benefits that black people went through the 60s to get when we were the group called colored folks.
James, correct this fool, man. Correct this dude. Higher Frequency said it was Republicans and patriotic nationalists that have started and supported race hate groups.
When?
This guy don't know history.
That's only been pushed when they've been trying to say the NRA was a hate group while ignoring all the black members of the NRA.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it's a conservative group that believes in the Second Amendment. Period.
He said started and supported race hate groups. The KKK was started by Democrats and funded by Democrats. That's the Democratic Party right there.
The Dixiecrats of the South is the KKK.
Right. The Black Codes, Democrats. The reason why we even have to fight for civil rights, Democrats. Because we were being mistreated so badly in the South by these Democratic Dixiecrats is that we have to fight and push for some legislation to get some relief, man.
Facts. All the Jim Crow laws was in the South. They wasn't in the North with the Union and the Republic.
So, brother, this brother named Higher Frequency, bro. You at a low frequency right now. You need to do your Googles, man. What the hell wrong with you? Then the brother talking about go check history. No, brother, you go check history. The KKK was started and funded by the Democratic Party, bro.
Hey,
tell High Party is the party of slavery, bro. They want to keep your ass the same.
We can debate that, man. This is the source, so you can source up or shut up, man.
Hey,
how about that?
What y'all talking about?
The Democrats are the enemy of black economic growth is the topic, and we got a clip we want to play here by Joy Reid, pretty much disrespecting all African Americans, saying, well, get over the slavery thing because my ancestors went to slavery in the Caribbean islands. So therefore you ain't special. You don't deserve anything.
Yeah, shout out to TD Hip Hop Media, you know what I'm saying, for throwing this together.
we all got to understand that this has been an argument for a long time. That a lot of people that come over here uh have they issue. You know what I mean? They say they feel like that. Hey, we were slaves where I came from, and then we come over here, we succeed. But it's more important. We got to look at FBI directives. We got to look at the Black Messiah documents. We got to look at J. Edgar Hoover's policy where he says we won't give us there won't be a Black Messiah unless we give them one. It talks about how that they fear a real Mau Mau over here in America, where Black people start uprising. You see what I'm saying? So we got to understand the people. The issue becomes with people like that is that this has been a long-standing argument from a lot of that community that comes over here that they've been slaves, and so they was able to come over here, but they don't understand the history of the back. This is why I be pushing on my Facebook page. I be pushing the history, understanding the history of some of this stuff. This stuff has been history. You see what
Hey,
I'm saying? They
Dane,
don't understand, huh?
check this out, man. This I like how you bringing that up because this is a little bit of what I be seeing on it. Like the reason you left the country that you was in is because though you went through slavery in that country, y'all ain't really build shit. I'm just being real. Like, I'm not trying to knock them, but that's the reason you came here because we really built something here and we went through hell to get the same rights that you were able to have because we went through that. But then they give you preferential treatment above us by saying, oh, he's also an immigrant. So we
Yeah,
gonna give them more stuff. But we had to die for that shit. Our blood
but
was shed for all the rights that
but a
y'all
lot of
got.
those people, James, don't understand the history of America. Them niggas go to the same bullshit schools we go to. Them motherfuckers don't know who J.B. Stratford and O.W. Gurley, just like our kids don't know who J.B. Stratford and O.W. Gurley is. They don't know. They don't know who Edward McCabe is. You see what I'm saying? They don't know who that is. They don't know who Bishop Henry McNeil Turner is. This the reason why I do be fucking with MBK. Shout out to Rod and Danny and all them niggas. That's why I fuck with them about teaching the history of us in America. Them niggas be like, Danny be like, I don't give a fuck about all that other shit, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Me and Danny talked about this shit about 5 years ago. We was like, man, we don't give a fuck about 5,000 BC, nigga. Fuck that shit, nigga. Most niggas don't even understand what the fuck our people did here. You see what I'm saying? We have no idea of our history here. You ask any nigga about the National Negro Convention and how Henry Highland Garnett had 50,000 troops ready to march on the South and free the slaves by force. Most people don't even know nothing about that shit. That we been in the trenches. You know what I'm saying? Been in the trenches. You know what I'm saying with this shit. But our people don't know that history, bro. You see what I'm saying? They don't know nothing about the National Negro Convention movement. You see what I'm saying? They don't know how important a person like Edward McCabe is. If Edward McCabe was not doing what he did, you know what I'm saying? There would have never been a Black Wall Street. You see what I'm saying? We gotta know our history here. So when these people come talking that cash money hot shit about what we haven't built, we could just teach them the history of what was going on here. But we don't know it. Now we
Let
can
me
tell
bring up
your
a
ass what happened about the Bronze Age collapse, but we can't tell your motherfucking ass about the motherfucking Reconstruction collapse that happened after Reconstruction.
yeah.
We can't.
Let me correct this brother. Low frequency in the chat, man, about the Ku Klux Klan. I'm gonna share my stream, man. This is ridiculous. Anybody can do this quick little research to figure out the formation of the Ku Klux Klan and who was backing the Ku Klux Klan. All right, this is from history.com. Ku Klux Klan. It says founded in 1865, the Ku Klux Klan extended into almost every southern state by 1870 and became a vehicle for white southern resistance to the Republican Party's Reconstruction era policies aimed at establishing political and economic equality for Black Americans. Its members waged an underground campaign of intimidation and violence directed at white and Black Republican leaders. Though Congress passed legislation designed to curb Klan terrorism, the organization saw its primary goal, the reestablishment of white supremacy, fulfilled through Democratic victories in state legislatures across the South in the 1870s. So any fool that was here and say the Ku Klux Klan and the Democratic Party had nothing to do with each other, they were intertwined, right? and it was
Man, they were one and the same.
yes. Why? Because they were trying to intimidate people and intimidate our people, right? And try to fight and destroy them while we were trying to reconstruct America and be a part of society and benefit. They did everything in their power to stop it. That's why they stopped the bill that would have gave us 40 acres and a mule, and that would have gave us generational wealth. Ain't no way around it, man. So, hey, man, you being dismissed, whatever your name is, lowest frequency. That's what I'm going to call you. You're on the lowest frequency right now. Go ahead, brothers. My bad. I had to correct him real quick. We got Yashar in the building. Shalom, brother.
I think that's
Can
King
you
himself.
hear me?
Shalom.
Yeah. Can you see? Do you see what I'm saying? Now that brother probably can tell you everything that happened in Egypt or West Africa, or he can tell you all that shit, but he don't even know what I just actually talking about the motherfucker the Reconstruction collapse, or what happened after Reconstruction. This is why what groups like MBK do is so important, because they focus on here, not Africa, not the Middle East. The hell with that shit at this point. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't even know the basic shit about over here. We don't know about that there was 2 fucking constitutions. You know what I'm saying? We don't know that shit. Basic shit, simple shit. What the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, what it did. We don't understand that shit. We don't understand. We have no clue about really what's going on. You see what I'm saying? And these age-old arguments about this group versus that group. You see what I'm saying? We don't understand none of this shit, bro. We have no clue about our history here in America. And we don't know who Carlos Cook is. We don't know who that is. You see what I'm saying? You got people getting mad at Cube about motherfucking meeting with, talking with the Trump administration, but don't understand that Garvey met with the Klan. Elijah Muhammad met with the Klan. In 1961, motherfucking Malcolm X met with the Klan. This is what we've been doing this shit. We've been doing this shit. None of this shit that these people is, like the scripture says, nothing new under the sun. We've been meeting with opposition and people that oppose our stances to see if we can find some kind of common. It's called fucking diplomacy. It's a reason why the Trump administration is predominantly targeting black men voters. They've seen an increase in votership in black men from 9% to 13%, and they're targeting 20 to 25%. You see what I'm saying? Because they know if they can do, because they're appealing to the manhood of the man. You see what I'm saying? This is what this all. So any dude that's talking about Biden is a beta male anyway.
Facts.
Beta.
You see what I'm saying?
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? That's just shot spot. I don't even give a damn who like it. They're targeting the men because ultimately the man is gonna dictate what's going on in his household. If he has a household, he's gonna dictate that shit. So the woman gonna fall in line anyway.
Hey, Damon, before you came on, we pointed out that majority of people that vote, majority of the black vote is women. And majority of those women are voting for Democrat overwhelmingly, right? So that should tell you something. If you're a male,
because the government become their husband when they vote Democrat.
Now watch this. Watch this. Right. This is Biden's so-called plan for the black community, right? I'm gonna read a little bit and then I'm gonna read this proposition, right? And I'm gonna show you how his plan is really the proposition and it's not this so-called black community plan. Watch this. It says, and you can find this on Biden and Harris, JoeBiden.com. You can find this right there where it says it highlights from Joe Biden's black community plan or something like that. Hold on. Let me get you straight. The direct link. Just go to JoeBiden.com. If
you talking about the
it's what it says, right?
Lift every voice plan. Lift every voice.
Something like that. I don't know exactly, but right here it doesn't say lift every voice. It just says highlights from Joe Biden's agenda for the black community, right?
Okay.
The highlights.
Let me get that.
Okay.
Let me get that. Highlights. Joe Biden's Black Agenda highlights.
Joe Biden's agenda for the Black community. It should pop up joebiden.com.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, now watch this. I'm at the create wealth in the Black community. It says, through his policy from education to housing, Joe will ensure that Black families can build and sustain wealth for themselves in their communities, right? Because home ownership is the key to building wealth. He will ensure first-time home buyers are able to get $15,000 in federal down payment assistance. He will invest over $70 billion in HBCUs and other MSIs. And on top of that, provide loan forgiveness that works for public servants. But what about those that's not in that particular field of public servants? What about those loan forgivenesses? Just forget about them, huh? And Joe will double funding for the state small business credit initiative to $3 billion to assist small businesses, especially those owned by people of color. Now, we all understand that everything that he just spoke in this create wealth in the Black community is a bold-faced lie. How do we understand this? If this was a fact and this was a thought process in him, he would have brought this intuition when he was vice president. He would have made sure Obama backed this plan.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? If that was his thought process. But look, let me show you his real policy, right? Now, this is coming from California's proposition. Now, you understand that California is a Democratic state off the rip. So whatever goes, right, especially if he go, this proposition, he's going to uphold. And what I just read is going to go out the fucking window. Let me show you. This is what it says. This is Proposition 21. It says expands local government authority, right? Expands local government authority to enact rent control on residential property. Now, family, you got to understand. What is he saying? Is he saying on commercial property where, you know, you do business, or residential where you live? So if he gets in office, whoever gets in office and this proposition passed, think about the plan that they presented to us is going to be out the window. The platinum plan, if it has anything to do with assistance for us in our community, and this Joe Biden plan that I just read to you, because whoever gets in the office is going to have to uphold this proposition. So this is what the proposition says. It says allows local government to establish rent control on residential properties over 15 years. Local limits on rates increase may differ from statewide limits. So in other words, if they want to say, you know what, we're not going to up the rents in the suburban areas, but in all the so-called urban areas, that's where we're going to up the rent. They can do that legally. So where would the plan that I just read from Biden, how would that work for us if this proposition passed? Because it's a contradiction to each other, right? And so I can go on and on. Even I can pull out some more tax information as far as what they're talking about raising taxes. And let me give you a little bit of understanding about that real quick. And that's in Proposition.
But that's 16.
Hold on. Allow diversity and factors in public employment. Nope, not 16. It's 15. Increases. Nope, it's not 15. Hold on.
Yeah, 15 talking about what James and I were talking about earlier about they think if they throw money at the schools, the failing school system, that's going to magically fix it.
Right. And what I got, and I put no, we vote no for that. You do not, because everything that they was so-called receiving for school funding, because they all every election, it's always something about schooling. They want to receive more money for schooling, and none of our school systems is changing. So where's the money going?
Bro, what they was doing with that money, like what happened was the administration for schools doubled, bro. So what they was doing was hiring more people, but the schools were still getting worse. You see what I'm saying? Like, so you just blowing money on more administrators. How is that helping the schools? That ain't like it's more teachers. This is more administrators
Right.
to be up in office jobs down at the district and stuff like that. To have all types of silly little stuff like, preferential treatment shit and we need counselors for these, all this silly stuff, bro. They hiring people for excess stuff instead of putting that money into the schools who got old school books, 10-year-old school books. You want to go hire 10 or 15 employees for a year that you're gonna pay $100,000 a year just to say you created jobs as a Democrat.
Actually, you is right, bro. Proposition 15. You see what I'm saying? Because it's talking about, this is what it says. It says increase funding, right? That's going to change the tax assessment of the commercial and industrial properties. So that means that those commercial properties that are not ran by us, that are not owned by us, he's going to lower those rates because what Trump did was he raised them so that they can fucking pay the taxes and not us, right? So he want to change that shit and make it seem like, oh, we're gonna, when we change these taxes, we're gonna. He's not giving us a real understanding of how the taxes are going to change, right? Until you get off into the proposition. So when these taxes change, that means that theirs is going to lower and ours is going to up. So if our taxes up, right, regardless of the jobs that he allowed, that he so-called say he's going to open up, it's not going to pay us enough for us to fucking live. Excuse my language, family, but it's not going to. Nothing that they're doing and that they're presenting. Like now we're reading, now we're getting off into it. You know what I'm saying? On a more deeper scale. Like this is coming from so-called ghetto brothers in the hood, not actual people that's really just sitting off in politics and, you know what I'm saying, trying to create followings and all this. No, this is coming from our hearts, fam. This is coming from the fact that we care and we love about our community. A few years ago, I mean, we had the same feel, but we didn't understand how important these propositions and how important it is for us to really understand and get this message out. To understand who we dealing with, what we dealing with, from the words that's in black and white to what they actually saying to us, to what they presenting to us as a so-called plan for us in our communities. Come on, fam, we got to wake up. I digress.
That's a fact, brother. That's a fact, man. Everybody saw it on the screen too. So we show you how we get it down. We get down over on the source. You know what I'm saying? We cite our sources. All right, from there, we're going to segue into the Joy Reid segment and about how this woman pretty much disrespected the whole African-American community with her comments saying that we're spreading disinformation and we shouldn't want anything as a people and our plight isn't special because other people and other people groups went through it, and basically trying to silence us as a whole and tell us to just, stop requesting anything because there's nothing special about how our people were enslaved and how we built this country, how we were neglected for years. And during the Reconstruction era when we were supposed to be the most prosperous, they did everything in their power from the Democratic side to make sure that we didn't flourish. We should just throw that away, wash that away. That doesn't mean shit, in her eyes. And that just, it's silly. These are the type of women that support the Democratic Party. And it's also frightening moving forward because a lot of these women, these liberal women, don't have black males in the family structure in their mind, in their heart, and in their vision. They're really against it. Because anything that we can get and glean from a politician or from the government that could help those causes, they're staunchly against. That's just like ass backwards to me. But anyway, without no further ado, let's get into the first clip. And what's going on, Jihad? I see you, brother. and get into this, man. All right.
Were enslaved in the Caribbean. They were enslaved in America. You get here, it doesn't make a difference. You get here, it doesn't make a difference.
Did you hear what she said? It doesn't make a difference if you're enslaved in America, man. This is insane, bruh. This is insanity.
While she's benefiting off what we went through.
Your mic is low. Your mic is low. Whoever talking, your mic is real low.
Oh, I was saying like while she's benefiting off of what we went through, she's sitting there saying that. How she
Right,
gonna do
because our civil rights leaders and the ones who fought and got spit on and beat the hell up, dogs chewing on them, gnawing on them, and the racist South and racist America's past did all those things to make it easier for your black ass to come from these Caribbean islands and actually get opportunities as soon as you get to America. And for you to discount, like, come on, bruh. Do y'all hear the same shit I'm hearing? I mean, let me keep playing this, man. We ain't gonna never get through the video if I do this. Let's just keep playing it.
Joy Reid has been an open enemy to the descendants of American slavery for quite some time now. And very recently, she went out of her way to make it a point to completely disrespect the legacy of slavery in America, rendering it irrelevant for the sole purposes of being able to elevate Kamala Harris and justify her position as being a black woman in America who can speak on black issues. And understand, when Joy Reid does this, she's not just doing this in defense of Kamala Harris, but she's doing it in defense of herself as well. Because you have to remember, Joy Reid's father, if I'm not mistaken, is from the Congo and her mother is from Guyana. So when you're talking about Kamala Harris and Joy Reid, these are both children of immigrants.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm gonna let it play. But look what they got on the news. MSNBC is saying a list of disinformation campaigns. ADOs, American Descendants of Slaves, which is a group that's trying to get us benefits. You know what I'm saying? Trying to glean some benefits for us. They're calling it a disinformation campaign. Blexit, another group that's trying to glean some benefits for us, right? Tangibles, FBA, Foundational Black Americans, another group that's trying to get benefits for the black community as a whole. Black Voices for Trump, doing the same thing. They are the ones that are backing that platinum plan and trying to get 26 black congressmen in the House so they can vote for this platinum plan and the beneficial things that we all can glean from. And then the walk away, I'm not familiar with that, but I'm pretty sure it's the same story. This is what they're against. This is black liberal women. What the hell wrong with y'all? That's why I named this video, this topic. The Democrats are the enemies of black economic growth. It's clear. It's clear, man.
Their lineage does not come out of the slave plantations of America. Now, before we get into the video in which Joy Reid completely disrespected the legacy of slavery and its importance in America, I want to play this video here for you first that I've played for some of you once before. And in this video clip here, Joy Reid makes it a point to publicly attack the reparations movement by calling out ADOS by name, as well as FBA. And for those of you who don't know ADOS, that stands for American Descendants of Slavery, which I'm sure most of you know that. FBA is Foundational Black Americans. But you got to understand, Joy Reid works on MSNBC. She is mainstream media. Her show is nationally syndicated. It goes out all across the country. And all across the country, she made it a point to attack the reparations movement. So let me play this video clip for you right now. And also, you're going to notice in the middle of this clip that the quality of the video is going to drop down a bit. I'm just letting you know that ahead of time so that you know it's not your service that's doing that. That's just the way that the video.
With Facebook Shops, connecting people with your business just got easier.
You can bridge the gap between
Video clip is.
And so now we have a whole campaign getting several campaigns, by the way. We have identified at least 5 existing campaigns that are focused on getting black people to do only one thing, not vote for the Democrats.
And can you name one of those 5 campaigns? I mean, we put up from the report that you're saying that there's a conversation about reparations that has to do with it. There's a criminal justice conversation. Yes. There's an immigration. Go on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Reparations, immigration,
Look, all these things will benefit black people. She's speaking against reparations, criminal justice, climate change, That's a non-issue for us. But immigration disproportionately hurts black people. We went over it last night. The fact that they have illegal immigration coming in, they take over the jobs, they drop the wages, right? And African Americans just get swept to the side, and the unemployment rates spike. So all these things hurt us. Criminal justice needs to be addressed. Why is she speaking against these things? Why are you speaking against these groups that are pro reparations, pro criminal justice, and against illegal immigration? Why are you speaking against these groups? Come on, man. These liberal blacks have lost their damn mind.
Reparations, immigration, and anything that has to do with the criminal justice system. So the reason that the targeting of Kamala around being a cop is important is because anything that hinges on criminal justice becomes a divisive issue and is being used as a weapon right now. Are there real issues? Absolutely. I want to make sure that people don't dismiss the fact that there are real issues that we're talking about.
Justice has disproportionately locked up black men. That's why it's an issue for her. Criminal justice is an issue they can't go into because they can easily flip it on Kamala Harris and be like, well, you was locking up men. You had a black man on death row who you was trying to hide the evidence so that would exonerate him and not let it be shown in court. Man, that woman.
Right. She locked up more men. So many males, so many people were incarcerated under Kamala Harris, and it's because she supports prison labor. She said, if I didn't do this, then we wouldn't have firefighters to fight these wildfires in America. If I didn't do this, the prison industrial complex would implode because there wouldn't be millions and billions of dollars coming from it. She sold your people out. But the reason why these black liberal women don't care, because it's not directly affecting these liberal women. It's directly affecting the males. You got to understand something. We in a gender war, but we lost it already. Come on, man.
We started off 10 miles behind her, and she damn near started at the finish line because they gave her stuff while took it away from us.
Right. What's that statistic you brought up that black women are
they the fastest growing minority in America right now, economically wise, education wise, damn near in all parameters. They the fastest growing, while we as black men are at the bottom. That's why our households will never grow with wealth, because of that disparity in and of itself. And you got to remember, that ain't the majority of black women either. That's like 25% of black women.
Right.
That's growing like that. So the rest of them being left behind on Section 8 and stuff. So it has to be something that brings at least equal growth. I'm not saying diminish the black woman's growth, but the black woman may have to realize that, hey, yeah, all these policies may be in her interest, and she's excelling right now because she's at dramatic growth. Now it's time to focus on bringing her man up. You know what I'm saying? Not just vote on whatever's good for her, but, I hate to say it, but throughout history, it's always been the women of the captive race that ends up in some means betraying the whole race.
That's
through the fact that they get benefits through marrying the higher or whoever's on top, whoever won, marrying them, or getting paid exorbitant amount of money to be, sexualized by them and other things like that.
Right, man. It's just downright sad because these leftist groups are against nuclear families. They're pro-emasculation of the man. That's just clear. You understand? That's why you see the LGBTQ community being tied hip to hip with black causes with the left. Every time they bring up a black issue, a black cause, they say, and the LGBT. Wait a minute. That's a sexual, that's sexuality. They chose that.
Yeah, that's a preference.
Yeah, that's a preference. Why is that being tied with an ethnic group? That's why I said you liberals are insane, man.
I've never heard of people enslaving people just because they gay.
Right.
Not in American history.
Right. And if that's the case, you being oppressed because you're LGBTQ, you can just stop being LGBTQ and you'll stop being oppressed.
Or
you can't stop being an ethnic group.
Shut up and nobody will know. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah, you can go back into the closet. You won't be oppressed no more. We don't have that option. We just get oppressed because we're of the ethnic group. We don't have no control over that. You understand? We can't turn that off. And it's very disingenuous and very disrespectful for people to try to merge the two, a sexual orientation and an ethnic group. That's what I'm saying. If these liberals have their way, we're done. We're finished. It's over. You know what I'm saying? All right, let me finish the video.
Cory Booker on here talking about police brutality. These are key important issues to our community. We know that this is the case because in the previous election in 2016, Black Lives Matter was targeted because of their campaign that was focused on police brutality.
Right.
It's still existing. It's still happening right now. It's just that we're not seeing a way to handle this and do a counter narrative.
Very quickly, we're out of time, but how can people tell the difference between the real, genuine thing of Black Lives Matter and the ones that are just designed to make you not vote? How do you even tell?
So you can tell right away by the language that they use most of the time. But if you see anyone who says basically tangibles or you're not getting our vote without us getting something back, you should start to pause and take a better look at what they're saying. Better look at.
Wait, hold on.
Pause that, man.
I'm right.
You hear that, bro?
Oh my God.
I know you. So if anybody talking about getting real results, you need to think twice about looking at that. That's ridiculous, man. Come on, bro. I can't believe that, man. I can't believe it, bro.
Right. This is damn near.
I'm definitely getting watched then because that's all I talk about is tangibles 2020. Hashtag tangibles 2020. You know what I'm saying? And no black agenda, no vote. That's my. I stand on that shit. That go for both parties.
Well,
no black
suspect,
agenda,
right?
no vote.
You suspect,
you
man.
know what I'm saying? I understand. I've been suspect. I've been suspect a lot of times, so I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. That's the whole thing about leadership. You see what I'm saying? I tell everybody that aspires for leadership in any capacity need to read that book, Masters of Command. It goes over Hannibal, Julius Caesar, Alexander the Greek, all them people, and it shows you the you know what I'm saying, what it takes for leadership. You know what I'm saying? And leadership it ain't always ain't gonna be popular. You know what I'm saying? Your stances and your shit ain't always gonna be popular. You see what I'm saying? So you're gonna have to be willing to jump out there in that water and be willing to say, you know what, man, fuck all that. You see what I'm saying? Because that's just pretty much where it's at.
This is damn near worse than white supremacy.
What you got to understand, that's the thing though. You got to understand that they brought these people over here to replace, because these people, like you said, you prefaced this whole talk with something you said. Yeah, you was talking about not being able to make it work where you at. You see what I'm saying? So you come somewhere else to get it where it's already popping.
Then you're real appreciative to the place you've come because they've given you pretty much everything you got.
Exactly. Yeah. So now what ends up happening is, because you couldn't get it popping over there, you know what I'm saying? You come over here where it's popping at, but it's only popping here because this group of people made it popping. So now you end up what? You know what I'm saying? Now you end up, instead of looking at the group that made it popping, you look at the group that's above them to set up there and say, okay, well, I'm going to appeal to them. You see what I'm saying? So what ends up happening is you got to understand it. A lot of these, that's the whole point. It goes back to the whole abortion thing. See, kids love the parent that smoke with them, drink with them, don't hold them to no standard. They be like, oh, my mama cool, my daddy cool. He smoke with me, he drink with me. That the parent that don't hold you to no standard. You see what I'm saying? So now the white people don't hold black women to no standard or no level of accountability. So that's why they love them. You see what I'm saying? You can use abortion as birth control. You can do whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna give it to you because you're gonna classify as a double minority. You see what I'm saying? So now it's easy for you to start a business. It's easy for you to get certain contracts because you qualify as a double minority. It's easy for us to hire you as opposed to hiring a man, because if I hire you, you're a double minority. You see what I'm saying? So
they get better tax incentives for hiring a double minority than a single minority. Exactly.
So now these are the things that nobody's looking at and don't nobody want to address. You see what I'm saying? It's a concerted effort. It's a concerted effort for them to keep the man down. You see what I'm saying? You have to. This is like this is why I keep talking about war. And I be talking about war strategy because people don't study war. What ends up happening is people look at this like this is a game. You know what I'm saying? This is a real life, as Dr. Claude Anderson said, this is a real life Monopoly game. You see what I'm saying? So if you keep the man in history, historically speaking, if my village takes over another village, what do? We kill a man, kill a male child, and take the women and children. This is historical. This is just history throughout the world. You see what I'm saying? So you try to eradicate that whole bloodline if you can, and then you deal with the women and you populate through that way, right? You know what I'm saying? But what happens? So this is these white, what black Americans are not understanding the system of racism and white supremacy. What we don't understand is this is war. When a motherfucker can kill your kid, Tamir Rice, you know what I'm saying? Kill your kid, Trayvon Martin, kill your kid, Akai Gurley, all that shit, that is a declaration of war.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let me address the clown in the damn comments. Jeremiah, ain't nobody studying you, man. Well, we talking about real issues. Is you voting? If you're not voting, go somewhere with that, man. What the hell wrong with you, bro?
And so that becomes a declaration of war. Because that's how war was. That's how the people approach war in ancient history. You see what I'm saying? So that's a declaration of war. So now what they do, they flip your now just taking the woman, the captive is what? That's flipping.
You breaking up?
They don't flip. Now they flip your woman. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You was roboting for a minute. Now I can hear you. Go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So you take the woman, now you flip the man's woman. So now you flip the woman, and over time, that woman has no connection to the men no more. Them women have no connection to the men no more. You see what I'm saying? So now that's where this divide is coming in, where, like I said, 13% of the black men voted Republican. You see what I'm saying? And the Republicans are targeting 20 to 25% of black men. You see what I'm saying? The Democrats' whole sole base is the black woman.
Thanks.
You know what I'm saying? So now what's happening is creating that divide, because these motherfuckers have flipped your woman on you. They took your woman and they flipped her. You see what I'm saying? Now she think everything that's bad is good. You see what I'm saying? They think abortion is good, but we read the other day how abortion decimates the black community. You see what I'm saying? They think illegal immigration is good, but it devastates the black community.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? These are empirical data facts. These are not my opinion. This is not my opinion. So what ends up happening is they create this wedge. You said because most of our children are raised in single family, 70% are raised by single family homes, even though black men actually participate with their children at a higher rate than any other ethnic group, they're still being raised in single family homes. So now what happens? You see what I'm saying? But because we're not approaching this like war, the black men, this is what I'm talking about, men, black men, we're not approaching this like war. We're approaching this like this is a game, or this is just what it is, or we can just sit back and do this, or we can just use the Bible and God gonna come crack the sky with a million angels. And no, nigga, we gonna have to get off in this goddamn fight. It's gonna take more than you standing your ass on the goddamn street corner talking. If you're Israelite, it's gonna take more than you getting on your ass on the side of the platform talking. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna take more than us sitting on this platform talking. We're gonna have to start building. You know what I'm saying? As black men, if we're gonna be doing, if we're gonna approach this the way we're trying to approach this, we got to get the building. We got to get to making shit pop.
Voting. We need to be actively voters, because I'm looking at the
exactly. We need to be active voters and local.
You got people saying and advocating that we don't vote, we don't do nothing, we just sit on our ass and have a silent revolt.
Well, the only way you don't vote is if there's no black agenda to vote for. You know, because you can affect change if black men and if black people in mass don't vote, nigga, that's gonna send shockwaves. If black men in mass don't vote, that will send shockwaves. So what we can do, if we're gonna do, we got to do it in mass, and that's why I always say no black agenda, no vote. I'm not voting for Trump just to vote for Trump. I don't give a fuck about Trump. I don't give a fuck about the Republicans. I give a fuck about the black people. I don't give a fuck about nobody else but black people. I don't give a fuck about Biden. You see what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck about none of these motherfuckers. If you ain't got nothing in it for my people, I'm not voting for you, bro.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what we got. That's why I said yesterday, we got to stop trying to align ourselves to a party. You know why? Because the same party today that's with you would be the party tomorrow that's fuck you. We seen this throughout fucking history. So since we've seen this throughout history, we got to learn from history. That's why they said those who don't review the events of history will allow history to repeat itself. Trying to align ourselves to a party fucks us every time because our people don't understand that. So what they get locked into that party. We've done it throughout history. We got to remain flexible. Vote for the issues, go back neutral. Vote for the issues, go back neutral. Vote for the issues, go back neutral. Nigga, I'm an independent. I'm not Republican, I'm not Democrat. I come back to the middle. So if the Democrats do something that I think is beneficial for black people, I'm gonna vote for that shit. If the Republicans do some shit that's beneficial for black people, I'm gonna vote for that shit. You see what I'm saying? I'm not lying to neither one of them motherfuckers because I know both of them motherfuckers got the tendency to fuck us. You know what I'm saying? It was Republicans sitting next to motherfucking Biden that helped him sign that motherfucker. All them bills in the law, it was Republicans sitting right next to his motherfucking ass when he was signing and co-signing that shit. So we can't. It was Ronald Reagan. Yeah, Ronald Reagan. Republicans brought them flooded our motherfucking neighborhoods with their goddamn dope. So we can't fucking be. We can't be. Biden did the crime bill. Biden did this. Yeah, he did that shit. He did it. But it was Republicans right this last lockstep and barrel doing that shit with him. You know what I'm saying? And it was Ronald Reagan who was the impetus of bringing that shit in there. So we gotta keep this shit. We gotta keep this shit politically honest, intellectually honest, and say neither one of these motherfuckers like us. The only reason why the motherfucking Republicans are fucking with niggas at this particular point is because they understand if the Democrats let these illegals in and give amnesty to these illegals, we will never, ever win an election ever again. If we don't start appealing to these niggas, that's the only hope we got is niggas.
Right. It's called leveraging. It's called
Exactly.
leveraging an opportunity. And it's time for us to leverage this opportunity. We got the platinum plan hanging in the fucking balance. And $500 billion is hanging in the balance. And you got people that want to vote against this administration, which this administration has done more for black people than the Democrats have done in the last 50 years. First Step Act, opportunity zones, the school choice, and the HBCUs. You had goddamn Obama in for 2 consecutive terms, and he never gave permanent funding to the HBCUs. The leaders and the chairmen would come into the damn White House saying, we feel like beggars. They shouldn't have felt like that with a black president in the goddamn office. And again, that's why I named this title, Democrats Are the Enemy of Black Economic Growth. It's emphatic at this point. And just catering to our women has been destroying nuclear families. That's why Black Lives Matter, I believe in their manifesto or whatever on their website, they're against nuclear families. They don't want a man and a woman and a child in the house. They just want that single mother stereotype to perpetuate.
Or one of those homosexual families.
Right. Yeah. They pro homosexual family though. They don't want a straight male and a straight woman in the house, but they'll have 2 homosexual males and then let him adopt another child and indoctrinate that child and get that child
to be like 2 old white men adopt some little black boy,
right?
Or something like that, and dress him like a girl and stuff.
And Joe Biden said, "I will protect the rights of your 8-year-old sexual tranny." Pretty much, that's what he said.
He said, his hair on his legs turn white. Blonde, and the kids like to rub them down and watch them pop back up, and he like it when they do.
Yeah, he's a sicko. He's a damn pedophilia advocate. We got that. He got that all over his face. We understand that pedophilia, homosexuality, the inordinate households, breaking up the nuclear family. The Democrats have always been behind that,
and we ain't never been about that.
We still aren't. You understand? Majority of black people are conservative to this day, but majority of our vote is going to liberal causes. You understand?
Because this it is. You know why? Because we got. That's why I keep saying it's paramount that when we have these discussions, we don't try to lock our people into a party. Because once we got to understand how our people are. Our people are religious. So what ends up happening is if we say be Republican, these niggas will lock their ass into being a Republican, and they'll be locked in for 50 fucking And then we to do the same shit the Democrats did. Why do the Democrats take us for granted? Because we just stay locked in with the niggas just cause. We can't do that shit just cause. We gotta vote policy, not people, not party, policy, and keep it on the policy.
What's happening is we're not utilitarian and we don't think about the majority of black people. That's what we brought up with the black woman and her support for the Democratic Party, her overwhelmingly support for the Democratic Party, because she, like James brought out, she's getting all of these benefits from the government. You understand? She's making it big in corporate America. You understand? She's the highest educated group. You understand? So she's getting all of the benefits politically. So when you go from just a pure benefit standpoint, she's going to vote Democrat because that's where she's getting the most from. She's not going to vote pro-nuclear family and anything that can help black males or help us as a whole, because they have been spoon feeding her and basically, giving her all these incentives to not do that.
And teaching her in these colleges, indoctrinating them with the liberal outlook on society, where men are the problem for everything.
Right, you know, patriarchy. Down with the patriarchy.
So she don't want no man in her house because she's been indoctrinated that men are the reason for wars, rape, and all this other stuff, that's going on in society. And that the woman should be able to rule for once. And that's what she pushing, woman rulership. That's why all these advocacy groups, even ADOS got a female lead. Black Lives Matter, female lead. All these groups got female leads because they're pushing that to these women, that they need to take charge and take hold and be big mama.
Right, man. That's why when you say they should vote just for their best interest, they are voting for their best interest. No, I'm saying our people should vote utilitarian for everyone in our ethnic group's best interest. They're not doing it, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying by that is, abortion don't help black women. It hurt them because the effects of too many abortions fucks up the womb and everything else. You know what I'm saying? So they're not voting for their own best interest. They voting for what they think they own best. See, there's a difference between empirical data.
About getting paid,
you know what I'm saying?
That's what she cares about.
You know what I'm saying? I understand that. Yeah, but the Trump administration and no other administration is going to talk about repealing that women as minorities thing. You know why? Because white women take advantage of that minority clause more than anybody else.
Correct.
You know how many white dudes I know that they wife are the majority stakeholder in their company or their business just because she can get minority motherfucking grants and benefits. So they're not gonna remove that because their woman is the main one capitalizing off of that shit. So they're not gonna take that back. But what we gotta understand is like Jashub said, we gotta vote for what's best for the collective. But what the problem is, this is what I just said, that when these people have flipped your woman, they don't view you as part of the collective. When they flip your woman, when a person flip your woman, they don't view you a part. Exactly. And that's why I was saying yesterday. It's important for us. The illegal immigration aspect is important because what it does is it gives the people, the black man, even though people might say $15 an hour ain't a lot of money, but shit in Texas, $15-$16 an hour, shit, you can buy you a little townhome or a little condo. With that, you can pay your bills with that in Texas. You know,
have
it may not be a lot.
Have your car, all that stuff. Yeah.
Now check this out, fam. Now this is, I'm gonna read Biden's words, or his thoughts, or whatever it is that is coming from his agenda, right? And if this is a fact, right, why do we have Proposition 16 on the ballot? Check this out. It says Vice President Joe Biden will make sure that people historically left out of the middle class, only people that would be is us, because they made the middle class by giving their people that was in the same class as us up over us, right? So they made the middle class for themselves to separate themselves from us, right? So look, then it says whether due to race, gender, sexual orientation, disability, or religion, have a chance to succeed. Now, if that was a fact, this wouldn't be Proposition 16. Proposition 16 says, permits government decision-making policies to consider race, sex, color, ethnicity, or national origin in order to address diversity by repealing constitutional provision prohibiting such policies. So my thing is this, because if you vote yes, this is what the measure says. It says a yes vote on measure means state and local entities could consider race, sex, color, ethnicity, national origins in public education, employment, and public contracting to an extent allowed under federal and state law. So if you mark color, if you look like me, any of these brothers that's on the panel, right? If you have a certain sex that they don't want to deal with, if you have a certain ethnicity that they don't want to deal with, nationality that they don't want to deal with, which is all the same, race, nationality, ethnicity, they just playing with words. They talking about us, family. They're basically saying we can X you out. We don't have to deal with you at all. When it comes down to these policies, we don't have to deal with you at all. But according to this man, he's going to be fighting for us. He's trying to put us in a certain position, trying to get us in the so-called middle class. But this is a proposition in a state, right, that pushes and supports him. If this was the case, this wouldn't even be in the ballot. Right. If what I just read about what he just said, Joe Biden will make sure that people historically left out of the middle class, right, this wouldn't be in the ballot. Right. This is how you know they playing games, family. Right. This is why what my D Red is saying, understand these policies, we vote for the policies and the propositions is very key. We can give a damn about the goddamn presidential candidates. You understand? That's right. This is where we as a people need to be, and we'll be in a better position. I digress.
Right. That's fact. We need to start holding these people accountable for what they actually put into law and the policies that they actually back up, and not the promise and just what they speak. Because anybody can speak smooth words. You know, I believe in the Bible, in Psalms 55, it says he had smooth words, but war was in his heart. So we're not worried about just a smooth word. What does this person's track record look like? Joe Biden has a terrible track record when it comes to black people. Terrible. You understand? So that's why I'm I'm supporting the Trump administration, because I can look at his track record when he was in office and see everything that he has done for black people has been positive. And he got a platinum plan that just implemented Ice Cube's contract with Black America. So it's like he listening, and he has a track record in favor of us. It should be easy. But a lot, like I said, these black liberal women are going to vote Democrat because they get more out of the deal over there for them, just for black women. But black people as a whole are going to suffer like we've been suffering. We're on the bottom of the totem pole. We are below the poverty line. Our children are illiterate. We get the worst education, right? It's time for a change. And like I said, November 3rd, $500 billion is hanging in the balance, bro. So anybody, for all you people that's advocating don't vote, bro, a silent revolt won't do shit. We need to get our asses up and vote for our best interests. And that platinum plan is the best interest for all of us. We need to be practicing utilitarian. Do what's best for the majority, man. All right. My brother James, he brought up 2 articles I want to touch on real quick. While we're dealing with black women, I want to deal with. No. Matter of fact, I'm going to drop that. Let's go into the immigration thing. Because Biden is for pretty much making these illegal immigrants citizens.
Yeah, he pretty much Kamala Harris was sworn in as the first Indian senator, not African American senator. She didn't try to connect with her quote unquote African Americans side until they chose her to be until she was running for the presidential office. But her people are actually getting actual promises that are so directly directed at them that the India Times over in India is talking about it and how it affects them, talking about how he's making a promise to get those visas turned into citizenship from them visas over into citizenship. And that's something that directly affects them, but he can't give us nothing that's true and tangible that directly affects us. You look at his plan, he offering some of the same stuff that's in Trump plan. That's why you had Mike Pence when he was going up against Kamala Harris in the debate saying that it looks like he plagiarized they plan.
Right. So this is the timesofindia.com about Biden basically reforming the H-1B visa system. It says, if voted to power in November general elections, a Biden administration will reform the H-1B visa system and work towards eliminating the country quota for green cards. His campaign said on Saturday, in a move to woo the influential Indian American community. The H-1B visa is a non-immigrant visa that allows U.S. companies to employ foreign workers in specialty occupation.
All them jobs that we could be competing for and trying to get and get educated for, them foreigners can come get it. And he talking about trying to eliminate the quotas on that. So any high-paying job that we can go to school for, they can come in and compete with us for that job. We should have first dibs on that.
Right. It says that require theoretical or technical expertise. Companies depend on it to hire tens of thousands of employees each year from countries like India and China. In a major policy document for Indian Americans released on the occasion of India's 74th Independence Day, the Biden campaign also emphasizes support to family-based immigration system and streamlining processing for religious worker visas. The administration will also take steps to stem the rising tide of hate and bigotry, address the security needs of house of worship, eliminate language barriers, and honor the diversity of contributions of Indian Americans, it said. This is for the first time that a Democratic president...
Hey, let me say something to that language barrier thing right there, because that's important to bring up. It's the same thing that happened down here in the South, like where fast food restaurants hire a lot of Hispanics instead of young black males or females for entry-level jobs, is because they're trying to bring down the language barrier that they have and want people that's able to speak Spanish in those jobs. I mean, it's business, but us as American citizens, we want to have first dibs at them jobs. They shouldn't be diminishing the language barrier. If you come to America, you should have to learn how to speak English. I'm not saying being bilingual isn't a good thing, but you should be bilingual. You know what I'm saying? And those jobs should be open for competition to us first, not a bunch of illegal immigrants who they pushing through visas for.
Right. Says this is the first time that a Democratic presidential candidate has come out with an exclusive policy document for Indian Americans. Well, I want to say something to that. You go out for an exclusive policy document for Indian Americans, and the most abused ethnic group, you understand, they give you 90% of your vote, cannot get an exclusive policy document for them.
Exactly.
This is bullshit.
And there's only 1.3 million of them.
It's only 1.3 million eligible Indian American voters. And how many? It's probably like 15 million. Because I read it earlier. Probably 15 million eligible voters in the Black American community. Could be a little bit more. And we don't count. Our plight doesn't matter.
You remember what Biden said? We want issue voters. Remember? That's what he said. Hispanics ain't one issue voters like the black community.
Right.
He said they're not a monolith like us. You see what I'm saying? So what ends up happening is they understand that we're the only group that that basically the woman has to say so, right?
Yep.
And so every other group, the man has to say so. So what's happening is This is why I said what I just said earlier about not pushing the party, but push the policy. Because when you push the party, our people are stuck there. Like you just said, 90% of the vote. But once you give that much of your vote to one particular group, it's easy for that group to take you for granted. You see what I'm saying? It's easy, and the only reason why they're going after the East Indian vote is because Trump was the first motherfucker to institute a policy directly towards the East Indians, and then the Biden campaign got on it because Trump got a lot of the East Indian votes. You see what I'm saying? And so, I guess he cool with the East Indian Prime Minister or whatever. And so they're targeting that. Of course, part of him picking Kamala Harris was because she kills two birds with one stone. He can eat into the Trump's East Indian vote demographic through Kamala Harris, and Kamala Harris can appeal to the black voter. You see what I'm saying? So it was smart politically. You see what I'm saying? But us being locked into the party because we vote because the demographics that show Hillary Clinton versus Trump shit, we voted for Hillary at a 95% clip or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
92%.
No, 90. I think it was 92%. Yeah, 92% clip. You see what I'm saying? And so we can't vote that high. You see what I'm saying? Because it's easy for them people to just say, we know we're gonna get at least get 80% of that vote. So we don't even have to do nothing for them. Because they're not requiring anything.
We're the only group that votes that high.
And so my people,
we're the only
we're the only group that votes that high. Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm saying. When I say that what we got to learn to do is, even if you're going to vote Democrat, you should supposed to be on their ass right now. Why aren't you want to meet with Ice Cube? You need to revise your motherfucking plan. All you people that's claiming that you're going to vote Democrat, I don't care. I don't give a fuck what you vote. But my issue with you motherfuckers is you niggas don't do shit. You niggas don't hold them to shit. These niggas, you vote for these niggas, and these niggas don't do shit for you, and you be cool with that shit. You be cool with not getting shit. You be cool with these motherfuckers telling you. You be cool with candidates telling you that I'm not doing nothing just for you. You be cool with that shit.
Right. But you got an exclusive policy document for Indian America.
You really be okay with that shit.
This shit retarded.
You be cool with that shit. I mean, Obama said the same. Obama said the same thing. He wasn't gonna do nothing for just for black people. Yep. Kamala Harris said she ain't gonna do nothing for just for black people.
Right.
Y'all be cool with that shit. You see what I'm saying? And so what we got to start doing and learning is that's not okay. You see what I'm saying? Because they passed policies and other things. Obama passed the Native Indian Act when he was in
they got something for everybody else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They got something that they pull out and say, I'm offering you this.
The only administration that has an exclusive African American plan is the Trump administration. That's the only administration right now, man.
I mean, right now, Trump need to fix the
Biden got a plan for your black
minorities. You know what I'm saying? But Trump need to fix that. See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm not gonna just be tout that shit either.
No, bro, I am gonna do that. Because he the only one that got it.
Because
he the only one that got it, bro. I'm going to do that. He the only one that got it, bro.
I hear you, but at this particular point,
he the only one who got it.
He can be giving us something at this particular point. He can be giving us something to say, okay, well, I'm gonna throw you niggas a bone and show you I'm gonna do something, and so bam, he could do some of that shit.
Well, the next person
executive order, he ain't done it.
He only got 4 more years, so we giving him our vote.
You know what I'm saying? So no, I know that, but I'm just saying that at this particular point, he behind. Now he could probably win electoral college, you know what I'm saying, whatever. But right now he behind. So he needs to throw a nigga a bone and say, look, I'm gonna pass this via executive order. Yeah, if Biden come, he can rescind it. But nigga, I threw you niggas a bone, you know what I'm saying, to vote for me. He ain't done it.
No,
so at this particular point, I'm just not gonna jump on dick like that and be like, nah, Trump. I ain't doing that shit.
All right, cool.
I'm not doing that shit,
bro. It's about the fact that, okay, if I'm gonna vote for someone, I'm gonna look and see what they're offering. If one side is offering you something and the other side is offering you nothing, you go with the side that's offering you something. Now, when the next election comes around, you do the same thing. What side's offering what? But if you don't vote for the side that is offering you something, no one will ever give a damn to offer you anything again. Right? Why would they offer you something? And even if they offer you something, you don't vote?
No, I agree with that. That's why I just said what I said about the people that are just jumping on Democrat and just gonna be voting Democrat. You niggas is weak because you niggas ain't requiring nothing for them niggas. You are okay with these niggas saying I'm not doing nothing for you, and then you get mad at Trump because Trump say some stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? But he's also said you niggas built this country. Talking about black people, y'all built this country, and everything that they're giving them. I'm about to find that quote where he said everything that they're giving them, talking about the illegals and all these other people, that shit should be going to you. He said that shit. So we can't internalize the shit that he may have said about Nigeria. I don't give a fuck about that shit. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I don't care about that. I don't give a fuck about him saying them South American countries and Central American, whatever fucking countries and shit. I don't care about that shit.
I got the clip loaded.
Because that shit don't fucking matter to me. You see what I'm saying? You know, and because I'm not gonna emotionally react. I'm gonna intelligently respond. So he can't do nothing that's gonna trigger my emotions.
Let me ask y'all something. Let me ask y'all something real quick. Top Cats is in the chat requesting the link. Do y'all want him in here?
Who the hell is that?
What happened?
I don't know this brother, man. I don't. I'm just asking. Do y'all want an outsider to be in this conversation?
Nah, not really. Because I don't got time for no damn conspiracy theories and shit right now. We talking real shit. We don't even know who that nigga is.
All right. You heard the answer, legendary Top Cat. Hey, but I got that clip right here. Right here. I believe this is what you were talking about. Let's see if it is.
Today we are here to honor the extraordinary contributions of African Americans to every aspect of American life, history, and culture. From the earliest days of this nation, African American leaders, pioneers, and visionaries have uplifted and inspired our country in art, in science, literature, law, film, politics, business, and every arena of national life. The depth and glory of these contributions are beyond measure. You know it, I know it, and everybody knows it. Since the beginning of our republic, African Americans have given their heart, their love, and their very lives to the pursuit. And you know this better than anybody. You have worked so hard. I guess when you get right down to it, we're all working very hard. But the pursuit of liberty and justice for all. So we pledge in the honor of our great African American community to build a future where every American child can live in safety, dignity, liberty, and peace. As Americans, we all share the same dreams, the same hopes, and the same magnificent destiny. We are now and will forever be one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God.
Hey, who just stepped in here? Oh, James dropped out.
Yeah, but so that don't see this the thing. So when people be talking about, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So when people be talking about Trump as a racist, you're predicating that you're internalizing the shit that he say about other people. I don't care about them people. You know what I'm saying?
Man got to care about his house first.
Yeah, I don't care about them people. You know, there's nothing I can do for them until I get my house in order. You see what I'm saying? So I don't care about them people right now. I don't care about him talking about damn Nigerians
also bring up a point.
I don't care about that.
Let me bring up this point. Trump proposed a New Deal for Black Americans 3 years ago. And everything he promised in that New Deal for Black Americans, it's already in law. So all you people that's trying to
go over that.
I will. All you people that's trying to buck up against the Platinum Plan and how we know he's gonna do it. When he proposed that damn the New Deal with Black Americans 3 years ago, and he fulfilled the First Step Act and the New Opportunities, I believe, by Senator Tim Scott, right?
Mm-hmm.
he did what he said he was going to do. You know what I'm saying? As a president fulfilling obligations and promises, he pretty much did every goddamn thing. The wall is here. You understand? So I'm going to go and vote for the president that's actually behind his word, that's action behind his word. Not someone who's been giving us the same speech of we shall overcome, you know what I'm saying, for the past 40, 50 years.
And shout out to Professor C, because I completely agree with him. This is the time that we need to take advantage. And this is the best time to make them realize, hey, we got policy. We won't push them. We can push it down their throat and try to take advantage and show them that we're going to be a political force here in America, because that's the only way we're going to get dignity. I think Ice Cube also add another thing to the table. We live in a capitalist society, and the thing that gets you dignity in a capitalist society is money. If the Democrats are really, really for black people, they would be about getting us money to give us status and clout here in this society as it is. But all of their policies is against that. And I'm saying right now, as put on the table, all their policies are against that. And until they start giving us some better policies that can compete with the overall conservative policies, not Republican policies, but conservative policies, I don't think there's no reason we should ever get them our vote.
Yeah, and for you Democrats who are staunch Democrats, nigga, y'all got to do a better job of holding these folks accountable, or requiring shit from these people. Dr. Claude Anderson say when you read Powernomics, he talks about how we need to have a foundational Black American Affairs division in DC. You know what I'm saying? That have direct access to the president and to address our issues. You see what I'm saying? See, this is the type of stuff we need to be talking about. You see what I'm saying? We need that. So, you know what I'm saying? My wife's grandfather was the head of Latino affairs in DC. So I know that that's something that we need. So we gotta fucking understand that shit and grasp that concept. You see what I'm saying? We gotta grasp that concept that we need. It's a lot of other things that we need. And if you Democrats are serious, then you need to about the advancement of your people. It can't just be about worried about other people. You got to ask yourself what's in it for your people as a group. You see what I'm saying? And so we got to make sure that we make. If you're a Democrat, you got to hold their feet to the. You can't wait to. There's done stuff like we got to get Trump out of office first. No, nigga, that's not it. You know what I'm saying? That's not it. You gotta start letting the Democrats know that their lift every once in the scene plan is not enough. We on the people that's talking about vote for Trump. We gotta be saying, nigga, Trump, you talk with some of the stuff you talking about, that's good, but that ain't enough. You gotta get them fucking minority provisions up out of there. You gotta get all of that, you gotta get that type of shit up out of there. We don't want no minority shit. We don't want nothing that can be allocated to other people. That shit gotta go. That's what I'm talking about. Nigga give us a bone and we be like, yes, this person, no, nigga, that ain't enough, man. We gotta stay on these niggas' neck. The only reason why we even got this fucking, we've been on these niggas' neck. You see what I'm saying? The only reason why the Biden even came with some is because we've been on these niggas' neck. You see what I'm saying? Ice Cube, that's why I fuck with Q, because Q like, nigga, this nigga, I'm gonna stay on these niggas' neck. I'm gonna stay on the Democrat and Republican. This is a bipartisan thing. You see what I'm saying? So we gotta stay on these niggas' neck. We can't just be, oh, he's giving us something. So that's, nigga, it's so many minority provisions in that the platinum plan that shit gotta go. Or that shit, what the fuck around happened is the same shit that they did with the Civil Rights Act with that minority shit. No, I don't want no minority shit in none of our provisions. I don't want, because I don't want no humpback, midget, but I don't want nobody to be able to benefit off that shit but black folk. This is why it's important before you start talking about this, you got to read Powernomics, the blueprint for Black Power, so you can understand, nigga, it's certain shit, that shit got to go. We can't talk that shit because the motherfucker shoot states right up under your motherfucker that start giving that shit to white women. Then what? No, that shit got to go, Trump. Stay on the nigga neck. Don't be jeffing. Stay on the nigga neck. Nigga, that shit got to go. Keep stay on the, that's the problem. They know that they throw us a bone and we're gonna emotionally react instead of intelligently respond. That's not enough, Trump. Do better. and keep saying do better to Biden and Trump till them niggas give us exactly what the fuck we want. That's how you get what the fuck you want. Not motherfucker just concede. Well, he gave us the no nigga. That shit is trash. Compare that shit with the contract with Black of America. It's trash. Compare that shit with Powernomics. Both of them trash. So now, nigga, go back to the drawing board and come with something better.
On the table. So see, we keep talking about stuff that's not on the table. The contract with Black America is being implemented into the plan.
It's a reason why Trump reached out to Ice Cube, because people were saying it's not enough.
Exactly. And guess what? He listened, his administration listened, and they implemented it. Bro, I'm not gonna sit here and be an asshole and act like
but when have they presented the revised plan? No.
Oh my God! So, they already announced that they implemented it.
Okay, but until they present it, it's not done.
All right. Well, we'll see. It ain't gonna fucking happen if we don't garner enough fucking support to get this man in office. Because Biden ain't got shit for us. And let me say this too: if y'all let this nigga get in, Biden and Harris get in office. You understand? Don't say shit about Black unity and Black economic growth. Don't say shit about it. Because like I've been saying, it's $500 billion hanging in the line. Biden ain't promising that. So don't talk to me about nothing with Black unity, Black economic growth, or nothing. No more. Don't say shit about it because you don't mean shit by it. Because we actually leverage an opportunity, everybody in the woodworks want to go against it. So don't say shit else about it.
And to be fair, Biden's plan got more minority shit in it than Trump shit do. Way more. It's too much shit for minorities, and it's too many salary cap issues where it's like it's only good if you make this don't make this amount of money and all this little shit. So it's too much red tape in that shit. Now that minority shit, Biden shit is full of minority shit. It's damn. It's got so much minority shit that it's like to lift up every minority and thing.
No guarantees, man.
Well, you understand.
You understand contract Wiki Williams got when Master P was his agent, where it was all incentives, no guarantees, and that's all that is.
Yeah.
So what y'all understand about that minority word? How does that work?
It's open for anyone who classifies under that. That includes white women, women of all races, pretty much, Black people, any immigrants, any religious orientations that are not of the majority, any sexual orientations that are not heterosexual. Includes a lot of stuff.
Okay. So the way that I see it and understand it, how I say that again, D-Red?
I said it's any protected class, like you said. It could be humpbacks, midgets, whatever they choose to add to the minority.
You say protected class?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I never seen us really being protected at all, but from what I do understand, when they tag us with the minority tag, that reads a certain thing to them. It registers different to them than we understand it the way that we use it. So they see it as we are minors. We need assistance. We need help in all things that we do. So we can't move by ourselves. We can't conduct our own communities. We always will need their assistance. We always will need them to parent to us. That's what the fuck that word means, bro, in this political fight. So when you got a motherfucker like Biden, excuse my language, family, when you got a person like Biden out here throwing that word randomly throughout his whole so-called plan for us, you need to really wake up and understand what he really saying. And you can see it all throughout the propositions, because they doing their best to take away any type of anything of control for ourselves and for us rebuilding our communities. Because this is what they've been paying attention to and what we've been saying for the last, good 10 years, trying to rebuild. We need to rebuild. We need to do this. We need to take control of our education system. All these things they've been listening to, they starting to see it in action now. Us separating ourselves from these holidays, us separating ourselves from the system. So what's the drastic plan that they have to do? Come up with something else that will lure us back on in, make sure that we sleep because it sounds good and it tastes good to us. But then once it's settled, it's bitter. We throwing it back up. So now we hungry again. Come on, family. We got to do way better, man.
Yeah, man. I'm just like, we got all this pushback for an election that could benefit us as a whole. So I'm just like at the point where we done plenty of shows going over legislation, going on which side is more beneficial for us. When it come November 3rd and y'all let this motherfucker get in office, I don't want to hear no more talks like this, man. Because you blew it. Because majority of our vote go towards the people that don't give a damn about us, that ain't providing us nothing. It's been like that historically. You understand? And I put this in the group earlier. If they win, I'm blaming y'all. Because because there's no other minority group that vote in the high percentile as you do. Even the Hispanic groups don't even make it to 90%. But every election, you black people, 80, 90%. You look at the Hispanic vote, it's like 50, 60. They split. They split down the middle. Half of them vote conservative, the other half vote Democrat. You understand? Even white people, half of them vote conservative. It's split down the middle. But when it comes to y'all, it's majority. Like you guys are one ticket, Democrat, and it's easily resolved when we looked at the past 50 years of politics and how Democrats have ruined us. When you look at all of the cities with the most violence, that are the most terrible places to live for black people and raise a family, it's Democratic ran. Dallas, Chicago, Illinois, Baltimore, South Central LA. These are all Democratic ran cities. Excuse me. So here we go with Sheikah again. What is it, Sheikah? What is it? The government has control of the resources. We have to have the policy changes in order for those resources to be reallocated to us. Putting a little money in your pocket won't do that. We're not talking about putting a little money in our pocket. See, that's what I'm saying. With the Trump Platinum Plan, $500 billion being allocated towards black people as a whole, right? That's going to benefit us. That's why a lot of people and economists are looking at it as a way for us to leverage a new era of black prosperity unseen in America. Y'all so damn closed-minded. You don't have that coming from the other side. You don't. And again, when he presented that New Deal 3 years ago for prison reform and opportunity zones, he fulfilled them promises. Go to promisecaptIbelieve.org. You can see everything that he promised in his election and when it was passed. So I'm going with the results, bruh. I'm going with action. I'm not going with smooth words. That ain't moving me. You understand? And
I know niggas have smooth words.
He ain't got smooth.
Shit.
He ain't got smooth words. And Trump is behind black politicians such as Kim Classic, Joe Collins, right? These congressmen that are running for office on November the 3rd in these districts. You understand? It's 26 of them. And the Trump administration is funding them, getting them donations, endorsing them. We never seen this.
And look, check this out. To add to what you're saying, what I like about my young brother, my younger brother, Joe Collins, is this. He ain't asked for no money. He out in the streets, family. Matter of fact, he having a meet and greet today. He had one every week since last month, moving around in our communities, having meet and greets so that we can know who he is. Not just reading about him, not have to just look him up. Not only that, he got live streams on Facebook. I'll be tapping in. hear what he's saying, because I like what he's saying. He won't change. He moving in the streets. Is Maxine Waters moving in the streets? No. What did I see yesterday about Maxine Waters? I seen a caravan of people riding around blowing their horns with Maxine Waters signs. That's not what we need from her. Then I just seen Karen Bass, who I unfortunately I voted for once again, another Democrat, right? Who wants to vote yes on Proposition 25 when we absolutely should not be voting yes on Proposition 25. But see, the problem is because we keep putting Democrats in these small seats. This is why we as a people push a Democrat in the presidential seat, because so-called our representatives that we have, like Maxine Waters, Karen Bass, they so-called come from the community. But do they give back to the community? No, they don't. I can vouch for that myself. Literally sitting there talking to and asking questions, and me literally being shunned off. She literally getting a little message in her ear and she going to the next question. Literally. So when I see the control that these pale skins have over our people in this political fight, I have to question our motives and our understanding really what's going on. Do you really understand who you putting in office? Because I thought I did. Now I understand that I didn't know. I didn't have a clue. Now, mind you, this was 4 years ago. Well off into my 30s, going into my 40s, 4 years ago. So at the end of the day, it's like, did I have understanding or didn't I? Was I ignorant to the truth and what was really going on? Or was I just looking at this person looked like me? This person got a little afro. She representing us. So I thought, no, they represent their parties. The Democratic Party is what she represents. She don't represent us as in our community. Maxine Waters, she represents the Democratic Party, not us. So when she wants something done, or she wants something in the community to be challenged or something like that, who does she pay? The ones that got the nonprofit organizations that's supposed to be gang preventions for our youth. When the gangs are still out here killing each other, riding around, gang banging on each other. But the G's supposed to have the nonprofit organization. They supposed to be able to call shots and be able to shut shit down. How come this shit ain't happening like that? Because she still uses them for whenever she wants to, right? And this has been, you can see this shit has been taking place way before Joe Collins even put this shit out on the map. All you have to do is pay attention to what's been going on and how our communities have been stagnant. Why we don't have no youth centers popping like we should have. That's pushing team, technology, engineering, arithmetic, agriculture. You feel what I'm saying? Mathematics, all these things, STEM, science, technology, engineering, right? All these things, we should have centers, youth centers, so that they can go in anywhere they want to, whether it's West LA, Watts, South Central LA, East LA. They got more than 2 or 3 community centers that they can go in and sharpen themselves up, make sure that they getting their minds right to be able to be successful in our communities, to help build up our communities from where it is, where they starting at. This is not what's taking place from these so-called parties, family, whether it's the Republican or the Democratic. But I really can't say and speak for the Republican because the Democrats have been running this shit, California, long as I can, since Reagan. So I'm gonna say this, bro, and I'm gonna digress. For those that's listening to my voice that's in California, in LA right now, pull up Joe Collins, whether it's on Facebook or Google, and pull up Joe Collins meet and greets. You should see a list. Show up today. Show up today. I plan on being there. Yep. I plan on being there.
I'm gonna play his ad, man, because I thought it was very powerful, and so I want to send the brother a donation because he is on the streets and he is getting involved and he is listening to the people, unlike the Democrats that have been ruling for the past 30, 40 years there. You understand? Crime is bad, poverty is bad. When you look at all these cities that's primarily ran by Democrats, it's terrible. It's terrible for our people. Bro, we got to be result based. Right, I'm gonna play this ad, man.
I'm Joe Collins. I'm running for Congress against Maxine Waters. Do you know where I am right now? Maxine Waters' $6 million mansion. Do you know where I'm not right now? Maxine Waters district. Yep, that's right. Maxine does not live in her district, but I do. I was born right here in South LA, in a place Maxine refuses to live. Maxine Waters does not drink our water. She does not breathe our air. And while she sits here in her mansion, our district is in ruins. Let me show you. This is South LA. I was born here. I grew up on 104th and Normandy. Maxine Waters has been in office for 44 years. Has anything got better around here? I can tell you firsthand that it hasn't. I survived a drive-by shooting in this house when I was a child. Gangs, drugs, violence, that was my upbringing. And where was Maxine Waters? Nowhere to be found. I survived Maxine's district. Graduated high school, went on to join the U.S. Navy. I fought for this country. But while I was fighting for this country, Maxine Waters could not be bothered to fight for her own district in America. And when I returned from war, I came back to my community as a war zone. And why doesn't Maxine Waters want to live in her own district? Because she doesn't want to suffer the consequences of her own policies. South Los Angeles has been represented by Maxine Waters for 44 years. What has she done for this district? Just this year, deadly crime spiked 15% in South LA, much of it due to gang activities. The homicide rate in South LA has shot up by 53%. South LA has the highest poverty rate in the city, with a crippling 43% of its residents living below the poverty line. Meanwhile, in LA County has a homeless population of over 40,000 people. Homelessness rates has increased by 264% since 2009. Los Angeles is one of the largest hubs of sex trafficking of young girls and women. LA is in the top 10 least safest cities in America to raise a family. And our schools fail our children. In South LA, 29% of Black children never graduate high school. Look at this. How many little Latino and Black children has been abandoned by Maxine Waters? This is the reality for children every day in Maxine Waters' district. Maxine doesn't care about our district. She only cares about herself and using our tax dollars to buy mansions. When Maxine fails to lead, riots and violence surge in our streets. While our buildings and businesses burn, Maxine sits safe in her mansion, guarded by the same police she demonizes. Maxine has never had to deal with violence or riots in her neighborhood. That must be nice. But this is the way the rest of us lives. We need someone to represent us who lives here, who fights here, who wants to improve our way of life. Someone who understands we need safe streets and a strong economy. Our children should never have to grow up living in fear of being killed, like I did on this block. You send me to Washington, and I'll make sure our children never have to live in a war zone. Unlike Maxine Waters, I know the pain that crime, violence, gangs, homelessness does to our children. I was one of the kids left behind by Maxine Waters. I'm going to fight for safety and dignity for South LA. The only question you need to ask is this. In the last 44 years, where has Maxine Waters been? Our people deserve better. My name is Joe Collins. I'm a veteran, I'm a patriot, and I actually care about our lives in LA. LA deserves better. Let's retire Maxine Waters to her mansion. I'm Joe Collins, and I'm the man to do it.
Man, I mean, I thought that was powerful. I thought that was very powerful. Poignant, to the point. And if I'm in that district I'm voting for Joe Collins now. You know what I'm saying? I ain't waiting. I'm voting for Joe Collins now because the thing is, we got to go off track record in history. He said this woman has been in office for over 40 years. Democratic congressional unit, pretty much, right? And she has done nothing to the betterment of that district. That district has been in hell. That district has increased like 264% homeless rate since 2009.
And now check this out. In the area, she threw up she allowed a center to be built, an employment center, you know, where you can go for those that need to get their high school diploma, they can go there. Those that can get trades, they can go there, blah, 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 right? Boom. Now, that's cool. I appreciate that. That helped out, you know, that part of the community. Well, she's in the suburbs. She don't stay in that community at all in Watts. But what about West LA? Because people that's in West LA that can't get to Watts or that can't come to Watts because of the gang situations and things like that. What about them? So are they just left out? Because we got people over there too in West LA. What about those in downtown, close to downtown LA, right? What about those centers? Like she has enough money and enough power and enough connections to be able to open up all of these trade centers. At least one in each community, fam. In 40 years, she only got one?
Right.
Come on. That's a problem. That's a problem. And bro,
that's the thing though. That goes back to what we've been saying. You know what I'm saying? We gotta. This is why I don't fuck with Joe Biden. You know what I'm saying? Because he's Maxine Waters. He's been in the Senate for 47 years. See, this is the problem with these career politicians. People are saying, how do you know Trump gonna do what he say he's gonna do? We don't fucking know. I mean, even though Jashu will tell you, and I think Jashu need to go over there and read that, where he's talking about Trump track record of doing what he say he need to do, and need to post that in the back chat. But you know what I'm saying? But we can't trust career politicians. That's who we know we can't trust. As the brother just showed with the Maxine Waters clip, we can't trust career politicians. And we never should. Whether Democrat, Republican, you can't trust no damn career politician because they made a career out of making empty promises. They made a career of that shit. That's how they keep getting reelected. If the tide goes this way, they with that. Then if the tide goes this way, then they with that. As Joe Biden is an example of that. You see what I'm saying? I mean, even with all the metrics and the data showed that crack cocaine disproportionately affected the black community, he still passed that crack bill in '86. Even with the metrics showing that, hey, this gonna eventually affect this community, he still passed it. Then he went on to pass the '94 crime bill. But in 2016, he was saying that he stand by the '94 crime bill and '86 crime bill. It wasn't until he decided to run for president that he said that, you know what, I was wrong.
Now, let me say this one more thing before you go in again, Yashu. Now, this is what I appreciate about this brother Joe Collins. He's moving in our community and he's meeting us. He's not hiding behind the camera. He's not doing these pop-up, meet and greets or pop-up little show, where he speak, and it's a few people there because nobody knew about it. No, he giving us an opportunity to get ourselves together, to go ask questions, whatever we want to ask, anything that we need to know about him, and understand who he is, understand that he fighting for us, understand that he rocking with us, understand that why he's here trying to, change. It's actually coming from the president himself right now. I'm not saying that I'm voting for President Trump, but when I tell you these policies and when I tell you certain individuals that that's actually moving around in the community, like Joe Collins, that'll be the only individual that I'll actually vote for. The person that I'll actually vote for. Why? Because I can actually shake his hand. I can ask him a few questions. I can talk to him. I can see, just like I seen with Karen Bass, and she let me down. Now I have my own, once again, moving around, got my attention. You feel what I'm saying? I like what he's saying. So he's gonna get my vote. You understand? And now I'll have an opportunity to sit back and see. And then not only that, I can also reach out to him because I also sent him my email, letting him know, brother, you can come sit down at my table and meet me and my family. This is how important it is for me to actually have a relationship with that man, because I want to actually see some change in my community before I'm up out of here. Because I have 7 children plus 3 grandbabies that I'm leaving behind once I'm out of here. And I want to make sure that they're in a great position, not a privileged position, but a great and fair position to be able to help their community to grow and not be stagnant like we've been seeing the last fucking 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. I digress.
Right. I want to, hey, Sheikah, man, you capping for the Democrats again? Didn't you learn your lesson yesterday? He back here capping for Democrats. Stop it. Democrats are bad for black people. Their policies disproportionately hurt us as a whole. They're against the nuclear family. They're pro-abortion. They're pro-illegal immigration. Stop it. Just stop. And to see, this is the women I'm talking about. She's a liberal woman on here trying to fight for the same thing and advocate for the same thing that's been decimating us. Can y'all believe that, man? But I'm going to show y'all a conservative black woman that's doing the opposite. Is actually trying to fight for the upliftment of Baltimore. So let me get into that. The blacks in Baltimore. Let's get it. Let me share my screen. You know what I'm saying? That's why they don't like Candace Owens said, no society will survive without a strong man. Without a strong man. Yet you got people on the left trying to destroy the black males. You know what I'm saying? Put the black males down. Remove them from the scene. Get rid of nuclear families. It's an agenda, man.
Keith Raniere is the most horrific cult leader. He was someone that I really trusted.
You care about Black lives? I do. And unlike the people that currently run Baltimore, I actually have a plan to make life better for Black people here. Walk with me. I want you to see this. I'm Kim Klacik. This is Baltimore, the real Baltimore. This city was once among the most prosperous, populated, and powerful cities in America. So what happened? Our leaders abandoned us and Baltimore fell into ruin. But it doesn't have to be this way. None of this has to be this way. A broken Baltimore does not have to be our future. And that's why I'm running for Congress, because I see the city differently. I walk the streets of Baltimore and see what could be. I want you to see what I see. I see Baltimore that picks up trash. There are piles of garbage all around Baltimore. It makes life unsafe for our families. I'll work with city leaders to get Baltimore's Solid Waste Bureau the resources it needs to take out the trash. Our streets should be a reflection of our leaders. Clean, not dirty. Much of our trash gathers in abandoned homes. There are over 17,000 abandoned buildings in Baltimore. They are a scar on the face of our city. I will support tax credits and incentive programs to give residents a chance to buy and rehabilitate these homes.
That is huge. That's huge. You understand? And that's basically what Trump is doing with the Opportunity Zone, giving tax incentives and tax credits for people to come in and buy this stuff. And we got to jump on it. Because y'all want to say, well, the Chinese man going to get on it. No, nigga, get on your job. And you go do this. And clean up your own goddamn community. It's your job to leverage this shit. I'm tired of y'all waiting on somebody else to do it for you. And the opportunity is there. These people are there. The policy is there. But you got these liberals that's trying to take this from you because they would rather sit and eat off the welfare state than be self-productive, self-sufficient.
Everyone deserves a safe community and a chance at home ownership. Let's put the charm back in Charm City. Who will live in these homes? The newly employed constituents of Baltimore City. This district needs more jobs. The best way to get them is by having businesses invest in our community. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act gives federal tax incentive to derive private investment into opportunity zones, just like Baltimore.
That the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is going to be repealed day one of the Biden administration. The very act that can help us reclaim and buy back the block, like D-Red says. And she said the people that are going to live in these homes are the local people in Baltimore. You understand? That are going to be employed in constituents. You understand? We just got to be active. She throwing the alley-oop. It's up to.
Yeah. Is it me?
Nah, he cut out.
Okay. Yeah, because what's crazy is now just imagine, right? Just imagine.
Y'all couldn't hear me? Shit.
No, you got cut out for a second. But go ahead. I'll wait till you finish.
No, I was saying that the Biden administration is going to repeal the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which is the very thing that we're using to take our blocks back. They're throwing us the alley-oop. It's up to us to slam the damn ball. You understand?
So let me tell you what I see, right? Let me tell you the game plan that I see, right? So in order to actually be heard, right, as far as a president like Trump, he know he can't send nobody that look like him into our communities. He can't. We're not gonna listen to them. The fuck? So who is he sending? He's sending some young, intelligent, well thought out, good speakers into our communities to try and get us to understand the plan that we don't understand, right? Because this is what I'm starting to see, like from the few people that I've seen that's running for these offices are people that look like you and me, whether they male or females. And at the end of the day, they are the only ones that can actually understand the type of structure that we need, the type of organizations, the type of programs that we need to help us to rebuild. I can't look for it. I'm getting it now. I can't look for it for others that is not in our community, that don't know nothing about our community, that haven't been raised in our communities, right? Kamala Harris, she wasn't raised in our community, family. She don't know a damn thing about our communities. Joe Collins, Normandy, 104th. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's the hood, bro. You understand? So he got to understand it. And he's coming back, walking the streets, these very streets, getting to know us so that we can understand, like, look, bro, I'm rocking with y'all. Look, family, y'all got some support here. Then I'm seeing the sister out in Baltimore. She trying to clean up the street from the trash first. Then, you know what I'm saying, from what she talking about to opening up buildings so that we can have some places to work and live.
Right.
Like, what the hell? You ain't seen this shit from no Republican, no Democrat at that in none of these places that we've seen it. From California to Baltimore, where she at.
It's a fact, man. That's a fact. But you got people attacking people that are trying to have our best interests at heart. This is ridiculous.
Baltimore. Who will work in all of these new jobs if we don't have an educated workforce? 9 out of 10 Black boys in Baltimore are not reading at grade level.
She's focusing on Black boys. Like, this is it's unseen. Let me keep going.
Over a dozen high schools in Baltimore have zero students proficient in math. This is a tragedy. We can end the school to prison pipeline with school choice, providing.
She's targeting the school to prison pipeline, man. Something that directly affects Black males.
Who created the school to prison pipeline?
We understand who created it, brother.
Yeah, I know, but that's the point. I just bringing it up just so people can understand.
But she's actively attacking it, while the women on the liberal side are excusing it. You understand? She went live with a bunch of liberal women and they attacked her, saying nobody black voted for you. But she's putting in policy and advocating policy to help black people and black boys and black males. And we read the article about how black males are the least successful in this country. Least likely to succeed in this country. It's a big difference between what these black conservative women are pushing and what these black liberal women are pushing. Huge difference.
Yeah.
Parents with options to escape schools that do not serve our children.
Let's say Baltimore better for our kids. Isn't that the point? That's my vision for Baltimore. The corrupt leaders hate it. They attack me for taking a stand, for wanting better for our people, our children, our communities. But I'm not the only one who wants better.
Tens of millions of you have shared the struggle of black people in Baltimore. You lifted our voices. You cared about our black lives more than our own Democrat leaders. They have done nothing for us. Now they can't hide. It's time for change. We are that change.
I'm Kim Klacik, and I'm running for Congress because I actually care about black lives. All black lives matter. Our communities matter. We matter. And Baltimore doesn't have to vote Democrat.
Now, I want let me check the comments. Let me check the comments.
Yeah, we need to endorse her too. We need to push her. We need all that got a message for our community. We need to be backing them and pushing them, because I don't believe our people really understand and know who is there for them. I think they going off of propaganda right now, bro.
Right. And when we look at the Democratic side, Yashar, what are they talking about? Rights for LGBT, woman suffrage. They never focus on the black family structure as a whole, and they damn sure don't focus on black males. You understand?
Yeah, hell no.
This sister said black. Go ahead, David.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? Like, stuff like that really like inspires me, because on the left, these women ain't doing none of this shit. They not addressing none of these problems that are directly affecting boys. And like I said, it's been proven that black males are the least likely to succeed in America. It's been proven.
And like I said yesterday, when we was talking about this, I said flat out, I said, look, if we stop and look at, I even gave the example of what happened in Mississippi, that chicken factory. I said, so what if that happens, that's replicated all over the country, but illegal immigrants get the jobs taken, and they have to get those jobs to black people back then specifically. What does that do? That makes black women, and see, this is what I'm talking about when I say black people don't understand about a vote. They vote against their own best interest. They don't understand politics. They're politically ignorant. So now those black men got these $15, $16, $17, $18 an hour jobs. Now what happens? Now those men become more viable men for black women to marry. You wonder why you're not getting married? Because the black unemployment rate is high. It's Dr. Clayton Edison says it's approximately like 36%, because they don't factor in the people that stop those jobs. They don't even factor those people in the equation. So the black unemployment rate is higher than what they say it is, especially within the male demographic. So now what you do, you put those black men back to work. So now black women have more viable options. Yes, black women are becoming more educated. But like we said, they're becoming more educated in jobs like teachers and things of that nature, with a good job. But so say the sister's making $50,000 a year. You see what I'm saying? The brother now he got this job. He's making $16 an hour, $17 an hour. Now he becomes a viable option for that sister to marry. So now they put their money together through the Teacher Next Door program. She gets to get a house that was probably $100,000. She gets her 30% off of that. So now she's getting a house at $70,000. Now guess what? Now they're homeowners within the very community. Now that's how you raise the standard. You see what I'm saying? You're not gonna go no higher than the standard of your man. You see what I'm saying? As a people, you're never gonna go no higher than the standard of your man. You know what I'm saying? Because your woman, we need to look at the Native Americans as an example. For all my Abo brothers that may be listening, you know what I'm saying? You know what happened to a lot of groups that they call the 5 civilized tribes? A lot of those tribes were matriarchal. What did they do? We're talking history here. This is pure history. What they would do was, because the women ended up marrying their daughters off to these Europeans. Now, under their system, the woman's brother had more say so than the father. The mother side of the family, because I just said the mother side of the family had more say so than the father. So the grandmother, the whoever had more say so than the father. Long story short, the dark skinned people in these particular tribes ended up getting replaced by more of a mulatto type class or octoroon type class that eventually ended up turning on and enslaving the darker skinned people, members of the own very same tribe. So what I'm saying to you is, historically, when women have run societies, those societies turn on their head, and the enemies, it's easy for the enemy to creep in and flip the whole civilization upside down. This is history. I'm not telling you my opinion. I'm not telling you what I think. I'm not telling you what I feel. I'm telling you the historical fact, the historical reality that you can look up in any, you can look it up. So what I'm saying to you is, we have got to see and realize that this is what they're running the same trick on us. Strip the men of power and flip the women on his head so they can infiltrate the whole community and destroy the community as a whole. The Democrats are the same Dixiecrats that they've been since the end of Reconstruction. You know what I'm saying? They're the same Dixiecrats. They just taken a Fabian socialist model where they will destroy you over time through incremental steps. Go study Fabian socialism. The symbol is the turtle, because their goal is to destroy you or destroy that particular society over time. You see what I'm saying? It's not going to be a Bolshevik revolution like that happened in Russia. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be by step by step by step, by policy by policy by policy, and before you know it, you look up, you're not even in the same damn place no more. So we've got to understand that a lot of these people's goal is the destruction of the family unit. You can see that when Shaw was talking about some of the things about them confiscating property and things of that nature. That's communism. That's socialism. You can read that in Karl Marx's work, and part of the Communist Manifesto is the destruction of the family unit. This is what, when people would be talking about advocating this political brand of socialism, they don't even understand what they advocate. They're advocating for the destruction of the family. That's why you see that in Venezuela. That's why you see that shit in Cuba. That's why you see that shit in these countries, even in this hemisphere. The family unit be decimated. The middle class gets decimated. You see what I'm saying? That's the reason why when you go to places like Florida, a lot of those Hispanics, like when Yeshua was talking about the Hispanic vote is not a monolith. That's what he's talking about. Because those people that come from Venezuela, those people that come from Cuba, they seen and lived the devastation that they're trying to warn you against. They lived it. So they don't want to replicate that here. They just fled that. So why would they want to see this country turn into that? That's the reason why a lot of the Cubans and the Venezuelans and those people, they don't vote Democrat at all. You see what I'm saying? So we've got to understand and realize what we're voting for. We got to do more study and more research, because we don't read. And I'm going to echo what I said last time, and then I'm going to fall back. When Irritated Genius said, niggas be talking about slavery, but niggas don't read. So niggas don't know what slavery was. And if you don't know what slavery was, how do you know when it's over? If you're not reading these policies, if you're not reading this shit and then doing the research, finding the data and looking into this shit, you don't even know what the hell you're really voting for. You're voting purely off of emotion. You know what I'm saying? And I warn anybody that emotionally reacts instead of intelligently responding, you are a detriment to our community. I'll fall back.
Hey, and Sheikah is representing the Black liberal women of America in the comments. She is fighting everything that was just played and displayed on the screen. She in the
Say,
comment.
give her the link. Let her jump on.
She was on here yesterday. You understand? And she's saying, what was her plan for black boys? First of all, it was an ad. She was giving a summary of what she was doing. Secondly, if you bring back black employment and you bring back black home ownership, that's going to help the children, because now you bringing back nuclear families and you have stronger households and have a stronger economical base. That's just common sense, right? And then she's talking about school choice, being able to pull your children, like you said yesterday, you don't give a damn, you want to keep your children there, out of a failing school and go into a successful one. You could disagree, charter, private, charter, or public, but at least you have the option to take them out of a failing school, because the system we have now, you're locked into your district, you're locked into your zip code. But under this new policy, we're able to take those children out of those failing schools, and those failing schools deserve to be closed because they're failing. We need to go off performance, not your feelings. Oh, well, this school is where I needed to be. No, we don't care about that. We want our children to be successful, right? And that's what she's supporting. That's what the sister is supporting. She said the black constituents, right? The people that are going to get employed are going to benefit from that. Go ahead.
This where I would have to say about that. No, I don't agree with closing our schools. If they failing, we get rid of those that's in there, that's so-called teachers or instructors. We keep the school. We get rid of the so-called teachers, because the teachers is who are failing our children, not the school.
No,
right?
But you're sure. It's hold on. Let me say this real quick. Right.
Go ahead.
It's the simple fact that how long is that going to take before that school gets reformed? I don't want my child to be in that failing school and he become a detriment and he fails or she fails because she's in that school waiting on it to be reformed and replace teachers. I'd rather snatch his ass out of there and put him somewhere he gonna succeed at, or she gonna succeed at.
Now, this is the problem with that, bro. And this has been our problem throughout our entire time of being mixed with these individuals. When we take our children out of our schools and our communities and we put them somewhere else into their systems and their communities, now we have the problem, because now our children get that racist BS, you know what I'm saying? That stereotypical, where you going, boy? What you doing in my neighborhood, boy? Like, my boys don't need that. My kids don't need that when they trying to develop themselves mentally, you know what I'm saying? And become an asset to our community, not a menace to society.
But
right?
Those aren't the schools that the kids will be put into. A lot of the charter schools are developed in those communities. See, like, the issue with public schools isn't the teachers. These teachers have classes that are well beyond the sizes that they should be, and they don't have the tools that they need. The issue has always been with the administration of them. Like, we literally had more administrators than we had teachers. Administrators are supposed to manage the teachers. You don't need more managers than you have employees. You know what I mean? And that doesn't make any sense. And that's the issue. Like, my nephew goes to charter school. This is an all-black charter school. All black. Started out of a Catholic church, but it's all black. They teach Christian values, of course, but it's not like they're sitting in there teaching them white perspective, this white. No, they're teaching them all the proper skills they need to achieve at the highest level, because we have to understand that it's at those beginning stages, not towards the end, where the kids get left behind. The kid ain't failed to learn how to read in high school. He failed to learn how to read in elementary, and they just passed them on along. You see what I'm saying? So these charter schools teach kids the appropriate ways of learning that are targeted towards how certain kids learn, because there's certain kids that learn better through oratory fashion. There's certain kids that learn better hands-on. There's certain kids that just learn by watching you do it, and then they can imitate it. They focus on trying to teach those kids in the areas that they best learn in. And I mean, it's just way better. I mean, you got, like, for instance, my nephew classes, I think it's like 15 kids, 2 teachers. So now you can divvy up this classroom and teach some kids that are lagging behind more on the things that they're lagging behind, but then you can teach the kids that are excelling on the level they're excelling on. Like, he has a program where the kids are pushed to achieve the highest level they can. So it's not like, okay, well, you have this kid who's failing way behind. He's holding back this kid who's very smart. No, the kid who's very smart will go as far as he can go in that school year. And then the next year, you're constantly pushing them. So I'm just saying, from my experience with it, personal experience with it, that charter school has been far better. They're not being forced these homosexual agendas. They're not being forced any of this type of stuff. They're just being taught the things that I appreciate them being taught, like strong, whether I agree with the Christian values of the major community in America, those values are still better than the values being pushed by the left and regular school is now, because, like I said, they're infiltrated with all of these leftist ideologies with LGBTQ and all that.
They want to teach, James, they want to teach our children that slavery was a migratory event, that we were just migrants. They don't want
exactly. The left did try to take that out of the school books, that we were, and that's only to push further people of color issues, and not have to deal with anything that's specific to us, because now we're no longer slaves, we're migrant workers.
Now, James, I can agree with you on the charter schools, because I actually have one that's in charter school now, and one that actually graduated from a charter high school, right? And she graduated high honors. So, you know, the curriculum and everything that they do there, it's all college prep. So it was an awesome experience for her and for my 10th grader now. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, they can't do the schooling thing. They have to do the homeschooling now, which is what we actually did. Was for 5 years we homeschooled our babies. And so my baby was like, well, I want to go back to school for my senior year so that, you know, I can, you know, enjoy the senior activities, right? And so I was like, you know, that's cool. That sounds good. Me and wife, you know, we agreed to it. So we allowed her to go ahead and do her thing. So she went through it, graduated, experienced it, but they shut it down. So she didn't get a chance to experience the graduation part. She didn't get a chance to experience the prom, right? She got a chance. I don't even think she even did the homecoming, bro. You know what I'm saying? So like, it really just killed her whole high school experience. But at the same time, I understand clearly what you're saying. And this is another reason why they're attacking the so-called charter schools here in California, because our kids are testing higher than theirs. In the LA Unified School District, their scores are so fucking low, it ain't even funny, yo. And like, and it's because of the overpopulation, right? It's because of the lack of, you know, qualified, and I'm gonna keep it real, qualified teachers that actually care. You have a few that actually give a damn, that don't give a damn about what they're making, as long as the children are actually learning and they make it fun for us to learn. But not all are like that, right? Not all are there, you know, for the betterment of our community and the betterment of our youth that's coming up. They there just for a paycheck. And that's just the truth of it.
Right. Everything you're saying right now, you got Sister Sheikah contesting every damn thing you saying, man. She's the model. She embodies Black liberal women. It's a panel full of males trying to basically be solution orientated and actually show, improve, and give it, exemplify what is best for our people. And she's in the comments all damn day trying to attack that. Like, what the hell is wrong? I showed you a Black woman in Baltimore trying to push to help the Black community in Baltimore. You had something to say about that. Got something to say about school choice. What is wrong with you, man? Because, okay, let's say you don't agree with charter schools. You still got the opportunity to take your damn child out of that failing school and put them in another school, regardless if it's charter or public. You still have that opportunity.
Well,
let me explain to you. Let me explain to you something. To shoot. My family has been in education since my great grandmother. What you dealing with? My brother's a principal in Atlanta, PhD. My cousin Ebony, she's a master's degree teacher. Shit, who else? I got a bunch of teachers. My Uncle Vince is a professor at Northwestern. My uncle, other uncle, he a professor of whatever the fuck he is at the University of Memphis. I forgot what he is. My Uncle Vince is a professor in engineering. My Aunt Louise, before she died, she was the dean of nursing at the University of Chicago. You know what I'm saying? So what happens is with this education shit, they go to a lot of workshops. I'm pretty sure she'll agree with that. They go to a lot of workshops. In those workshops, they push a lot of socialist. They don't realize what they're being pushed towards, but they push a lot of socialist shit on them. My brother talks about this. Me and my brother talk about this all the time. They push a lot of socialist stuff on them within those workshops. They push a lot of why we got to teach them about LGBTQ. They'll be telling them why they have to do that, why that's important. You know what I'm saying? You go to these workshops enough, as my brother said, you go to that shit enough, you'll start believing that shit. You go to enough of these workshops, you'll start believing everything that if your mind is not, my brother is just the type that reads outside of that. So if they tell him this, and they give him all the information on this particular demographic, my brother's good. When he leaves there, he's gonna go read. If they give him 10 books on this, he's gonna go read 10 books of the opposite. See, that's what he does. So he's always able to stay balanced. But a lot of these teachers and these people in the education system, they don't do that. They just believe what they say lockstep and become good soldiers. That's why you'll notice a lot of the people that were saying Kamala Harris was just doing her job when she was a prosecutor. A lot of those people, a lot of those black women are teachers. So what ends up happening to how a lot of black women become teachers? They'll go to school for what we talked about the other day, art, music, dance, whatever the hell. Can't find no job in that. So what's the next thing you do?
Teaching.
You go become a teacher.
Right.
You don't love teaching. It's just that you got a 4-year degree. You can go get your teaching cert, and you can become. My sister Dawn's a teacher. Her husband's a teacher. You see what I'm saying? But my family went into it to become teachers. You see the difference? Because they come from a legacy of educators, so they like being teachers. That's something that they aspire to be. But my sister Dawn said the problem is not that people are teachers. The problem is a lot of these people. This is coming from my sister, who's a master's degree educator.
Hey, she could go in right now while you talking, bro.
She said, my sister says is that the people don't have a passion for teaching. And my sister Dawn, and her husband say the same thing. They went to school for teaching, so they wanted to be educated. She said, my classes always excel. The classes that don't excel, she said, just looking at her school in a microcosm, is the people who went to school for other shit, and the only job that they can get. Somebody told them, girl, I want you to be a teacher. And then they was like, okay, go get your teaching cert. Now they're a teacher. Those are the classes that are failing. Those are the people the teachers, the educators that are bringing the whole school down. Because my brother-in-law, he teaches at Madison High School, right there in the hood. He said the same thing. He's like, yep. He said the teacher, all of the teachers that actually went to school to be teachers, they don't mind being there. They're actually coming up with different kind of ways and creative ways to teach their kids and do all this type of shit. But the overall score of the school comes down because of the teachers that she really wanted to be teaching dance, but now they stuck her ass teaching history, and she don't want to teach no damn history.
Yeah.
But the school had to cut funding on dance, so now she's stuck teaching history. So that's the problem. So that's what we got to look at. So that's why I said it's a lot of nuances with this teaching shit, with the school shit. There's a lot of different nuances and factors. And charter schools a lot of the times recruit teachers that went to school to teach. So if they're gonna get better teachers because they're getting the teachers that went to school to teach. A lot of these public schools are just getting teachers that went to school for some other shit, and the only thing they could do with that degree was teach. They didn't. That's not their passion. That's not something that they want to do. It's just something that they had to do because they couldn't find no other job. There was no other thing that they could do with that degree. And so that's why it's important what you said, what we brought up the other day about actually going to school for something that's actually a viable economic viable economic way to live, as opposed to just going to school to get any old degree, thinking that you're going to be able to do something with that degree. It's important for our people to actually know what to go to school for. And if you want to be educated, there's nothing wrong with that. But we need to be pushing the people that want to be educators to be educated, or maybe good at teaching and creative at teaching to be educated. And the ones that are not educated, education minded as far as teaching it, go into those other degrees, you know what I'm saying, and don't go to school to get no damn degree in art.
Yeah.
You
That's
see
why
what I'm
I said
saying?
we're not priority based. We need to become priority based. Right now, our economics suck. We don't have a lot of capital. So what we should be doing is focusing on those degrees with the high payouts. And quite frankly, it's not art and education. It's not. Those degrees are not going to give you them high payouts. It's very unlikely for you to make six figures. And if you can get 10 families making six figures, man, you're talking about $1 million within 1 year. That's the best way for us to accrue and amass wealth. You know what I'm saying? So get out. All these people need to get out their feelings. We talking about things that are practical. Become more pragmatic and utilitarian. That's going to always be the message here. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm for people like Joe Collins. That's why I'm for people like Kim Classic, right? Because they're actually being pragmatic with their models. They're showing you how the model is going to work. You understand? And you got to understand something. When we're dealing with government not going to guarantee outcome. It's up to us to guarantee the outcome. That's the part black people scared of, because they want to sit back and hope somebody throws some magical beans out the window and you know, Jack and the Beanstalk all over again. We get the golden goose. That's not how it works. That's not how politics never worked. They create the policy, which is the alley-oop. It's up to us to slam the ball in the hoop, man. Y'all not understanding that. Y'all want the magical pill. You understand? Y'all want the magical remedy to get out this situation. It's gonna take work. It's gonna take participation, man. It's gonna take hours and hours and hours and blood and tears, man, to get this thing done. Like what she proposed to rebuild Baltimore. You think that shit gonna happen overnight? You understand? It take black entrepreneurs and people that are business minded to come in and buy back the block. You understand? All you people that's just laying on some female's couch all week, you're not gonna be the one fit for the situation. You're gonna fall behind, and that's why a lot of people are against it, because they understand it's not just a handout. It's something that we have to be active in. Buying back the block, we have to be active, and we have to be pragmatic to even make that feasible and happen. Yes, they can pass policies and laws, but if we're not active, you understand? What's wrong with black people? We're reactive. We're not proactive. You understand? So once we get proactive, that's when we can take back the block. You know what I'm saying? And stop gentrification. Once we start putting these strong nuclear families that are making six figures each back into the community, that's when we're going to raise the property value. Because nobody wants to live in a community where your property value is low. Let's stop playing games here. Who wants to buy a house for $300,000 and your property value plummets because of crime, trash, drugs? Who wants to do that?
People not taking care of their houses.
You see what I'm saying?
All types of
But
stuff
see,
that bring your property
and
value
that's why it's
down in the
important.
black community, because a lot of black folks don't own it to care about it in their community. They
Yep,
rent.
I was just about to say that. They rent a renter. I just said that yesterday, James. I told him, I said, a renter is not as invested in that particular community as a homeowner. That's why it's important to increase. If you want schools and everything else to go up in the hood. Increase home ownership in the hood. Once you increase home ownership in the hood and make sure the people that work for FedEx, UPS, Home
And you need
Depot,
more
whatever.
upstanding males examples in the hood to protect that.
Yep, exactly. And once you get that and you secure the nuclear family, that's why I said it's important. Those $16, $17 an hour jobs that motherfuckers try to poo-poo on and be like, we need to push entrepreneurship. Yeah, nigga, but everybody ain't gonna be no entrepreneur. That's in every society. No, everybody's ain't owning no damn business. That's unrealistic. So we need people that's gonna work those jobs at the chicken factories and the little places like that. We need those jobs. We need those people to work those jobs. You know what I'm saying? Now, but we need those people to be paid a good wage, and that's what happens when you stop illegal immigration. But once that guy making that $16, $17, $18 an hour, guess what? Now he's a viable option for that sister who's a teacher, because with his overtime, him working 50 hours a week, more than likely in those type of jobs, they work at least 50 hours a week. He's bringing home a decent little check. He's bringing home a decent check every week, every 2 weeks. He's bringing home a decent check. Now she can save her money. He can pay they can get them a nice little house, like I just said. She do the Teacher Next Door program. She get a third off of her house. Now they got them a 4-bedroom, 2-bath house in the hood. You know what I'm saying? That's nice. That and they doing their thing. And those two as a couple are gonna be more inclined to go up to Worthing, you know what I'm saying, or Jones or Yates. You see what I'm saying? And be like, look, y'all gotta get this shit together. And they're gonna be on them teachers next and the administration at those schools next to improve the quality of education. All of it becomes a trickle. All of it becomes a trickle up situation. You stop immigration. You increase the marriageability of black men to black women. You shrink that wealth gap between black men and black women, and now those people are more likely moving forward with marriage, because the number one breakup, the number one reason for divorce is economics in the black community. So once you employ more black, this is why I say we the only people that vote against our own best interest, and black women will vote against their own best interest, not realizing those. When you look at the data, illegal immigration disproportionately affects black men, period. You increase the marriageability of those black men by getting those men those jobs, which increases the marriage base for black women, which will in turn make the household more stable. It will raise more stable kids, and in turn be able to hold the rest of the administrations and institutions within the community accountable. It's a trickle up situation. Just that one thing trickles up everything.
Right.
Wait, hold on. What she saying? What is she talking about? New structures, etc. Raise property value and raise mortgages.
Well, she's saying that she's pretty much saying in a nutshell that we don't got the money to buy our block back. That's what I get from that. And the way we get the money to buy our blocks back is that we support the people that's going into these trades, going into these degrees, pushing black entrepreneurship so they can move in and buy back the block. You understand? That's how we do it. If you have that loser mentality, the defeatist mentality, we ain't gonna get no damn where. Like I said, all government can do is provide policy. They do not owe us an outcome. We determine the outcome. You understand? Government is not a magic bean that gets thrown out your window and create the damn beanstalk.
But remember, I told you. Remember, I told you this, Jashu. We still slaves, brother. Remember, I told you this. I see a slave don't want no responsibility. A slave likes depending on massa because guess what? The master provide their food, clothing, and shelter. That's what the slave got in return for their labor.
Process. That's that minority thought process, bro.
Exactly. So the slave master provides all this stuff for you. So she don't want the responsibility because see, guess what? If the black man is employed at those chicken factories, little lumber yards, and things like that, he's making $16, $17 an hour. Guess what? Now the black woman has to be held to a standard now. Because this black man ain't just a brother on the street, he ain't just no bum dude, like as you said, just sleeping on the couch playing PlayStation. He's not no bum brother no more. So now it's a standard now. Now daddy's home. You see what I'm saying? It's like when Good Times, when the Thelma's dating some dude, and before James come home from work, and the dude come in and he's smooth talking to everybody, and they got everybody laughing, everybody, ha ha ha. You want some chicken? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Miss Evans. I sure that chicken sure smell good, Miss Evans. And he's sweet talking to everybody. Everybody think, oh man, he cool, man, he cool. Then James come through the door like, who is this nigga sitting at my goddamn table? Oh James, oh this is Ernest. He's trying to take Thelma out. He said he liked Thelma. He loved Thelma. Well, shit, nigga, who is you? I don't know you, nigga. What you do? What you plan on doing for my daughter? What you trying to do? He is a standard now. Now he's asking him, nigga, what is you trying to do? What's your plan? You know what I'm saying? What's your reason being here? Why you like my daughter? Now he asking questions. He don't give a damn about laughing and kicking and cocking and hot sauce in your purse. And he ain't laughing about, he not caring about Bill Clinton playing the saxophone. And he ain't worried about none of that shit. He ain't worried about Kamala Harris walking off Air Force One with the Timberland boots on. He ain't worried about how smooth Barack Obama look in that suit and how he be strutting, got that Negro strut. He ain't worried about that shit. See, daddy home now. You see what I'm saying? And so that's the biggest threat. Daddy home. And that's what that's why a lot of black women don't want to vote for some of the things that I would just keep pushing this illegal immigration thing. That's why they don't. That's why a lot of black women support the illegal immigration, because they don't want daddy to come home. See, once daddy come home, the standards get raised. That's what Ice Cube is an example of. When daddy come home, Ice Cube is an example. When daddy come home, nigga, what are you finna do for me? You want to marry my daughter, nigga? What's this beneficial for the family? You want my vote, nigga? What you want? How's it gonna benefit us? Trump? Oh, Biden, you want our vote? Okay, what's in it for us, nigga? Oh, you know what I'm saying? That's what happens when daddy come home, and so that is become the biggest threat to the Democratic Party when daddy come home. You see what I'm saying? And that's what they're afraid of.
Yeah, I mean, that would behoove a liberal woman to vote against it. Anything that would uplift that, because all I'm seeing in the comments from this chick is that we can't do it, or if they bring new structures, that's going to raise taxes, and we can't pay them taxes. But everything you say is defeatism. So I guess we should just stay.
Well, everything she's talking about, that's what fucking. Excuse me.
You good, brother? Where you go? Yashar. But yeah, man, she over here talking.
Yeah, my bad. If that's what she's doing, right? If she's supporting Biden, that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna up the taxes. That's what he's talking about doing. Did you not just understand, or she might have missed it? You know what I'm saying? That proposition said that it's gonna be for commercial, right? They're gonna change the taxes from the commercial in the industrial. He's gonna change that. Why is he changing that? Because Trump raised it. Now, because they got to pay more taxes than before. They don't like that shit. So you're saying that with them building new structures, they're going to tax us more? Right? Is that what you're saying? Or they're not going to tax us more, Sheikah? What are you saying? Because from what I understand, no matter what you're talking about and how you see it, they upping them taxes against us, especially if the Democrats get in there. It ain't gonna be no more tax to where that they can see the reason that Trump was able to get through that tax loop was because of Biden and his bullshit policy. So now, because Trump benefited from it, now we got to change the shit. So when they change it, right? When they change the shit, what you think they're gonna change it to? It's not going to benefit us. We're not in the rich class, upper class, nor the middle class. We're at the bottom of the bottom in their system. So explain to me, right, how a person who making sure we're at the bottom through his policies is somehow all of a sudden then got to change your heart. Explain that, Sister Sheikah. I definitely would like to hear and understand.
Yeah, man. I mean, she been capping the whole time. She been capping the whole time in the comments, man. She pretty much saying without saying that she gonna support the Democrats regardless, right? I want to address what she said here. A renter should not have to fix up a home they are renting. The homeowner is responsible for that. So what they do is buy homes in our neighborhoods for the low, move people in, and don't take care of them. See, you know what you just did there? The shift of blame, right? If you living in a property, you got to take care of that property while you living in it. You understand? And if I'm not mistaken, you can get kicked out of a place for that. You can violate your lease agreement for not taking care of the property, man.
Well, who moves into any establishment just to tear it up? What are you talking? That don't even, sister. Please,
but this is what I'm saying.
Please restate that, please. That don't even make no sense.
But this is the thing. Okay, yeah, we know it's the owner's property to take care of. That's not what we're talking about. This is what I'm saying. We can't. This is what happens. This is why you gotta. We're on topic, right? She goes off topic to get us talking about some shit that don't have nothing to do. That shit don't got nothing to do with nothing. That's like the understood you in a sentence. I use it all the time. We know that shit, but we know that they the tenants. We're not talking about that. We talking about how to increase ownership in the hood. We don't give a fuck about whose responsibility is to fix the house up. We don't give a fuck about that. That's not even. That don't have nothing to do with what we're talking about.
When I start renting my homes out, I'm gonna have a lease agreement. You got to take care of my damn property. Don't give a care what nobody say. You know what I'm saying? That's just
we know. We talking about when we say talk about take care of property, meaning we know that if the air conditioner break, it's the owner's job to fix the air conditioner. We know that shit.
Yeah, but that happens. That goes without saying. They do that.
That's my point.
That you written.
That's my point.
She being.
That's my point. That's my point. That's why I said you can't get caught up in that, because what happens is now we're talking about that shit instead of talking about what we were talking about, because she don't have no point. So it's just find little anything to throw something against the wall and hope it stick and hope to get us off subject and get us talking about that. That's irrelevant. I don't know no damn landlord who, if an air conditioner break, they ain't fixing it. If the roof is leaking, they ain't gonna fix it. I haven't seen that shit yet. Not here in Texas. Nah, what they do someplace else, I don't know about that. You know what I'm saying? But I know laws down here, they got laws against that shit down here.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So you can't do that down here. So that's irrelevant. You know what I'm saying? Now it's the tenant's job to upkeep the yard, the grass and the stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? To keep the basic maintenance of the house. That's their job. Change the air filters, stuff like that. Unless you work that out in your damn agreement.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So no. So that has nothing to do with nothing. This is what I'm saying. Not wanting responsibility. It falls on us to do the legwork and do the footwork and get our boots on the ground and do what needs to be done to make sure we are in a better place. They can implement laws, but we have got to realize that those laws are not those laws. That's why it's important to policy over personality, policy over party. Just look at the policies and see how they adversely affect it. Do some real research. This is why I say not emotionally reacting, but intelligently responding. Do some research, do some studying, look at the data, see who it affects, and then move accordingly to that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Period.
And a lot of black people could be owning homes instead of renting anyway. They could be owning homes. You understand? They just don't know the process. And it's our job to educate them on the process of buying their own homes.
It costs way more to rent than it does to buy.
Right.
That's just a fact.
So it should behoove them to be homeowners.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
And we got to teach them, but this is where financial literacy comes in at. We got to have more people that's willing to have financial literacy classes, and we got to find ways to get funding so we can bring somebody in to teach the community financial literacy. You know what I'm saying? And people don't have to necessarily pay for it.
That's in the platinum plan. They're talking about designating an office for that, just for African Americans within the platinum plan. You understand? So it's just ludicrous to go against that. I also would like to add, because this sister was trying to push the art and education degrees. Well, the art and education degrees are not yielding enough fucking fruit for we can go back and buy back the block. So technology. trades.
Go ahead, bro.
That's
My
the
bad.
way
No,
we're
go ahead, my
going.
bad.
I'm not trying to hear anything on the arts and education. Stop telling our people to go and pursue them degrees, and stop.
And stop telling our people to go for what you like, nigga. I already told my kids, nigga, this in my house is a dictatorship. There ain't no democracy. You know what I'm saying? This is a dictatorship, nigga. You going with the fuck I tell you to go to school for? You ain't got no option. Why? Because that's how the other see Dr. Claude. That's why I love Dr. Claude Anderson, him, Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. They tell you, nigga, you got to see what other successful groups do and emulate it. You can't keep doing some shit that ain't working. You can't do it. That's illogical. That makes zero sense. That going to school for those things have not advanced us financially at all. So what we got to do is say, okay, what are these other groups doing? Huh?
If we pushing our kids to go to school, right? Like you said, trades, right? If not trades, languages, family, languages.
We need to
for our children to be bilingual. That automatically is going to put them in a six-figure bracket. Speaking 2 and 3 different languages off the rip, that's putting us ahead of the game.
Hey, especially if they want to open business, especially when opening on business, they open up your clientele,
your base, your clientele base. But what we got to do. This is why I said it's important for us to figure out an industry, and that's why I always keep pushing this infrastructure management. If we dominate infrastructure, every city, town, municipality, whatever, county, state have to have infrastructure management. If we can dominate, that would entail the degrees you should be talking about, along with skilled trades, welding, pipe fitting, safety.
And if you're going to do trades, go into commercial. Don't do residential. There's more money in commercial and industrial.
Exactly.
Residential, yeah.
And so once we do that, if we do that and we push that on our kids, this is why I said you don't close the school, the high schools, because me and Coach Norman, you know what I'm saying, Norman Mitchell, here on my Facebook page, we've been working to implement the trades into the schools. You see what I'm saying? Into the high schools, using the high schools as a base of operation. You can use your high schools for a lot of shit. You can use high schools to grow your gardens. You can use a high school to implement the trades for continuing education programs after school hours. You see what I'm saying? Because they got the facility, they got the classroom space. You see what I'm saying? And so that's a way that the schools can get funding to supplement what they may not be getting from the state. Anyway, that's a whole other conversation. But the point I'm making is we use that to push each school get a trade. Each school, one school get pipe fitting, one school get welding, one school get plumbing, one school to get electrician, another school get truck driving, another school get, and we put these in our high schools so our young kids, and this is where school choice comes into play. Because now these kids can pick whatever school they want to, and based upon whatever trade they want to get off involved in. You know what I'm saying? That's how we do the shit. You see what I'm saying? Based upon what trade they want to get off in, and if they want to go to college, great, they go to college. That's fine. That's fine. But if they go to college, we're pushing them to STEM. You know what I'm saying? If it's not STEM, is what a lot of this stuff falls in the STEM. You know what I'm saying? Accounting falls in the STEM. Being a doctor falls in the STEM. You see what I'm saying?
Pharmaceutical science, where African Americans sell it, and they make the most money in pharmaceutical science.
So, I mean, and you push your kids into that type of stuff, and then before you know it, you know what I'm saying, we'll be coming up out of this situation. You see what I'm saying? And so that's how we got to
one more time. I'm gonna address this one more time. I did this yesterday. She said that contributes to dropout. I said we need more black educators so our children can be educated by us. Our schools can be ran by us. How is that bad? It's bad because you ain't making no damn money. We watched that clip from Clyde Anderson, and it tells you the first base of the building that we need to build is economics. You ain't making no goddamn money working for the school system. You understand? So we don't need to be targeting that. We can deal with that later. Once we get our economics and politics solidified and cemented, then we can start addressing the teacher disparity. How hard is that to understand? You moving off emotions. We need more black teachers. Majority of our people are going to arts and education to become teachers anyway. They ain't doing them no damn good. We need to establish our economic base first.
And that goes back to what I said. Unless the only teacher we should be focused on are the teachers that actually want to go to school for that. If that is something because we do need teachers, but we don't need them at the expense of the other degrees. That's the point. We need them, and we got a lot of them. But so we need to. So if that's just the kids, that's not something to make a kid steer away from. But it is if you become a teacher because you couldn't get a degree with your damn art degree. I don't have a problem with if a kid say if one of my kids say, "Hey, coach, I want to be a teacher." I don't have no problem with that. I'm saying, all right, brother, well, you need to go do that, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Prioritization. We bad at priority. Because if I'm building a building and I got a blueprint for the building and everybody want to be a goddamn administrator, everybody want to be the bank counsel or whatever, I don't got nobody to lay the goddamn cement. I don't got nobody to do the welding. I don't have nobody to do that. We need to tackle those fucking positions first before we can tackle anything else. We don't understand that concept.
You know and so I know exactly what you're saying, and that's why I say, you know what I'm saying. But if I get a kid that tells me, Coach, I don't know what I want to go to school for, I'm gonna say, well, shit, nigga, take your ass to school to be a goddamn homeland security shit. You can get a degree in that shit. For real, Coach? Yep, do that shit, and that shit ain't even hard. It's a quick 4-year degree. You know what I'm saying? You go get your degree in cybersecurity. Get your degree in something, and I'm gonna tell them to go to school for something that's gonna make him some money. I'm not gonna tell him to go to school to be a teacher if that's not something that he says is not his passion. And most kids, that's not gonna be their passion. 90% of the kids. So I don't have a problem if 5% of my kids say, "Coach, I want to be a teacher." I don't have no problem with that 5% going that way. But the 95%, I'm gonna be sending their ass to the STEM.
Right.
So that's how that shit works.
Here we go again. We doing the Democrat shuffle. You are literally advocating that white educators to educate our kid, and they will become the gatekeepers of what children make it to those
charter schools that my nephew go to. I put him in. Don't have any white teachers. I don't know where they keep getting his ideas that it's got to be white teachers. Got to be white teachers. You can go to black originated charter schools that pop up mainly in black areas to educate
we got a lot of them in
children, not white people trying to educate.
We got a lot of
black people starting these schools.
Yeah, that's true. You got Sankofa Academy, Helping Hands Academy, the Amani School. Those are just 3 that I know of off the top of my head.
Lawson Academy,
they're all black.
Academy, a lot of them.
So I don't know what she's talking about. I mean, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the system, but I really don't know what she's talking about. But and most of the teachers that when you go in Worthing, Jones, Yates, most of them teachers is black. So I don't know what she's talking about.
I'll tell you what.
Middle school,
a lot of them white folks ain't coming to the hood to teach no black kids like that. They too scared to come.
No. They're not doing that. So, I mean, not where I'm at. Now, I don't know about where she at or where she from. I don't know nothing about that. I ain't gonna speak for that. But I can just say down here.
She's in the Dallas. I'm not gonna say she's from, but she's in the Dallas area now. And I'm so happy I'm not moving back there because it's a blue fucking city right now, and I'm trying to be in a red city. You know what I'm saying? Because all those goddamn fucked up policies is why Dallas sucks now. You can thank that. You can thank those Democrats for that. You understand? But everything she's been talking about has just been like crazy. She said, "Have you in the Texas seen the TIA plan? I'm in education and make close to 6 figures." You yesterday you told me you made 50 grand. How's that close to 6 figures? Stop lying, man. Entry level positions don't start at 6 figures. I understand.
She lost half her money since yesterday.
Yeah, she's talking about she made close to 6. You told me you made 50 grand yesterday. Now you want to advocate? No, sister. I'm gonna go off statistics. Majority of people in education don't even make 50 grand. You in an administrative position. We're talking about teachers, right? So why would I advocate our people to go into?
They start out at 40.
Yeah, 40 grand. Like, no, forget that. When they can make double that if they went into any technocracy field, computer programming, cybersecurity, IT infrastructure. They will make double that. I'm gonna tell them to go make double, because then we can have and advocate that black home ownership that you keep talking about. We can buy the block back because they making the capital to do so, and then we can have these group and hedge funds to do it. You understand? Because if you got 10 families making $1 million a year, they can go through and sweep through these hoods and buy all the dilapidated properties in 1 year. You can't do it making 30, 40 grand a goddamn year. What the hell wrong with you?
And this the sad part. This is the sad part. Most of these people that's doing this are sisters that's doing it and end up going to school to be teachers. And a lot of these sisters end up being single. So now you ain't even got 2 incomes of $40,000 in the house. If you had 2 incomes of $40,000, at least that's 80. They doing it by themselves.
Right, y'all,
So
y'all,
that's
y'all
what the
solo
issue.
dolo. Y'all solo dolo with the income.
You know what I'm saying? And that's like that goes back to my issue. Even if that's why I always base it off the minimum possibility. But so if you get a sister that's a teacher that's making $40,000 a year, and she got this brother that's making $18 an hour, that's pretty much gonna equal out to about $40,000, $45,000 a year. If they're in the house together, they can make some move, because you know what he can say. You know how I know that? Because I use this example all the time. An Asian dude I went to school with. He was a teacher, and his wife was a teacher. They both was teachers. They wasn't making a lot of money, but he paid all the bills. They saved all her money, and they opened up a banh mi shop on the southwest side. You know what I'm saying? Kept on doing that for the longest. Now they got like 3 or 4 of them motherfuckers. So if you got 2 incomes in the house, even at a $40,000 a year clip, 2 incomes, you can save one, pay the bills with the other, and you can build with that. But see, a lot of these sisters are voting for the very thing that can get us out of the situation, even at a minimum level. You know what I'm saying? It would help you know what I'm saying? And they're not even looking at that. Even on the low end, we can get out of it if with something just as small as stopping illegal immigration. We can come out of it just that quick using that model. But when you with people that ain't pushing the nuclear family, and you side with that, you're destroying our economic base even on a low level.
Right. Right, because you don't have those 2 incomes combining together. Even in those situations, I'm still going to advocate. Listen, while one of y'all doing that, you put the other one in college so they can get a better opportunity and higher grossing pay. I mean, like, it's just common.
But that's usually what happens, though. Jashu, think about what I'm saying. That's usually what happens. Like my old man was working at FedEx, and my stepmom was working at the post office. That's how my sisters and all of them, you know. The 2 working class motherfuckers that wasn't making a whole lot of money, but doing okay. My sister went on, I mean, by the time they got this shit together, I was pretty much out of school, so it didn't really affect me none. I was already fucking up. That's not the point. The point is, they did everything together. My sister benefited from that shit. So my sister ended up going to college, getting a master's degree. You see what I'm saying? That shit matters. Having 2 people, 2 people in the parents in the household, that shit matters. That's like my brother was able to go off PhD. All my brothers and sisters up under me went to college. They benefit from that shit.
I'm starting to think
she
could want black people to stay, like you said, in that slavery mind state where there's no responsibility. We can't do better. Because I remember yesterday she was like, "Well, we don't exceed in math in all these areas, so why pursue a degree?" And I'm like, if you don't get your lazy ass on YouTube and watch a math tutorial and strengthen your math skills, you can do that. We live in the age of information. Why are you still making these age-old claims that we can't succeed in these areas? You worse than a white supremacist. You're worse.
Yeah, that's white supremacist talking point, that we're inferior. So basically, she's saying we're inferior. Because I never tell my kids can do anything. Even Ray Charles' mother said she's not gonna even treat him like he inferior. He was blind.
Right.
She said she refused to treat him like he a cripple.
Right. And you know what? She embodying what the title of the video is. Democrats are the enemy of black economic growth. Because every time we advocate black economic growth, black home ownership. What she say? Oh, they're going to put in structures that raise the taxes. We can't pay taxes. When we talk about hiring higher levels of education and acquiring high gross of pay, what she say? Oh, well, we can't attain them type of jobs. We're not good at math. We not like everything. You have been the enemy and opposing, diametrically opposed to everything that could make us better as a community. This is ridiculous, man. Come on, man. We got to do better, man. Got to do better. And I'm glad I ain't going back to that damn city, man. Like I said, Dallas is a blue city, man. Dallas is Democratic, and I'm not for those policies. Anyway, let's watch the rest of this. We lost Damon. Hopefully he come back.
Those accounts and seeing what they're saying. And also, don't forget, same rules apply. If these accounts are brand new, you should.
Let me bring it back from the beginning. We played this like 2 hours ago. This is how the live started, y'all. We started talking about this.
Black people were enslaved in the Caribbean. They were enslaved in America. You get here, it doesn't make a difference. You get here, it doesn't make a difference.
Joy Reid has been an open enemy to the descendants of American slavery for quite some time now. And very recently, she went out of her way to make it a point to completely disrespect the legacy of slavery in America, rendering it irrelevant for the sole purposes of being able to elevate Kamala Harris and justify her position as being a black woman in America who can speak on black issues. And understand, when Joy Reid does this, she's not just doing this in defense of Kamala Harris, but she's doing it in defense of herself as well, because you have to remember, Joy Reid's father, if I'm not mistaken, is from the Congo and her mother is from Guyana. So when you're talking about Kamala Harris and Joy Reid, these are both children of immigrants. Their lineage does not come out of the slave plantations of America. Now, before we get into the video in which Joy Reid completely disrespected the legacy of slavery and its importance in America, I want to play this video here for you first that I've played for some of you once before. And in this video clip here, Joy Reid makes it a point to publicly attack the reparations movement by calling out ADOS by name, as well as FBA. And for those of you who don't know ADOS, that stands for American Descendants of Slavery, which I'm sure most of you know that. FBA is Foundational Black Americans. But you got to understand, Joy Reid works on MSNBC. She is mainstream media. Her show is nationally syndicated. It goes out all across the country. And all across the country, she made it a point to attack the reparations movement. So let me play this video clip for you right now. And also, you're going to notice in the middle of this clip that the quality of the video is going to drop down a bit. I'm just letting you know that ahead of time so that you know it's not your service that's doing that. That's just the way that the video clip is.
And so now we have a whole campaign getting several campaigns, by the way. We have identified at least 5 existing campaigns that are focused on getting black people to do only one thing, not vote for the Democrats.
And can you name one of those 5 campaigns? I mean, we put up from the report that you're saying that there's a conversation about reparations that has to do with it. There's a criminal justice conversation. Yes. There's an immigration. Go on.
Mm-hmm. Reparations, immigration, reparations, immigration, and anything that has to do with the criminal justice system. So the reason that the targeting of Kamala around being a cop is important is because anything that hinges on criminal justice becomes a divisive issue and is being used as a weapon right now. Are there real issues? Absolutely. I want to make sure that people don't dismiss the fact that there are some real issues that we're talking about. I think you had Cory Booker on here talking about police brutality. These are key important issues to our community. We know that this is the case because in the previous election in 2016, Black Lives Matter was targeted because of their campaign that was focused on police brutality. Right. It's still existing. It's still happening right now. It's just that we're not seeing a way to handle this and do a counter narrative.
Very quickly, we're out of time, but how can people tell the difference between the real, genuine thing of Black Lives Matter and the ones that are just designed to make you not vote? How do you even tell?
So you can tell right away by the language that they use most of the time. But if you see anyone who says basically tangibles or you're not getting our vote without us getting something back, you should start to pause and take a.
Why should we pause and think about that? That's exactly how all black people should think. You're only going to get our vote unless if your administration is catering to our needs and wants as a community. That's how we should vote. What the hell wrong with this lady?
Better look at what they're saying. Better look at those accounts and seeing what they're saying. And also, don't forget, same rules apply. If these accounts are brand new, you should pause and look at these accounts and see what they're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Shireen Mitchell, thank you very much. And I know the report is coming out this week. Really appreciate you breaking it here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And more Ames.
Now, understand, this is one of many clips. Joy Reid has a long history of attacking the descendants of American slavery and undermines anything that would actually benefit you politically as it pertains to legislation and policy. So as you can see, as far as
they're against anything that would benefit us politically. That's what this party has been against. Again, the Democrats are against Black economic growth. It's clear.
Joy Reid is concerned, and the message that she wants to put out there nationally across America is that she simply wants to make sure that America understands that anybody who is caping for reparations is a disinformationalist. Now let's get into the real reason that you clicked on this video, and I'm going to play that clip for you right now and watch how Joy Reid makes it a point to completely discredit the legacy of slavery.
And that sister right there to the right, I believe, is a Black Republican in Georgia running for the Congress.
In order to defend and justify Kamala Harris's position as a Black woman in America.
A little, your book is a lot about the way that the media kind of handles this and handles the movement of changing diversity in the country. And I mean, it strikes me that journalists, including journalists of color, are going back and re-asking the same questions that were asked about Barack Obama, when anyone who's thinking logically knows that birtherism is stupid. Kamala Harris was born in Oakland, California. The end. Black people were enslaved in the Caribbean. They were enslaved in America. You get here, It doesn't make a difference. Black people were enslaved in the Caribbean. They were enslaved in America. You get here, It doesn't make a difference. You get here, It doesn't make a difference. You get here.
You see how she undermines that our experience in America doesn't mean anything. It doesn't make a difference. It does make a difference, because the people that have suffered the most on American soil is being marginalized. Our voice doesn't matter. We haven't been catered to, and we haven't been given the necessary payout for the things that have happened to us. And she's saying it doesn't make a difference. You see how the Black liberal mind thinks? Again, enemy to the economic growth of our people.
Here, It doesn't make a difference. You're born in America. By their token, I'm not African American. Both my parents are immigrants.
Right.
What's your meaning in looking at these stories?
The talking point that Joy
right. She's not. You're not an African American. African American is specifically those that descend from those people that came from slavery in American soil, North American soil. So that doesn't fit her. But for some reason, it's some problem. She got to undermine that. Come on, man.
Wildly disrespectful, and it's actually a white supremacist talking point. We have all heard this before coming from white supremacists, and that's a talking point that, get over slavery. All over the world, throughout the history of this planet, slavery has existed in one shape, form, or fashion. You're not unique, you're not special, so shut up and get over it. We've all heard this before. Joy Reid literally used that same talking point and flipped it to say, you stupid descendants of American slavery. There was slavery all over the place. There was slavery in Jamaica. There was slavery in Haiti. There was slavery in the Bahamas. There was slavery in Central America. So since all those countries had African slaves, that means the legacy that you have here in this country doesn't mean anything. They literally just told you it's all the same. But your legacy in America, your heritage, your history means nothing. And that's wildly disrespectful. And the reason that's disrespectful is this. As you all know, I'm Haitian. I say it all the time. I've been mentioning that a lot lately. But I was born and raised in Chicago. And what people like this fail to understand, or I should say deliberately fail to understand, is that my parents, just like Joy Reid's parents, made a conscious decision to come to the United States of America after all the hard work and heavy lifting was done by the descendants of American slavery, who completely uprooted all of the racist Jim Crow laws that blazed the pathway for other immigrants, including all people of color, not just Black immigrants, but Hispanics, Asians, everybody. It completely paved the way and opened the door for all of the so-called people of color to come into this country. Without that, my parents don't get to come here. Neither do Joy Ann Reid's parents get to come here. the large majority, overwhelming majority of so-called people of color, when you say people of color, what you're talking about is immigrants and children of immigrants. Let's just be honest about what we're talking about when you say people of color, because you're not talking about the descendants of American slavery. That's not who you're talking about. You're talking about everybody who came after the fact. That's what we're talking about here. And without the descendants of American slavery opening that door for us, our parents do not get to come here. Black Americans, and when I say that, I mean the descendants of American slavery literally built this country, and then afterwards were locked out of wealth building for 100 years by numerous methods of state-sanctioned political and economic violence. They then uprooted all of these laws by way of fighting, shedding blood, and dying, so that my parents could come here, so that your parents could come here. Your parents and my grandparents, they came here after the fact. They came here after all of the heavy lifting was done. They came here after all of the bloodshed was finished. They came here after all of the dead black bodies. And when I say dead black bodies, I mean the descendants of American slavery. After all of the dead black bodies were buried, that's when they showed up. And as it pertains to black immigrants, the large majority of black immigrants did not show up to the United States until the late 80s and 90s. That's when you all came. You didn't even come when my parents came. My mother came here sometime in the 70s, and my father came here sometime, I believe, in the mid-late 60s, okay? The majority of your parents did not even come here until the late 80s and 90s. That's when you all got here. You came late to the party. As a matter of fact, the party was already over by the time you got here. And that's what really irritates me and embarrasses me about people like Joy Reid and Kamala Harris. It's the fact that the descendants of American slavery are the ones who laid down the pathway and opened the door for you to be able to come here. And in return, what you do is spit in their faces by saying your legacy, your heritage, and your history doesn't matter. It's all the same because, yeah, we were slaves too in another country. That is wildly disrespectful. And all because of what? To justify Kamala Harris's blackness so that you can get the black vote. They don't have no policy for you, no legislation for you, no reparations for you. They don't have anything for you that has to do with actually benefiting the black community. There's nothing for you. But apparently Kamala Harris is black because she went to a HBCU and she's an AKA, I think, something like that. One of those sororities where they stick their pinky finger up and say ski-wee, some goofy stuff. Ski-wee, ski-wee. Isn't that the silly stuff that they do? Pinky fingers in the air, ski-wee, some goofy shit. You know what? Let me shut this down. So with all that being said, because now I'm getting irritated and I'm cursing. I don't like to curse. So with all that being said, let me go ahead and shut this down, man. I'm your boy, Tony Delammy. Make sure you hit that subscribe button as well as the bell notification next to the subscribe button.
Oh, you sure? I'm going to play that clip. I'm going to play that clip next.
TD Hip Hop to number 33222. That is TD Hip Hop to number 33222. That way you'll get a direct text notification whenever I release a new video. But it also serves as a protection plan for myself in case YouTube ever gives this channel the axe. I will be able to send you a direct link to where you can find me next. All my social media links will be in the description below, as well as pinned in the comment section. And lastly, but certainly not least, for those of you who have been subscribed to this channel for quite some time now, have a love and appreciation for the work that I put in on this channel. You can show your love and support through Patreon for only $5 a month. That will help put me in position to be able to take TD Hip Hop Media off of YouTube. Remember, the goal is not to grow big on YouTube, but to grow independent of YouTube. With all that being said, until the next video, peace.
Yeah, man.
Now, I want to say that brother was right, man. Absolutely right, man.
Right.
It's wildly, like he said, I'm going to quote it, wildly disrespectful for you to shit on the legacy of everything we went through that you presently get the benefit for just for the sake of being about your immigrant. Remember, she against ADOS, us getting reparations. She's against all the type of good stuff for us. And this is often the perspective immigrants take. And I partially get it. Like I said, they were enslaved in this. She was enslaved in other countries, but they didn't build anything like what was built here in America. So they come over here and they're so appreciative to America for giving them more than they ever could have possibly got back then. But that's not our story. You know what I'm saying? Our story is blood, sweat, and tears to build it and never get the benefit from it. And for anybody to come from the outside and just shit on our legacy, like I said, man, it's just disrespectful, bro. That's why I just can't get down with the Democratic Party and their constant promotion of this immigration, because nothing about it benefits us, man. We've been talking about it all day. Nothing.
Right. And then this sister, now she come with personal attacks. She said, and how are you going to be someone who doesn't live among black people, don't want your children around black people, and make commentary on what's best for black people? What
I
the
stay
hell?
in the hood. What is she talking about? The rich area of my town is smack dab in the middle of the hood on the southeast side. It's like 3 blocks. And right on the other side of it, you're in the hood. So the black people that live in Third Ward and areas like that, they are staying close to the hood, staying connected to our people. I mean, come on, man. She just say anything at this point.
Yeah, she's hoping anything sticks. Throwing it out
You know
there.
how liberal women are. You know, they can't take responsibility for their actions. And they'll find any excuse to justify their bullshit.
Yeah, pretty much. What you think about this? She said anybody black and born here needs reparations.
Did she say anybody black born here needs reparations?
Yeah, black and born here.
No, because their ancestors wasn't locked out of wealth building like mine was. They didn't get, a lot of people who immigrated here didn't get here to the late 80s, early 90s. Okay, this is when we start making it popular with hip hop and all that. We start being all over TV and stuff and being quote unquote loved as entertainers everywhere. This is the time they came here when black people were doing a whole lot better than what they was doing during the Jim Crow era and before. That's what my ancestral legacy is. Redlining out of banks, them giving subsidized housing to white folks, not giving it to us, but then when they finally decide to give us subsidized housing, it's not cheap houses that we can buy and keep, and they damn near gave to us. No, they put us up in projects and apartments and put us in there and let drugs come out through there and horrible policing. Man, immigrants didn't go through that, man. They just didn't. They wasn't enslaved here and had laws put in place to where they could not strive to achieve anything for themselves and their family. They didn't go through that. They probably went through that back where they from, and if they was back there in their land fighting for what we fighting for, I would fully support them. That's why I find it so disrespectful and arrogant. Just because you having success here don't mean you got to forget what your ancestors went through. You should be back in your country fighting for their freedom and their economic emancipation.
Right. I don't know what Sheikah, man. You got to do better. Maybe you need to find a channel that caters your needs and your wants and your liberal ideology. That's not the channel for you. At least
let her keep coming, man. We need this type of conflict and difference of ideologies. Get a whole pack and bring them over here. That way we can actually sit down and discuss it. And she can quit being a keyboard warrior and making it about personal attacks instead of the substance of what these parties are offering the totality of black people, not just black women.
Yeah, I mean that's powerful. I'll put her if she want to come back on here. She was on here last time and it didn't fare too well.
Yeah, let her voice her opinion.
She said, y'all saying and talking all false bullshit about me without blinking. Yashar sitting up there letting them, and he knows me. She trying to throw you under the bus, Yashar.
I'm not. Listen, sis. You heard me ask the brother to let you on, so it ain't got nothing to do with me allowing nobody to speak. You're talking. You're conversing back and forth, right? And so, from what they understand in your conversation, is how they're addressing you. This has nothing to do with your personal character, sis. So don't be like that at all.
Look,
that's why I'm asking if they allow you to come on and voice your opinion. So let's be honest, all right, sis. Let's be honest.
Don't worry about it. She could be mad at me. Like I said, liberal women cannot take responsibility for their actions and always try to put the blame off on a man.
I gave her a link, but she said also fact check Kamala on reparations. She declared that if the reparation bill came across her desk in the White House when I am elected president, I will sign that bill. But the problem with that is Biden had already said that he's not going to support reparations. He will only study it. He's not going to fund it. Which pissed
They've already had 2 Kerner commissions to study it. We don't need no more studies. We know its effects.
Right. That part.
Hold on. Let me before I let you in, Sheikah, let me play this what Yashar wanted me to play because I think this is pertinent. You know what I'm saying?
America's veterans face challenges.
Hold on, let me share the screen.
DAV helps
Before give a little brief introduction of what we about to see and listen to.
victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
We finna look at Joe Biden basically explaining how he gonna protect the LGBTQ community, man.
And this is what y'all voting for, yo.
Comes from Mika Hack. She's from State College, Pennsylvania. This is your first presidential election that you're voting.
Yes. Hi, Mika. How are you? I'm good, thank you. I'm the proud mom of 2 girls, 8 and 10. My youngest daughter is transgender. The Trump administration has attacked the rights of transgender people.
Look at him shake his head.
Them from military service, weakening non-discrimination protections, and even removing the word transgender from some government websites. How will you, as president, reverse this dangerous and discriminatory agenda and ensure that the lives and rights of LGBTQ people are protected under U.S. law?
Well, flat out just change the law. Eliminate those executive orders, number one. You may recall, I'm the guy who said, I was raised by a man who I remember I was being dropped off. My dad was a high school educated,
He
well-read,
wrote this personal bullshit again.
was a really decent guy, and I was being dropped off.
He about to lie.
Get an application.
Yeah, he's trying to, you know what I'm saying, appeal to the people's emotions.
And these 2 men are getting out to get a
Excuse my language.
to be a lifeguard in the African American community because it was a big swimming pool complex. And these 2 men, well dressed, leaned up and hugged one another and kissed one another. I'm getting out of the car at the light, and I turned to my dad. My dad looked at me and said, Joey, it's simple. They love each other. The idea that
This was in like the 50s and 60s, and I'm
yeah,
supposed
you already know they didn't play that gay shit.
right. I was supposed to believe his dad was talking about some. Hey, yeah, they loved each other. I'm pretty sure they was called faggot. They was called all type of stuff.
Yep.
Come on, man, stop playing, man. You playing the goddamn game now, man.
Now we talking about a white racist individual at that.
Right. My father said that's love, and now he all of a sudden getting jobs at the African American community pool. Get the hell out of here. We supposed to believe this? In the 50s and 60s, this dude's 77, so he was like a teenager like in the 50s. You know what I'm saying? With all type of racial tension. Come on, bro. He just made that story up and pulled it out his ass to appeal to the LGBTQ.
8-year-old child or a 10-year-old child decides, I decided I want to be transgender. That's what I think I'd like to be. Make my life a lot easier. There should be zero discrimination. What's happening is too many transgender women of color are being murdered.
Now he throwing it on our people. Oh, you people of color should be interested.
It's like 100 of them in the whole USA.
Yeah,
not too many of them.
And those are the ones that getting murdered is because they're tricking
0.001% of the black population, transgender women.
Right. And those women that are getting murdered are women that are tricking men. You understand? Not telling them that, hey, I'm a man and I'm a transgender. Are you into that? You just tricking them.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait, first off, there ain't no women getting killed.
Right.
All right. Let's just make that clear. Let's just get that straight. There ain't no women getting killed. Some grown ass men getting killed.
Right. Is men masquerading?
Let's not play that game, man, because that's what they want to do.
The men masquerading as women getting killed.
Right.
Man.
Yeah.
Playing dressed up and shit.
Right. Not telling men what they really are, that they're men, that transform themselves to women. So once the men find out, they kill their ass. You understand? And damn sure, rightfully so. You got tricked.
And I think they should have the right to plea insanity. I mean, I think I would have a mental break if I found out some shit like that. I'm just saying.
Right. And these sick weirdos is backing this shit. And that's who y'all gonna vote for come November 3rd? Man, I might leave the country, man, if these people become president. Golly.
Being murdered. I mean, I think it's up to now 17. Don't hold me to that number, but it's higher now. And that's just this year. And so I promise you, there is no reason to suggest that there should be any right denied your daughter or daughters, whichever, one or two, one, your daughter, that your other daughter has a right to be and do. None, zero. And by the way, my son Bo passed away, was the Attorney General of the state of Delaware. He was the guy who got the first transgender law passed in the state of Delaware. And because of a young man who became a woman who worked for him in the Attorney General's office.
So what he just explained is in his family to support LGBTQ. They get exclusive policies for them, but the African American community can't get exclusive policy from the Democrats, even though we overwhelmingly vote and support them. All right, Sheikah, I'm gonna let you in, man. Where you at? There you at. Oh shit, we got this. Hold on, wait a minute. Who is this? Best president ever 45. Let me ask, who is this brother? All right, both of y'all in the show. Best president ever 45 and Sheikah, both of y'all in the show. What's going on?
Shalom. I just wanted to present my position. I'm an independent. I don't vote for anybody just because they're Democrat or Republican. I vote for them if my interest is there. I voted for Faith Johnson, who was the DA, but she got in there and wilded out, and I voted against her next time. Okay, so presenting me as, oh, I'm this, I'm this liberal woman, and I'm all for the LGBTQ community. I'm not for violence or discriminatory practices practiced anywhere and against anybody. I think that we've had that dealt out to us. We shouldn't be trying to deal it out to anybody else. I stay in my lane on that, but I did watch Pose, and it gave me another outlook on that community, and that when you discriminate against them, you push them further into other stuff like the sex industry, trafficking, and things like that. And who are they primarily serving up? Yeah, straight men. Okay, so I don't think that's good for them either. But I just, let them handle their own business. The problem is that Black people are saying, oh, well, our communities are this, our communities are that, but they're never putting anything in front of Democrats nor Republicans. There's never any papers. There's never any organized effort, and not just marches. I'm talking about that you have an actual plan. This is why Ice Cube was called to the table by both Democrats and Republicans. And so the answer is not Black flight. The answer is not let's move over here, and because anytime we move over somewhere, they defund where we're at, and then it becomes a hood. So if we're not staying in our neighborhoods, and we're not staying in our schools, and we're not demanding that things be done right, active parents in Dallas caught that Mike Miles was stealing money and putting them in that 2020 schools, in those northern schools. But if everybody is leaving because, the Democrats are in control when the Republicans are in control, like that Republican DA, they mess up too. What it is that we need to have our own agenda and say, this is what you need to be meeting. And then we need to block vote. But nobody wants to do that. Everybody wants to, you're either going to have staunch Democrats or we're going to have staunch Republican supporters like what's on this panel. And then we don't understand systems. Like yesterday, you guys all were like, oh, Trump gave HBCUs money, but then he defunded their main funding source, which those students rely on, which is Pell Grants, by $1.9 billion.
Source, please.
So that wasn't doing us any favors.
Yeah. Can we get the source, because he did help tremendously with HBCUs, and the HBCU. Hold on, the chairman of HBCU said we got tired of begging. We felt like we were begging. And Trump was the only one to make it permanent.
$250 million. They got $250 million, and then he reduced Pell Grants by 1.9. What Obama did is he reduced the amount that you can borrow, because if you are in debt, you cannot create wealth.
Right.
And I went to school during Obama. I went and got my master's.
Sheikah,
Huh.
can you show us a source? We would just love a source. That's all.
Exactly. 'Cause
Okay.
I got my source ready. I got mine ready. You know how we do over here, man. Rhetoric don't stand. Sources do. All right. So now this is from Black Voices for Trump. They got
There we
the
go.
statistics. Now we're gonna go into the issues. Historically black colleges and universities, right? President Trump restored funding and increased investments for HBCUs by 14%, providing more than $500 million in loans to HBCUs through the Capital Financing Program, worked with HBCUs to protect $80 million in Title III carryover funding, signed the Future Act into law, which permanently, let me say that again, which permanently funds HBCUs and simplifies the FAFSA application. In 2018, President Trump signed a budget deal which forgave more than $300 million in debt owed by 4 HBCUs impacted by natural disasters and provided $10 million in loan payment deferments for schools that face financial difficulties, including HBCUs. President Trump worked with Congress to lift the ban on Pell Grants on summer classes. This is all what he did, which is positive and more than what Obama did because, again, it was permanent. It's indefinite. Why your black president didn't do none of those things? Huh? Talk to me. Talk to me. We sourcing up over here. See, the source up or shut up. Where your source at, Sheikah?
I just posted it in the back from the Associated Press. And he wants to take that 1.9 billion and put it into NASA. Like, I mean, what? Are we on spaceships like that? No.
I have to say,
You breaking up, brother. What did you say? What did you say, bro? You roboting.
It was bad, so I won't be able to say too much. Associated Press is not a good source. Oh, yeah, y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
Hey, but how does this? All right, I'm going to show it, right? But how does this even counter any of the things that I just presented?
Because of our economic position, most Black people depend on Pell Grants to offset borrowing. If you have to borrow more money, you're getting in more debt.
But he forgave over $300 million in debt. I'm not understanding your logic
here. Who's debt? And who's debt?
And 4 HBCUs. Did you not hear me read?
Okay, but if they're not getting revenue, then they're going to be in debt again. This is talking about the revenue, the income, there's cash flow. There's cash.
Hold on, let me go back to it. He's protecting $80 million. What are you talking about? And in carryover funding. What are we talking about here? They're getting money from the government.
They're getting money from the government, but they're cutting the revenue from the government. If you're getting less money than what is being cut, you're going to be at a deficit.
I mean, this goes back to what I said earlier. The government is not going to give you and guarantee outcome.
Give you 250 million, and then I cut 1.9 billion, which is going to affect who goes to HBCUs. That's a deficit.
He's shifting money from the Pell Grants. You understand? It doesn't mean all of the money from the Pell Grants is gone. What are you talking about?
Putting it into NASA. Well,
That's
why would
fine.
okay? So if I have 1.9, if I have 3 billion, and he takes 1.9 billion away, then that's less money in Pell Grant.
All right, so I'm going to read it because I still don't see how.
But
this
if the
overturned.
colleges are getting more money in order to help with tuition, why would the Pell Grant then matter?
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is ridiculous. And also,
It's not going to help with tuition. They're
Look,
going to help. It's going to help them build.
How do
And
you know? Are you an
let's
economic
change
major
where
or something that
So
we didn't
let me
know
say
about?
this, right?
because that's
So
what happens
if
with
we
the
have a
money. I went
plan
to
for our
HBCU.
children, right?
She a secret economic major.
Can you hear me, Sheik?
Go ahead.
Can y'all hear me, family? Am I being heard or
Yeah, we hear you.
We can hear you.
Hopefully I'm not wrong.
damn.
Go Biden.
We can hear you. Hey, Yashar, we can hear you.
Okay.
Peace, Yashar. Shalom.
Oh, okay. So this is what. Okay, cool. So this is how I see that, right? I see it like this. All right, I'm speaking. So this is what yeah, this is Shark.
You cutting in, cutting out.
Y'all can't hear me or something?
No, you cutting in and cutting out, brother.
I thought I'd be talking and
Yashar, you cutting in and cutting out, brother.
all right, so look, this is what I'm saying, right? So to curve that okay. What about now? Can you hear me now? Am I clear now?
Yeah, for some reason you dipping in and dipping out.
Go out and come back in.
And I think you're getting a delay because you hearing something we said like a minute ago. You sure try
Still cutting in
leaving
and cutting
coming
out.
back. Yeah, try leaving and coming back in. I don't know if he can hear me or not. Let me put it in the chat. Did he do it? Yeah, he'll be back. All right, we're gonna read what you read, what you brought up, but he cut Pell Grants across the board, not just HBCUs. And cutting that ain't hurting or changing the fact that he permanently funded HBCUs, which no other administration had done.
But the attendees of those HBCUs heavily rely on Pell Grants. So when you cut, it's like you have a business and somebody gives you some money, but then undercuts the people who would patronize the business. It doesn't make sense.
How much Pell Grant money do they have left over? You said, oh, they took 1.6 billion. You're acting as if there's no Pell Grant money left.
There is Pell Grant money left, but if he would have left it in there and gave it to the students, the patrons of the HBCU, then the money would go into the school. That way, in the 1.9 versus 250 million is detrimental.
Sheikah, they are. It's not like we're saying he took all the money from Pell Grants. He took some money from it. There's still money that can be allocated for Pell Grants. So it's a moot point. You understand that? That's a moot point.
But there's less money. But there's less money that can be allocated for Pell Grant. Yes or no? That means people who get Pell Grants are going to get less money.
No, that doesn't mean they're going to get less money on the individual level. That means that he took some money from that fund. It doesn't mean they're on zero. The account is not on zero. They're still getting money for Pell Grants. So again, it's a moot point. It's a moot point.
No, it's not, because you're not gonna get the same amount of money with a lower budget. It doesn't work that way. If I have $100,000 and then I give out Pell Grant according to that $100,000, then you get a certain amount. But if I have 80 and then I give out Pell Grant according to that amount, it comes out less, and that's how the calculations are going to go.
Question: if the schools are getting more money, doesn't that mean they have more scholarship funds to give?
Yes.
They could use it for scholarship funds, but most of the time it goes into repairing buildings.
I don't have that much of a doubt. I got you, but I don't have that much of a doubt in the HBCUs as it seems you have, that they would misallocate the funds in which they was given for education, because their funding doesn't only include, just like, oh, well, this is just for you to educate the kids, and it also includes building and all types of other things. So these schools have been permanently funded, and the question shouldn't be, oh, is this just great because we don't want to substitute the perfect over a good deal. So the question is it better than what has been offered by the other side? That's the only question.
Right. Now, I want to actually read her article because it actually doesn't help this case. It says the Trump administration wants to shift money for Pell Grants for college education to fund new spending, including a $1.6 billion bump for NASA to return American astronauts to the moon by 2024. Under a budget amendment sent to Congress Monday evening, the administration would use an additional $1.9 billion in surplus Pell Grant money. You know what surplus means? Do you know what surplus means, Sheik? I know you do.
Surplus means extra, but he can give it to the students
That
if he
means
takes
they're not
it away.
using it.
So
That means they're
no.
not using it.
Now, let me
Funds that
read
were
this.
not being used. That's right.
Exactly. Surplus Pell Grant money to fund other budget priorities, including an infusion to new cash for NASA. So that we can return
So
the
could
space
he?
in the way President Donald Trump tweeted. A series of proposed changes reverses some of the most controversial cuts Trump's administration had proposed, including slashing funding for Special Olympics. The White House can send such requests called rescissions to Congress to claw back unspent money the administration views as wasteful or unnecessary. Congress, however, must approve. So all he's saying is this surplus money that's not being used, they're going to reallocate that to something else. That's it.
It can be used though, and he's choosing not to.
But it's not being used.
That will fund that would help the individual more
How
than
is
giving
it? How
them
can it help somebody
$250.
if they're not using it? Just tell me, because this is confusing.
They can choose
They're
to
not
use it.
using it, but it's helpful.
They can choose to use
Look,
it.
it's been sitting
So,
there for
Sheikah, you
years.
are
They haven't used it.
right.
So look,
They
You're a
can
victim
use
of
it
fake
though.
news. That's
check,
all, Sheikah.
check
You're
this
just
out,
another
Sheikah.
victim
Let,
of
let,
fake news.
let's think about this for a second, right? So they take the Pell Grant. They took the money from the Pell Grant. So if we initially, in our understanding, and we put our children in the right position, right? So what do I mean by that? We send them to get their trades before we send them to school. What does that do for them, right? That allows them to work, so they don't need to even take out or even look for what we call a Pell Grant. You understand what I'm saying? Because the money that they're gonna make while they going to school is gonna be well more than the damn Pell Grant. You understand what I'm saying? So if we got plans, if we have roads of success, paths of success for our children, what they give to us and things like that, or what they so-called take away, it's not going to affect us because of what the position that we put our children in.
And I
It's
want
not a
to add
position
to
to fail, it's a position to always look for something. It's a position to succeed.
freedom, not to be constantly depending on the government to give us something. What is going to help advance us towards not having to depend on nobody at all and being a free and independent demographic here in America? And the democratic policies that you have been upholding did not do that. Policies which we're talking about that are going to be enforced are actually going to do that. I think you're voting against the best interest of your people overall.
Okay. Do we know why that the Pell Grant has a surplus?
It's for you to show and prove. Source up. Let's go.
Okay. The surplus is there because the Pell Grant is not automatically just, we're always going to fund it. It's paid through discretionary funds, so that's why they keep a surplus. Him using that to go to the moon it is potentially going to put us in more danger than anybody else because we don't have money to go to college. Most Black students depend on Pell Grants and loans to go to school.
So
$250 million is not going to do anything to help individual students who have to pay tuition and incur those
That's why your
debts.
parents should work hard and achieve money so they can take care of your tuition.
Yeah,
And not have to
she's in
depend on
favor
you.
of big government, James.
Come
She's
on,
in favor
man.
of big government and let the government take care of us, take care of all
Yeah,
our.
man. I'm trying to be free. I'm not a
No,
slave. I'm not a slave that has to be
That's
taken
what it,
care of for his work
no,
output.
I'm saying that we're
I'm a
being
human.
taxed and we pay
I
for all
got
this
you. I
anyway,
got
so
you,
we
sis.
should get
I'm
it
a
back.
free human being. I'm a free human being who wants to rise or fall based on my own actions, period, and my own decisions.
that's
Right,
what I'm
and your
talking
point
That's it.
about Pell
So you're
Grants
gonna
was
demand that your
moot.
taxes be given back to you so you
No,
can
I'm working hard
allocate
right
money.
now because I don't want my kids to have to go to school and somebody else pay for them, or my nephew and little cousin who stay with me. I want to be able to afford
Right.
to pay for their schooling myself because I don't want no handout. I'm not a slave. I'm a free man.
Mhm. Your taxes though pay for that, and so what they're doing now in high schools is
Yeah,
that
I
they're
work hard
offering
for them
dual.
taxes.
Yep, and they're offering dual credit in high school, so where you can push down curriculum into high school. We have students who are graduating who are juniors in college when they graduate, and that's free.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
so I just want to get that information out there. However, we have to. I just don't think that we understand the systems enough to say what's good for us or what's not, because it's
I
like
think you
So
don't
who do we depend
understand.
on then?
I think
Who
you
do we
don't
depend
understand
on?
because you brought up Pell Grants, and that was a moot point because they're not even using those funds anyway.
they should, but they could use those funds,
But the
and they're
point
They're
not.
is they're
offered.
not.
They're there. It's not like they're cut off so you can't access them.
So you're saying that people are just not using the Pell Grant?
Yeah, you know you have to apply for it, right?
The cap on the Pell Grant is $6,000. That's not nothing. He could have increased it
For
with
an
the surplus instead of
individual.
putting it into NASA.
What you mean it ain't nothing? You're supposed to work and earn money to go to
Do you
college.
know how much tuition is? Tuition
Yeah.
goes up every year.
Right,
Hey, you know what you can
I
do if
got
you
my
don't want to
change
pay
for the
tuition
tuition?
is
Pell Grant.
Hey,
$6,000.
cool. You know what you can do if you don't want to pay tuition? You can either get a scholarship, you can go work for a company that pays for college tuition along with it if you go and work for them, or you can go to the military and they'll pay for your college. There's many ways to get your stuff paid for instead of running to the government and being mad they ain't giving you nothing.
Going into the military is going to the government to get something. But
No, it's not. It's an exchange of your services for their services. It's not a handout. You have to actually go out there and do stuff. I was in
Right,
the
right.
military.
Yeah, Sheikah, you don't understand how government works. Government does not determine outcome. The people do. So it's about what we do and what we put in to get an outcome. You understand?
people with the resources are who determine outcome. That's why when people talk about autonomous communities, we can't have our own autonomous community unless we have control of resources. That is what drives
How do you
everything.
get resources, though, sis?
Well, right now the government has most of the resources as far as
I'm
land.
asking you, how do you get them?
How do I get resources?
Yeah. How do we get
it's not from a
resources to
paycheck.
survive every day?
Oh, when I go to work, that's my paycheck pays for that. But resources, I'm talking about assets. I'm talking about things that
How do you
you
get
own and
assets?
control.
How do you get assets then?
You're not through a paycheck. You're gonna have to be involved in
How?
investing.
You have to buy assets, right? You have to buy
Yes,
them, right?
you have to buy them, but you
Okay,
have
so
to
how do
build
you
up
get
to
money
buy
to
'em.
buy them?
You go to work.
Thank you.
You
All right, so don't tell me
invest.
it ain't a paycheck.
It is not it's not a paycheck. Nobody gets
All right.
big resources through a paycheck. You have to get resources through big investing and pooling of money. You do not just walk out and say, I'm going to invest in oil and then save $100 from your paycheck.
Actually, you
And even
can
your
save
house,
money.
if
Oh, wait,
you
wait.
haven't
That's
bought your
that's
house,
actually a lie. What do you think stocks are? You can take money from your paycheck and
stocks
pay
are
buy
pooling
stock.
of money and investment. What I just said.
A stock is an
That's what I'm
investment.
saying. Huh?
A stock is an investment, right?
That is what, yes, it is an
So
investment.
if I
said
go,
that you have
so
to
cool,
invest
cool,
and
cool.
pool money.
I got you. If I take $100 from my paycheck and buy oil stock, is that investing?
That's investing, but you don't own the resource.
I own a percentage
Rich
of the
Dad, Poor
resource, right?
Dad, he talks about this.
Wait a minute.
He talks
I own
about
a percentage of the resource, right? That's what stock is, a percentage in the ownership, right?
Her talking points are liberal, man. That's why I was trying to tell her. You got liberal talking points. Y'all hear
It's an investment. It's a small part of ownership, but it's mostly
Hey,
debt
that's
that you're
cool. You gotta.
buying.
Hey, look, everybody starts small and gets
I
bigger.
know, but it's
You know that?
mostly debt
That's like the
you're
natural way
buying.
of the world. You start small and you get bigger.
Mhm. I'm not
Families
saying
do
not to
that.
small
Nations do that.
start small,
Organizations.
but a lot of people like to quote Rich Dad Poor Dad, and what he talks about is becoming an investor outright. So, for example, he has stock in oil, but he's not buying stock bonds, the debt of the company. He's actually involved with the people who own this thing, and he's put up some money with them to get a return on investment. The same
Okay.
thing with houses.
But doesn't
The
that
same thing
doesn't
with
that require more funding initially to
Yeah,
make
but that's not going to
equity
come from
build?
a paycheck when
I
you're
got you.
paying
I
bills.
got you. Look, what I'm saying is you don't
Well,
have to
that's what I'm
start
saying.
big. Why does everything have to be huge with you instead of starting
No, it
small and
doesn't have to
building?
be huge with me. I'm saying that this country owes our people a certain amount of resources, and we need to be
Correct.
able to get them.
But
It
Yeah,
has to
but
be a
all right.
redistribution
blocked that.
redistribution of wealth.
I
It
got
has
you, but that's something that will come gradually. Like our holding down wasn't over just like overnight. It was gradual over time. And you have to repeal these things gradually and over time. But anything that takes a step forward in that, you seem to be against.
No, I'm against what you guys are saying, that Trump and the Republicans are all for us because, and let me tell you why, because every time a Republican gets in office, there's some catastrophic event that disproportionately affects our community, such as COVID, such as 9/11,
Wait a minute. Wait,
such
hold
as
on.
the
Hold.
unleashing
Whoa.
crack.
Slow
Something,
down.
something the Democrats do.
They
Something that the
no,
Democrats
wait a
did.
minute. Let me finish. Let me
Wait
finish.
a minute.
No.
Wait a minute, Chica.
Let me
And when a
finish.
No.
Democrat
Let
You
me
cannot
finish.
you cannot say no catastrophic event like COVID when a damn Republican
Every time
president get
there's a
in. Are you
Republican
kidding me,
in,
yo?
Wait a minute. So
every
Ebola
time
didn't
there's
start
a
during Obama?
Republican, okay, can I
Shit is
finish?
crazy.
Every time there's a Republican in office, we're going to war or something catastrophic is happening. What happens?
Wait a minute. Trump.
What happens? What
Yeah.
happens when that
We got some
happens is
horrible
that everything goes lower.
That's a lie, though.
Everything
We've been pulled out of
everything
more
goes
wars than we got
lower.
into. That's just a
Excuse
lie.
me.
I'm sorry.
Everything goes
Barack
lower.
Obama, Barry Soetoro, he bombed 100 and some countries. Trump hasn't bombed not one country to go to war in.
And I
Man,
was
stop
on the
it.
USA
Yeah,
family.
he just
Where do
bombed
you, what fake
overseas.
news?
What are you talking about?
What
But
fake news?
Look, I was
No,
on the
he didn't
ship
bomb
bombing
any
these nations.
military.
Let me-
There's no military versus military. Barack Obama has gone to war with over 100 countries in less than 8 years. And when the Democrats in office, they demoralize our community with all that LGBTQ nonsense and the damn demoralizing of the way we live, where you have to be accepting of that nasty nonsense that it's very, very satanic, anti-biblical nonsense. And if we don't go along with that, we fail. We don't get the jobs. We don't get the careers. They put all these fruity in the booty and Tootie with the tongue down.
Yet polls came out
That's when the
during Trump's
Democrats get in. And the
administration.
Democrats are the most sneakiest,
And
snakiest.
all the gay stuff is still on TV
Terrorists,
like it
look at
was
Joe Biden, what he
during
did to us.
Obama. He hasn't
Hey, it take
rectified that.
time.
He's not getting rid of that.
It take time. Look at what
Everything is still in
Look
place.
at what
Matter of fact, it's
Netflix-
ramped up more under Trump because those communities are feeling attacked.
Hey, did
fight
Netflix
everything
get
at one
sued?
time, but it's not
Did
just him.
Netflix get taken to
Okay, but
court?
what about Barack Obama and his pedophile? Never mind. Let me shut up.
Man, like you being disingenuous with that one, Sheikah. First of all,
Wait, hold on. I didn't get to. Can I finish what I'm talking about? I'm
yes,
saying
after,
that
after I
every
say this,
time.
I'll give you the floor.
Okay.
You being
Okay,
very disingenuous with COVID and natural disasters. People don't have nothing to do with that. You understand? It's been cold. It's been diseases and natural disasters going on since the beginning of men. It had nothing to do with no administration or who's ruling at the time. Come on, stop with the far left talking point.
So 9/11, we always get attacked. Things always come to the country when Republicans
So we
are
didn't
here.
get
But let me
attacked
tell you
under
what
Obama.
it does. Let me tell you what it does. When those things occur, like his whole economic thing, if COVID never happened, he would be able to ride on that. But what they do is they tank the economy. Like 9/11 was a setup, and that has been proven. They put stocks on airlines, saying, "I bet this will go back."
What they got to do with Trump?
We not
Right
pro
before-
Bush. Ain't nobody in here pro Bush.
Right before 9/11 happened, what happened? Why does this,
keep going.
why does this happen? Let me finish. Why does this happen? Because when the economy
you too far
tanks-
left.
excuse me, when the economy tanks, right? What happens? What's happening now? The interest rate gets lower. The rich get to buy things at a discount.
Actually, it's
It
good
is
for
a
poor people
fail.
too. Interest
It's
rates
a
being lower
fail.
good for rich and poor. I'm sorry, sis.
Not poor
I'm a
people,
real
because
estate
poor
agent. I
people
know
are
this.
usually behind, and then they have to work on their credit and get everything in
Do you
place.
work
order
in real
to
estate for a living, sis?
No, but I just
I
bought
do
a
though.
home.
So don't try to tell me what's beneficial. and
Oh,
what's
so
not.
poor
I do.
people. Okay, so poor people can just up and buy a home.
Yes.
They got
Yes,
money
you can
like
have
that.
good credit and be poor. I'm sorry. You
Okay,
can get a
I'm not saying
580
that
while
poor
you're
people
poor.
automatically have bad credit. I'm saying that there are certain things that have to be in place to give you the
Such as
opportunity
what?
to
What got
buy.
to be in place for you to get a house other than 580 credit score here in Houston right now and make enough to pay your bills? And
You
if
have a
get an
580
apartment, you
credit
making up.
score. Your interest is going to be crazy. It's going to be
They're
lower
low. What do
during
you
the
mean? They're
catastrophe.
all-time low interest rates right now. What are you talking about? You just said it.
Yes, I just said that they were
talking
low,
about
Then
but
why would
it's
your
still
interest
going to
rates
be
be crazy if
higher
they're
than
at an
it would
all-time
be.
low?
It's still going to be higher than it would be. It's still
How?
going to
They're
be
at a
higher
low.
than it would
They're
be.
below normal right now.
Oh,
You know what
so
happens when you go into
580.
a depression? Hold up. When you go into a depression, they lower interest rates because they still want you to buy houses. People still got to keep the real estate economy going.
Right.
So they lower the interest rates to keep you buying.
Even they slicing some of the prices by 20% of the actual house and the value. So it's a good time to be a buyer or investor right now. So Sheik, I don't know what you're talking about. You need to do some more research.
You still have to have a down payment.
Don't
You
and
jumped
stop
in the
Still
wrong
have to.
territory.
So you don't have to have a down payment.
Stop.
No,
You don't have to have a down payment.
The FHA loan, you only got to pay 3.5%.
3.5% on $100,000 loan house is $3,500.
How do poor people have $3,500 laying around?
The
Just
same
extra
way
money.
they have.
Then
they
you're
have
not
the
that
deposit.
poor.
Hey, look, I got you. The same
I think
way
we're
they have
talking
the
about two
deposit and
different poor
first
people.
month's rent of their place they rent out. Same way.
A lot of you women that
No,
that
it's not.
hold on, a lot of you women that are
$3,500
claiming-
is not 1 month of rent.
a lot
I
of you
didn't-
women that
no,
are claiming
deposit
multiple
and first
dependents
month's
are
rent.
getting more than $3,500 back. I know for a fact. So y'all got the money.
That there are poor people with $3,500 just ready
Yes,
to go.
they get it at income tax every year. Next.
No, poor people don't even
Stop
do
putting
taxes.
loaded
You
on
telling me they
lazy
don't
Poor
get
people
that at
don't.
income
I'm
tax?
talking about poor people, not middle class. I'm talking about poor
Even
people
poor
who
people
don't
get
even
income
do
tax when they got
taxes
Talking about
women.
poor-
because they don't
There's
get
broke
no money
women on
because
Section 8. They get income tax.
Poor
The
people.
women on Section
No,
8
they
don't got no
don't.
job.
They can do it, but most of them do not.
Sis,
Most of them do
let's-
not, and I know because I've helped kids try to go to
Are you telling
college,
me you
and
don't
their
get a tax
parents
credit
don't
whether
even
you work
do.
or not for children? Are you saying that? Because that's an absolute lie.
I'm saying that if you get government funded for anything, then that tax break is going to be gone. It
No,
eats
that's
it
not
up.
true. Look,
That
I
is
got
true.
people.
Oh
Okay.
my God.
Okay, what are okay, cool. I have people
You're not
who
going to get government assistance and your taxes. That
you're
doesn't
not
make
getting
sense.
tax. What you get is a tax credit, right? For like your kid being in school. They give you tax credits for that. They give you money for that in order to
And-
help you to help subsidize your kid going to
And the
school.
government assistance is income. So it leaves you at zero. That's
We're
why
not
they don't
talking
do
about
their taxes.
regular government
I asked
assistance.
them, I said,
sis,
how
don't
come you
change
do
the
your
subject.
taxes? They
Don't-
say, I
I
don't get
got
nothing
you, but you're
because
changing the subject. You're changing the subject.
I'm
I'm not
not.
talking about regular Section 8.
I'm talking
I'm
about. Go ahead.
All right, I'm talking about during income tax time, where anybody who has a child, anybody, can ask for, sometimes it's $2,500, sometimes it's higher, of a tax credit, whether they made income or not that year. They can file for that. If you have 2 children, you will get enough money for you to put a down payment on a house at 3.5%.
No, poor people who are actually getting government funding and stuff, once they get their tax credit, it almost comes down to nothing. This is why they don't do their taxes. Reason why I know is because I had a poor mother with twins who's supposed to go to college. And so I went and I said, look, we're trying to apply for FAFSA. So when I went and I asked her, you know, can I get your tax information? She didn't have it. And I was like, well, why don't you do your taxes? She was like, because she gets this, that, and it cancels it out. And so I would think somebody who has done it would know. It cancels it out. You're not going to get government funding.
I rent out houses every year to people who are on Section 8 who get government assistance every year. And guess what they always have around income tax time? Some goddamn money.
Yeah.
And where they get that money from and how they get it. Because they filed their taxes and they filed for their children. And you get that income tax credit for schooling, help with daycare, all that type of stuff is what that income tax credit is for. Not, oh, you don't get it because you got Section 8 this year.
It's counted as income. It's counted as income, and it does go against it. It goes against it. So if you have enough kids, you will have extra money.
It counts as income. So guess what happens on income? At the end of the year, you get paid taxes based on income. Even though it's a low income, it still counts as income. And your tax credit is all dependent on your income. Right?
Man, it's a couple women that's getting stacked. They're getting stacked
during
tax return.
Because it says, we paid you this much, it cancels it out. I'm telling you. But
okay, you got to defeat his attitude, Sheikah. You just think black people can't do shit.
No, I just disagree with your
3.5%. We can't go to
I disagree with your method. Let's build up the hood, but let's not put money in it first so the people can stay there. Let's not put black educators in place and let white people be there so those white counselors can tell your kids to go to community schools.
Black people been in Sunnyside for almost 100 years.
Let's vote for Trump, somebody who talks about grabbing pussy and
that's emotional.
And, it has done nothing that black people can feel.
Wait a minute, hold on. I got a question. Is it not true that when you are a celebrity, a man of influence and a lot of money, that women will virtually come up to you and throw pussy at you? Is that true or false?
Right. So, which is why he shouldn't have to grab them.
True or false? Answer the question. True or false?
I said true, which is why he shouldn't have to grab them.
Because he articulated
what you talking about grabbing them for if they throwing it at him? If they throwing it at him, then he shouldn't have to grab nothing. But we know that he's involved with those things.
Wait a minute. I grab shit that belong to me all the time. I grab shit that's been given to me all the time. If someone hand me something, I grab it.
He wasn't talking about that. Well, he doesn't have a pussy, so it does not belong to him.
Yeah, if she offered it to him, it do.
But anyway, that's a moot point again. That's another moot point. We don't give a damn about his personality and what he has done. What about his policy? What about his policy? We don't care about that. See, that's what you left.
I know, and
you try to get people in their emotions.
What I'm saying, his policy has not been beneficial.
Why is his personality more important than his policy? I got that question.
No, he cut the dependent care credit. He cut the housing credit.
Are you going to answer the question? Why is his personality more important than his policy?
Grabbing people by the pussy is not personality. That's sexual assault.
Oh my God!
Wait a minute. It's only sexual assault if they say no. This is what he said. When you're rich and you're famous, women will come up to you and let you just grab them by the pussy. Now, if they let you, that's what he said. Let you. That means it's consensual. It's not sexual assault because they let them.
Right, Sheikah. You be watching too much.
Even if they don't, I'll just grab them by the pussy.
If a woman tell me I can grab her by her pussy, I have every right to do so.
Yeah, if she tells you that.
That's what he said, Sheikah. That's what he said. Then let's move on because this is a moot point. You're trying to get people emotional and rebel rouse people. We don't do that on this channel, man. We're not for rebel
I'm
rousing.
just saying that when he says that he should have grabbed people by the
Well,
pussy,
okay,
that
what
is not
about
about
his
his
policies?
personality.
He
And all
didn't say
the
he was
stuff that
going to.
James just
So
said,
moving on.
all the things,
All right, that's cool.
all the
We moving
things
on,
that
sis.
James just said. Okay, but all the things that you just said, poor people get, he cut in his tax plan. He cut the child care credit. He cut the housing credit,
But
which
do you
Well,
is
hey,
why
look,
we
you
didn't
can
get the
cut back on credits you're giving me if you're gonna invest
I
hundreds
didn't
of billions of dollars into my community and create jobs
exactly,
to where I don't need that shit.
exactly. So we don't have to sit on our ass
So where is
and
the
depend
hundreds
on the
of billions
government.
now? That's what he's
No,
doing.
he's
Where is it?
pushing. He's
What you
pushing
mean? They've been wait a
self-sufficiency.
minute. Opportunity zones have already invested hundreds of millions into the black community.
That's a
What are you
fact.
talking about?
In what black communities? Name some so I can look.
In my black community, in black communities across the U.S. What are you talking about? Look at the stats instead of just talking.
So your community is better right now than it was 4 years ago because of Trump.
Actually, yes. If you want to go over it, unemployment before COVID hit, which is not, I can't blame anybody. I wouldn't blame a Democrat if they was in office for a natural disaster like disease.
For the pandemic.
Wait a minute, before that hit, were we not at an all-time low in unemployment?
Facts. And the black poverty rate
Not
was
in
low.
high-paying jobs. If you want to count Popeyes and stuff
Man,
like
that's
that,
a yes
but
or
not
no
in
question,
high-paying
sis.
jobs.
You ain't got to do all this. It's a yes or no question. Were we?
I said yes, but not in
Okay,
high-paying
thank you.
jobs.
Let's move forward. Did he not permanently and increase the funding for historically black colleges?
Yes.
Okay, let's
did.
move on to another one. Isn't it not a fact that
they're not gonna
90+% of the people that got off due to prison reform were black?
Yes, because they're 90% of
All right,
the
cool. Has there not been a staunch increase? I mean, an historic rise, and I'm just gonna use women for black women as far as entrepreneurship under Trump?
No.
That's a lie. There's actually
No.
the answer should be yes.
We were already increasing with entrepreneurship before Trump even came into office. So that was already a trend that was already there. And I think like some of the things that you're saying is disingenuous.
Okay,
you
so
just
if
said
the
poor
trend was
people.
already there, when did the trend start?
The trend started, I would say, mid Obama's election. That's when black women really started getting into entrepreneurship. But
Okay, what's your
let's point
receipts
this
on that?
out. During COVID, when black women businesses applied for that relief, how much was it? I can't even remember how much it was. They weren't
What's your
getting it. They were locked
receipts?
out.
We just want some receipts
Okay.
on when
we
this,
need some.
because
Let
like
me
for
get
instance,
some.
this is something I would have, if you would have been like, hey, yo, the black unemployment has been been in a decrease for almost 16 straight years. I would have said, you know what? Yes, that's true. But I would have came.
It was under a decrease under Obama from
I got you.
GW,
No,
and it
16
was
years ago
already
means
decreasing.
I think it started with maybe at the end of Clinton administration, beginning of Bush. There's been a decline. So I'm not.
No,
but
but GW ramped it up when 9/11 hit, and then Obama brought it down.
The stuff that was considered a job, as far as especially our community, was mostly part-time jobs. Stuff like working at McDonald's, stuff like working at Walmart. All this stuff was considered jobs. To me, that ain't a job. You can't raise no family on no McDonald's, on no little Walmart jobs and stuff like that. That's not a job.
Right.
Now the jobs are actual good paying jobs, mostly in trades. Like medical, oil and gas. We've seen an increase in black involvement. Well, I'm just talking about here in Texas. Medical, oil and gas. As far as ownership, like if you knew the big growth, especially in the real estate, of black owners here in Houston is just amazing. Like the whole southeast side of Houston is almost a testament to mainly black investment into the community. So
That's been going on here in Dallas since before Trump. What he did is he rode off of Obama for the first 2 years, and I'm not gonna lie, for economy, yeah, he's a good look, and he kept it going. But now it's tanked because of COVID, and he failed to leave during that thing. He saw that thing coming and didn't shut the board.
He did shut it down. He did.
Late
The
after the
Democrats-
fact.
No, he didn't.
After
Hold on,
people
hold on.
told
On
him.
the 29th of January, he
After
shut the
people
border.
told
No,
him.
see, y'all gonna stop using these Fox
Hey,
News talking points.
Jashub, you go ahead and get on this one, bro.
January the 29th, he shut down the border.
And what were they calling him for shutting it down?
Xenophobic.
Thank you. They were calling him, when he shut down travel from China, they started saying he was xenophobic against Chinese. But then when he seen the outbreak in Europe, he shut down Europe. And then they said he was against Europeans due to the trade and all that other stuff he had going on.
And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
But everybody
Because
was
they
against
told
him for
back
doing
in
it.
November to do it.
Even Dr.
And it
Fauci.
was already here. They told him back in November, hey,
Even
this
Dr.
is coming.
Fauci said
And he
that
was
he
like,
went
it's a
against
hoax.
their recommendation and saved hundreds
Did
of
Trump
thousands of
say
lives. Is
that
that true or
COVID
false?
was did Trump say COVID was a hoax? Yes or no?
Oh my God! Here we go.
Did not Dr. Fauci go on record and say that by him shutting it down, he saved
He
hundreds of
said it
thousands of
on
lives?
TV
Yes or
that
no?
this is a hoax.
He said that doctor said we would have lost 2 million people, not 200,000 people.
Oh, my bad. Well, in 2 million lives, he saved.
Right. 2 million lives would have been lost if he did not close the border down, the China travel ban.
They told him.
Hey,
They
second
told
question I
him to
got you,
close
Sue.
it way
Did
earlier.
he not,
he closed
did
it
he
after
not
it was
have
here.
the largest mobilization of the private sector to take care of this issue since World War II?
He closed the borders after they already told him to close it before it
No,
got
they
here. He
didn't.
closed the borders after
The World
COVID was
Health
already
Organization
here.
was against shutting down the border. The World Health Organization,
Because it
which is
was
above all
already
this.
here. Because it was already here. They told him back in November.
The World Health Organization was saying it wasn't a big deal. Don't worry about it. Even the Democrats
No,
were coming
they
on and saying that
wasn't.
the flu.
No,
Hold up.
they wasn't.
I will play. Look, I will give Jashub the YouTube recordings of this in a minute, because all this rhetoric stuff is what you like to do, but we like receipts. The YouTube recording will show the
Associated
Democrats
Press
talking
is
about how
not
the
authority,
flu
but YouTube
this
is
year would have been worse than COVID, and not to be worried about COVID. The Democrats were saying this.
Right. Biden was against it. Biden, the president that's trying to claim.
I'm talking about the health.
He
The
brought
health
up the-
professionals.
He
Let
brought
me
up
get the
the health
timeline. I'm gonna get the timeline.
Everybody was against Trump, man. He was a lone wolf in this. And he did the right goddamn thing.
Democrats and Republicans were against him. It wasn't just one side. They was bipartisan on the issue of shutting it down, and he still went against them and did it.
Right. Which saved millions of lives. But y'all don't want to give this man that credit because the people on far left just don't want him to get any glory because they don't want that to bolster his chances of getting reelected, which is stupid. Like Nancy Pelosi don't want to give a actually a fourth stimulus package. You understand? Because she don't want Trump getting the damn glory so he can get reelected. So you will you will jeopardize the lives of American citizens across the nation. You understand? Just so your boy Biden can win. Or just so you can lessen the chance of him winning. And that's the mindset of the far left, man. That's why black people shouldn't be voting for no goddamn liberals. That's the type of games they play. The shit is silly, man. Now, I put on the bottom, under the Trump administration, we have seen a 400% increase in the number of African-American owned small businesses. That's just a fucking fact. So it's without question what's better for us. I'm not voting for no goddamn Biden. You can get mad and upset and emotionally tangled about what he may have said, and that got to you because that's how women think. You think with your emotions. You don't use both sides of your brain, the left and right side. You need to use both of them. Stop being so damn emotional. Oh, he said something that hurt me emotionally. I don't want to vote and support him.
Hey, just shoot.
So it doesn't matter
Wait
that he
before you jump in,
defended.
sis. I got a question along those same lines, because what I want to do is use their own logic the way they use. They want to make it emotional. Let me ask you a question. How do you feel about Joe Biden's stance on segregation and busing?
I don't like what he has to say, but I will say this, that he sat underneath African-American man, and he's running with an African American woman. So if we're going to excuse Trump's racism, and because of his age and the
Wait, you
time
just gonna
period,
gloss
that
over the fact that he said he didn't want his children in a racial jungle
no,
and
I'm
going
not
for a black
glossing
person.
over
He's
it,
gonna
but I'm
gloss
saying
over
that
that and
somebody
say, hey, long as you have this
no,
Indian American woman who claims to be black as his
she is
running mate,
black.
forgive
Her
it. I'll
father is
gloss
black.
over it.
Her father's black, and so
Her
I will
father
say this.
is a descendant of slavers.
No. That's on her mother's. That's his
Her mother's Indian, so it ain't on her side.
father's maternal grandfather is that person. That is not her father.
So her grandfather was white.
Her great grandfather was white. That's
Okay,
her
cool.
father's,
So
her
she's a
father's
slaver. She's a
mom.
descendant of slavers. I don't care.
But
I don't care if
they
she's a
weren't a
descendant
part
of
of that. You're probably a descendant of an enslaver. It doesn't make you part of the family. Okay.
So you don't care about how Biden stands on busing, even though it's racist as fuck. It's blatantly
I would
racist.
like to answer
Hold on.
answer.
Let me finish real quick. It's not a dog whistle. It's blatantly racist. You don't care.
Okay.
Cool. What about his him eulogizing a grand wizard of the KKK and saying that was his mentor and how much he guided him?
Robert
How do you
Byrd.
feel about that?
Can I answer?
Yes.
Okay. I don't feel like any of that was cool. I don't agree with it. However, on the other side, there's just as much as that I can say. But he's not using racism as political currency as Donald Trump is right now.
If you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black.
That's what he said. That's
political currency.
Well, I don't believe that. Okay, I don't believe that anybody who still currently believes like that would be vice president to a black man and then choose
on the other foot.
choose a black woman.
They could say about Trump, they got to say it's a dog whistle. You know what I'm saying? It's subliminal. We point out
Trump tried.
All right, cool.
Trump
Hey, how do
tried
you feel
5
about
black
the
men
94
in
crime
media.
bill? How do you feel about the 94 crime bill where we were characterized as super predators by Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden?
And Biden said in 2016 he still backs the crime bill.
Yep, and he said
Okay,
in 2016
am I
he's still
going to be allowed to talk
bill.
or no? Am I going to be allowed to talk and finish?
Well, we allowing you to,
Okay,
to answer the actual question, not to go into
No,
your
I'm
own
going to answer,
different-
but I want to be allowed to answer. Because
We're
y'all
allowing you to
filibustering.
answer, but we don't
Y'all
allow you to just build
filibustering
on
right
other
now because
topics.
you don't want what I have to say to be heard. One,
Okay, you got 2
I
minutes. Go
can
ahead.
say, okay. One, I can see.
Go, Sheikah.
I can go.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. One, I don't believe that somebody who currently believes that way would have sat underneath the black man as vice president or run with a black woman today. However, that was a time. That was a time where I'm not going to excuse it for the time because I don't do that for Trump. Trump, though, panders to white supremacists and hesitates to condemn them. Okay,
Wait a minute.
and then he said there's fine people.
Yes or no?
Excuse me. Let me finish. He tried 5 black men in media, okay, and swayed public opinion to get them convicted. And even though they're exonerated today, still says that they're guilty as hell.
Thought they were guilty.
Yeah. So I can say both on both sides.
That doesn't make him a racist because he thinks black people are guilty of a crime.
All right, so y'all see my stream? This is
With
3
no
years
proof?
ago. Hold
Even
on
though
real
they're
quick, Sheikah.
exonerated?
Hold on real quick, Sheikah. Hold on. This was 3 years ago in Charlottesville. Right? Hold on. Let me get the video started. Because you say he never denounced it, right? All right, we're going to see. I told you stop repeating them.
Racism is evil, and those who cause violence in its name are criminals and thugs, including the KKK, neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and other hate groups that are repugnant to everything.
That is after he got called out for not doing
No, this was 3 years ago.
Founded on
Yes, during the election. He got called out because he would not denounce.
Hey, look, let's say he did get called out and said, hey, they suspected he was a racist. he still immediately denounced it.
Right. And this year they said the same thing. Hold on, Sheikah. This year they said the same thing. They said that he never denounced him, but he did this.
Did you watch the debate? Did you watch the debate when they said, "Can you do it now?" And he wouldn't do it. It took him 4 times to say, I denounced the Proud Boys. Stand back and stand by. Stand back and stand by. What
Do you know the leader of the Proud Boys is not white?
Neo-Nazi.
I don't care what's that.
The Proud Boys are fighting with Black Lives Matter.
White supremacist group.
Hold on, the Proud Boys are side by side with Black Lives Matter right now. So what are you talking about? Which the Black Lives Matter is a leftist group.
How many times did it take him to when they said, "Can you denounce?"
All right, I'm gonna move on to something else.
All right, look,
he didn't say immediately
All
yes.
you can say
He
is he did
hesitated,
denounce white supremacy.
and that's a dog whistle.
Okay, cool. Look,
How many
notice what
times
you
in that
said.
debate
Notice,
did they ask him?
You have a problem with a dog whistle, but you have no problem with overt racism.
Right. I got one right here. Inside
Silly.
Kamala Harris's. Hold
Is
on.
he saying that now?
Oh, Sheikah. Hold on,
That's
Sheikah.
silly. I don't think it was a dog whistle.
Yeah, but in the platinum plan, it says that it's going to
Didn't he
make.
say it now? He
it's
didn't.
gonna-
That was 1958. Get out
Hey,
of
look.
here.
Look. Fine. He's a racist, but he's the worst racist we've ever met because he does nothing but good policies for black people, as you've already admitted.
Right. Now, inside Kamala Harris's polarizing record as a prosecutor, let's get into this. She may tout herself a progressive prosecutor, but Kamala Harris' record as a career California prosecutor suggests otherwise. Harris, who made history Tuesday as presumptive Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden's pick for vice president, has long faced criticism over her prosecutorial record, with skeptics saying she skewed in the favor of police and was too slow and even sometimes mum on criminal justice reform. As California Attorney General from 2011 to 2017, she refused to endorse a 2015 bill calling for a special prosecutor to investigate deadly police shootings, the Sacramento Bee reported. This was in 2015, sister. So she also rejected calls from civil rights groups to investigate deadly police shootings in Los Angeles and San Francisco following the 2014 police-involved killing of Michael Brown in Ferguson. In 2015, Harris required body cameras for California Department of Justice agents, but didn't support legislation mandating them for all police officers. The senator's history as San Francisco district attorney from 2004 to 2011 has been scrutinized. Shortly after taking the job, she sparked a decade-long feud with police unions for declining to pursue the death penalty for a gang member who murdered San Francisco police officer Isaac Espinosa. She also began prosecuting parents of habitually truant students, calling the issue of students skipping school tantamount to a crime, even amid criticism that the policy disproportionately targeted low-income people of color.
Hey, how many black people
And how
she
many
locked up?
parents went to jail? And how many parents went to jail because of that? Zero.
It doesn't matter. They got a
Zero.
crime on their record. You're a criminal.
This is shit she
No,
actually did.
they don't have a crime on their record. No parents
If she
actually
makes
went
it
to
a crime-
jail or got convicted.
This is shit she
I looked at the
actually did,
outcomes.
man. Now, hold on. I'm going to keep going. Let's keep going. She sent letters to San Francisco public schools parents each year, threatening them with citations for truancy, and sponsored a 2010 law to make it a misdemeanor for parents whose children miss 10% of school a year without a good excuse. The punishment, a $2,000 fine, jail, or both. Harris also opposed a state initiative to soften minimal mandatory sentences, even though the criminal justice reform plan she rolled out while running for president.
Two parents
offered
got
her
caught up
hand.
in that. Two.
Let me go. Hey,
Let him
you trying to
finish.
make excuses for this shit. One of Harris's worst scandals came in 2010 when a technician caught skimming cocaine from a crime lab and mishandling evidence. A judge ruled her office failed to disclose that information to the defense attorneys, causing more than 600 drug-related cases to get tossed out.
Damn.
That same year, Harris opposed an initiative in the state to legalize marijuana, despite now supporting such legislation. During her tenure as Attorney General, at least 1,500 people were thrown behind bars for marijuana-related offenses from 2011 to 2016, according to the data from the Washington Free
Was she locking people up for smoking weed, but said she was smoking weed in college?
Yeah, she said that she was smoking weed in college.
She had a whole program that if you completed it, you wouldn't. The charges wouldn't stick.
Ooh,
That's the part you're not reading.
You making excuses. You use it.
No, she had a whole program that said that you wouldn't even have this on your record if you go through, through the steps.
Let me finish because it gets better. Harris' handling of wrongful convictions has also been called into question. As AG, her office fought against new DNA testing for death row inmate Kevin Cooper, who claims he was framed for murder. Some legal experts believe the test could help overturn his conviction. She fought against that. Her prosecutors also defended the conviction of George Gage, who was charged in 1999 with sexually abusing his stepdaughter and put away by her testimony, according to the New York Times opinion piece. A judge later found that Harris' prosecutor failed to turn over exculpatory evidence, including that the stepdaughter had repeatedly lied to law enforcement and that her mother described her as a pathological liar. The case got pitched to the 9th District Court of Appeals, with Harris's prosecutors fighting against tossing Gage's conviction on a technicality that he had failed to raise the legal issue in the lower court. He's still in prison, serving a 70-year sentence.
So
now,
that's
that
what she's doing to the black men.
Now, excuse that shit, man.
That's what
I'm
you
not
want as our
excusing
vice
any.
president. Hold up,
I'm
she
not-
don't got she ain't got no plans for black people. None. In her thing, none, no real plans, but she got promises to Indian Americans. She got sworn into Senate. Now there's a black senator.
The Lift Every
Indian
Voice plan
American
is a
senator.
plan for black people.
No,
Wait
it's
a minute,
not.
did she get sworn in the Senate as a black American or an Indian American?
Indian
So
American.
what's she going into the vice presidency office as? The first black American or the first Indian American? First
I don't know what she's going. I mean, she's a woman of
Indian
color.
American, 'cause
That's
that's
how
what she
she
claimed to
identifies herself, as a woman of color, because she does have mixed
That's what she's an
ancestry.
Indian
But her
American.
father's
That's what she
black,
say
and let's
she
not
is.
forget that.
Look, I care
Huh?
what she say she is, not what you say she is. What you say she is don't mean
Well, she
nothing.
says she's a black woman, and she posted pictures
She
of her and
says
her
she's an
black ass
Indian
family.
American. On her paperwork, it says Indian American. The legal shit that matters says Indian American.
You have Kamala's
the rhetoric
paperwork.
that make you
That's not
personally
what it
feel
says on.
good about her and feel like you can relate to her, that's the black shit, the rhetoric. The legal shit says she's Indian.
Her father's black, so
The legal shit says she claims her Indian heritage, not you, on her legal paperwork. Don't try to relate
well,
to
that's her
somebody who don't
choice. But when
relate
she
to
walked
you.
down the street, she's a black woman, and people treat her like such.
She
so.
looked like an Indian woman. I'm sorry.
She
I
does
know
not
an
look
Indian.
like
I
no
never
Indian
thought she was
woman.
black.
She smelled.
She does not look like no Indian woman. Get out of here.
She looked like
some
she
spices
smelled
in
like
her
lie.
chicken.
masala. Look, hold on. I'm
She
gonna pull
does
up this
not look
article.
like an Indian woman.
Yes, she
Hold on.
do. Look, I know a lot of Indian people. She look like an Indian woman.
No,
do
she
like, she do like she eat tikka masala every night. Oh, look, check this out. And
I guess
none
for
bread.
somebody never been outside of America, she look black.
Look, Kamala Harris. What to know about the first Indian American VP candidate?
She didn't say African American.
Indian American VP.
And there's an article that says the first African or black woman. There's an
at her
article that
mama.
says two different things.
Look at her mom.
I can find an article right
Her
now.
mama frowning at you, nigga.
Indian origin Senator Kamala Devi, that's Indian. Harris stripped at history when she became the first, there you go, black woman to be appointed as running mate by Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden.
Hey,
Black
look,
don't
can we
mean
go over the
African-American.
timeline of the COVID
Black
so we
don't
can
mean
get that straight? I
African-American.
just posted it in the chat.
What you post in the chat?
In the back chat, the timeline
Look.
of COVID.
Hey, look at Kamala, man. She do look like she served tikka masala. Hey, you in Dallas, right? There's a place called Spice in the City. Go to Spice in the City. You're gonna see two people that look like Kamala in there. You know what I'm saying? That's an Indian restaurant at Dallas Power and Light. You know
So let's be clear. Biden writes the laws that locks niggas up. Kamala
And Republicans
prosecutes
approved
those
them.
laws.
And Republicans said it wasn't tough enough.
Damn, I can't even finish. You yelling about you being able to finish.
Well, I wasn't able to finish.
Treat people how you want to be treated, sis. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, well, I would say the
All
same
right,
thing to
cool.
you. But go
All
ahead.
right, so we got Biden who writes laws to lock niggas up. Kamala who prosecutes niggas and hides evidence to keep niggas locked up. And this is what she want us to have as a presidency, while she's admitted it openly that everything Trump has done for the black community has been good. And she can't name one good thing Biden has done in 47 years. We're going to put it on her. In 47 years of President Biden, what has he done? Not Obama. What has he done good for black people?
Well, anything Obama has done would be attributed to him too, because he was the
Obama didn't do
VP.
nothing good for black people either, man. I'm gonna cut you short right there.
Now let her do it, because we don't want her to say we cutting her off.
He reduced the debt that black people incur when they go to school from capping those loans. And that was a good thing, because people was buying cars and all types and living off of that, which they wasn't supposed to do. Okay. And they were doing it mainly because of the low interest rates. Everybody does it. Even under Trump, when I went to school, people were doing it who were in my class, and they were not black, you know. So
how did that benefit black people as a whole?
Huh?
How did that benefit black people as a whole?
Because they won't be increasing their debt.
Why was the poverty rate?
And that helps wealth
how
building.
many black people go to college?
And that helps wealth building.
What percentage of black people go to college?
I don't know the percentage of just black people.
Is it above 50%?
Of the degree?
Is it above 50%?
No.
Okay, then it ain't benefiting black people as a whole, or even a majority of black people.
Okay, well, healthcare. He got healthcare passed, and that does affect a lot.
Healthcare hurt black people, man. That Obama, man, let me pull it up. Let me pull this Obamacare shit up. Y'all always bring it. You know, Obamacare finna start paying. If you let Biden in, gonna start paying for sexual reassignment surgery and abortion. Like, that don't help black people. Let me pull this Obamacare up stuff, because people are always pulling up Obamacare. Obamacare did nothing but hurt us. That mandatory tax that you have, and you get penalized for it at the end of the year if you don't have.
Then why hasn't Trump got rid of it? How come Trump hasn't gotten rid of it?
He repealed certain things of the Obamacare.
Certain things, but he didn't get rid of it because if he can't,
because it's a process.
Because you've already given it to people, and people are going to go crazy without their medical stuff. But he raised what he winded up doing with his repealing. He raised the prescriptions. The prescriptions cost more now than ever.
Got you. Hold on.
Actually, with the Preferred Nations plan, our prescription drugs are gonna be at an all-time low. But nice try.
See, the facts ain't really.
Our prescription plans are not at an all-time low. Who is telling you?
With the Preferred Nations plan, they will be. Say, like, what he did was he implemented.
He had 4 years to do it, and he did.
Real quick. I got you. You don't want to hear the truth because it turns.
He didn't do it. Why didn't he do it already?
Do you know what the Preferred Nations Act is?
You're acting like he's not been in office for these 4 years.
Do you know what the Preferred Nations Act is? You know, people get shit done one at a time. They don't get everything passed at one time. He's knocking out shit one by one. So do you know what the Preferred Nations Act is?
No, give me the details on that.
Okay, cool. Because I'm mentioning it, you against it, but you don't even know what the hell it is.
I'm not against it. I'm saying when you said it,
cool.
I said, "Oh, that's going to do that," but he didn't do it already. But it's my point.
Look, there you go. You're being combative right now. You was against what I said, and now I'm trying to explain it.
I didn't say I was against it.
Okay, when I was saying that, hey, the prices are going to be at an all-time low, you were like, no, they're not.
No, I thought you said that they are at an all-time low, and I'm like, no, they're not.
You misunderstood me. I get it now. You misunderstood me. Cool. Okay, the Preferred Nations plan is he went to the pharmaceutical companies, right? So they was charging us at sometimes $2, $3, $4 for the same pill they were selling to other nations for 10 cents. Okay, so our prices are high as hell, and in other nations they're paying 200% less than what we're paying. Okay, so he put in place that, hey, whatever they pay for that pill is what we pay for that pill, because we're your biggest buyer and we should have the best prices. So whatever the lowest prices is, you got to match that. That's going to cause prescription prices across the board to plummet.
No, it's not. It's going to cause them to rise, and it's going to impoverish places like Africa.
How is it going to cause them to rise if we getting the pills for cheaper? If
She
instead of
just
paying
talking,
$2 for a pill, you get it for 10%.
No, they said
How
that
does
they're
that
going to
cause
charge
a
the lowest
rise in the
price,
prices of the
and
pills?
so what that's going to make them do is raise the prices on other people. I mean, come on, like
This is the black.
God.
This is
Wait a
the
minute,
black
wait a minute.
liberal
I don't
woman.
look. I don't give a shit if they raise the price on Poland, Germany, Yugoslavia. I don't give a shit as long as my prices are low.
Right.
They're not giving them 10 cents. They're doing it in underdeveloped
Preferred
countries.
nations is whatever they pay for it, we pay for it. So hey, fuck it. If they gotta praise them up to 50 cents, because they look, you think another nation gonna keep paying for it if they was paying 10%, now 10 cents, now they gotta pay $1? Maybe able to get them boosted up to 30 cents. Cool. I'd rather pay 30 cents than $2 or $3. I'm still winning.
But I'm gathering, but it's really gonna hurt when you talk about black people. You're talking about
How
not
is it
just
gonna hurt us to pay less for
everywhere.
our pills?
It's not. First of all, I have a lot to say about pills, but I'll say this:
I'm just
it's
asking,
going
how
to
is it gonna hurt us to pay
global
less
black.
for our
It's
prescription
going to hurt
pills?
the global black
Global.
people.
Look. Africa ain't worried about us. You know what they said about Haiti? They said Haiti wasn't African enough to be part of the African Union. Okay, they not worried about us. And as well as I wish those over there that ain't doing too good, I care about my house first. I gotta take care of my house before I worry about another man's house. If my house ain't in order, I can't be worried about his house. So right now I'm trying to get my house in order. So my prices are gonna be low. I got another question. Has Biden in his 47 years ever promised or committed to funding for diseases that strictly harm the African American community, like sickle cell anemia, high blood pressure?
High blood pressure affects everybody. Sickle cell is, yeah. I mean, no, I can't say that he's done something specifically to.
But Trump has.
But
Trump
I
has.
say different states have.
But Trump has, though, which is another good thing to add onto the list that makes
What
it
has
like
he done
I've
for
named over
sickle cell?
7 things that you've agreed to are great are good at least for the black community. We ain't the only thing you tried to bring up for Joe Biden was Obama's Obamacare. Not it ain't Biden care. It's called Obamacare.
Because he was the president.
The one thing we can point to that he actually wrote and signed off on, and is the biggest accomplishment of his career, is the '94 crime bill.
Okay.
And you won't say that shit is
go
good.
into some points that help black people that you're not realizing. Who wrote
what point is that?
Who wrote the school to pipeline bill that was actually ended? Who wrote that?
I don't know.
I'll let you know. Cory Booker and Senator Murphy, who are both Democrats. Cory Booker was was running for president. Okay.
So they wrote the prison pipeline. I'm just trying to see what you said, sis. I'm trying to see what you said. I'm gonna let you keep going. They wrote the school to prison pipeline.
They have a bill right now to end the school to prison pipeline. Who tabled it? Republicans during the Trump administration. Thank you. Okay.
What does that have to do with Trump?
It's during his administration. He's the leader. They tabled it. They didn't want
wait a minute. You just finished. Wait a minute. Earlier, I could have swore we was just talking about how a person, like, I can't see him being responsible for every fucking thing that goes on. Anything, but what I can see him be responsible for is the promises he makes and the thing. Wait a minute. The promises he make and the promises he keep. I can't hold him responsible for the whole Congress of Republicans. That doesn't make sense. Right?
Well, he has the power to do executive orders, does he not? Yes, he does. So, I mean,
okay, but he did executive orders on all these other things. Wait a minute, hold on, slow down. But he did do executive orders on all these other things we listed. So maybe he ain't got around to it yet. I would give him the benefit of the doubt when I can name this many things he's done in about 3 years compared to you named one goddamn thing in 47 years of Joe Biden's
But you said that
time
he
in
can't take
Congress,
any credit
riddled
for
with
what
racist
Obama did.
comments and policies, riddled with them from
And
his
you have to go
entire
back to
time in office.
1968 to even get that. You have to go back to 1968 to get that when you have a
No, I
president
went to
right now telling you
94.
that black men are guilty, even though DNA evidence says they are not.
Okay, look, all right.
And
You
you're
say I gotta go
defending that.
1960s. Wait a minute. I want to upgrade from 1960s to 1994. Is that okay?
Oh, and let me answer that because I have an answer for that. Go.
Okay, justify his bill. Go ahead.
I'm not justified. Wait, his
Then you're not
bill
answering
was
it then.
okay. His bill. I'm gonna tell you. NYC crack era. I don't know where you were, but I was in New York. In New York, New Jack City was a mild depiction of what was going on. We had my neighbor got flung off of a building by Fat Cat. Okay. We had people walking around like zombies. I had two older sisters who were addicted to crack. We had to go get one of them who was screaming in the middle of the street. Okay. When we went to the park, there were crack vials and needles everywhere. We had to be careful. People had to wipe down the slide to make sure there wasn't a needle on it. People were shooting at nighttime. It sounded like a war zone because people were shooting and bullets were coming through.
So that
buildings,
justifies
houses,
locking
and
up niggas
everything.
for absurd amounts
Excuse
of
me?
time.
Excuse me? Let me finish.
So okay.
So when they said super predators, or when the bill came out, it was the outcry from Black leadership that says you have to do something about this. Stop these people from having war in our neighborhood. So they wrote the crime bill. So when it was presented and what's her name? Hillary said super predator, she wasn't talking about every individual Black man or Black
Yes,
people
she
themselves,
was. She was
because
talking
they
about
were
the
not
inner
the
city
only
youth.
ones
Those are black
who
folks.
were shooting. They weren't the only ones who were shooting in our neighborhood. You had the Italian mob, all types of gang
How many
units
Italians got locked
stuff
up due to the
in our
94 crime
neighborhood,
bill?
shooting and killing innocents, elderly and children. And that is who she was talking about.
Okay, cool. So why didn't the Italians get disproportionately locked up due to the 94 crime bill then?
Because they weren't
Hold on, I'm almost done. Look, I just let you go for a minute, sis. Let me finish my question. I'm not done with it. Because it disproportionately seems to identify and affect Black folks. Italians weren't riddled with crack and selling crack, but go ahead.
Okay. And I will answer that because when you talk about arrest, when you talk about the systemic racism that exists because who's employed as police officers, those people are usually going to round up and get Black people. Look at Free Rick Ross. What did he say? He said, I was the fall guy. And they went and got him, but they didn't get those people that he was meeting with all the time.
Okay,
That's
so again,
racism.
it seemed that
The
their
bill
policies disproportionately
wait a
affect
minute,
Black
let
people.
me finish. Because of systemic racism, not the policy itself. It was abused by specifically red states like Texas to fill up
you
and
right,
meet
Copper
contracts
Aboriginal.
of private jail. They had to meet those, and how do they meet them today? Still during Trump administration by locking up Black people with no resources to defend themselves.
Okay, cool. Look, you're identifying how the 94 crime bill helped the prison industrial complex disproportionately identify Black men
the
for
bill
locking them up.
Systemic racism did
I
it.
got you. Look, sis, come on.
The bill itself doesn't do that. It's
No.
who
I
they
said
try
it was
to
no.
arrest.
You're not listening to what I said then, because this is the problem. You're not listening. I said it helped the prison industrial complex. I didn't say it did it itself. I said the bill helped the prison industrial complex identify, easily, I guess, gather Black males to lock up. Period.
They were already gathering Black males and locking them up.
I said it helped it. I didn't look. I don't care if they was already doing it. It helped it, or did it not, or did it make it harder or easier for them to lock them up?
No. It was just as easy to lock black men up. What happens is
If
that
it was just as easy, why does everyone point to the 94 crime bill for the disproportionate locking up of black people for nonviolent crimes?
Okay, what it did, let me tell you, what it did is that black men specifically were already being locked up just as they were, and still are today. What it is that if you don't have resources to fight, then you get that conviction, and then 3 times you're out. It's systemic racism that allows that policy to disproportionately affect them, not just that itself.
All right, I want to watch this video real quick, man, because you're going on a rhetoric tangent right now. Watch this video.
Did you know there is one 5-word question you should never ask a woman if you want her to sleep with you, become your girlfriend?
Okay, let's check in on the US presidential race. And the battle between Donald Trump and Joe Biden is really heating up now. Biden left home for his first public appearance for 2 months today, laying a wreath on Memorial Day, sporting a mask for that Lone Ranger look. Meanwhile, Trump has been out and about in a less careful but much more controversial way in the middle of a pandemic, and the Democrats have seized on it with this ad.
There are times to play golf. We all love golf. There are times to play and there are times that you can't play. And it sends the wrong signal, but he plays a lot of golf.
So I have the greatest stuff. But you know what? And I love golf. But if I were in the White House, I don't think I'd ever see Turnberry again. I just want to stay in the White House and work my ass off.
Obama ought to get off the gun. Someone damned by their own words. But when it comes to these ads, the Republicans have been attacking Biden too, making him pay for those unbelievably racist comments last week.
Oh, Joe Biden thinks I'm not black.
Joe Biden does not think I'm black. Joe Biden said, if I don't vote for him, I'm not black. Joe Biden doesn't think I'm black because I'm not a Democrat. But let me tell you this, Joe Biden, you cannot shame me running back to your Democrat party.
I'm black, okay? I don't support Joe Biden. I support Donald J. Trump. Thank you very much.
I am black, and I am not voting for Joe Biden. I am not voting for Democrats. I am voting Trump all the way.
Well, in case you've missed it, Joe Biden said if you're not voting Democrat, if you're not voting for him, you're not black. He was that blunt and that racist, and that's what triggered all the backlash. This is a major issue. And I don't know a lot about Kanye West. I know he's a big deal, and I know he's spot on about African-American rights in the US and how Biden, by those words, has besmirched them.
They were fighting for us to have the right to our opinion, not the right to vote for whoever the white liberals said black people are supposed to vote for.
Right.
Well said, Kanye West. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Hey, and the thing is, a lot of black people are against Kanye West when he put the MAGA hat on and he went to D.C. and went to the White House and spoke with the president about prison reform, about prison labor, and about amending the Constitution where it says you can still make people chattel slaves as long as they're criminals. You understand? And then you got Biden saying we not black if we don't vote for him. That was a racist ass statement to say. And it shows that he's for fascism. He's trying to control you. You understand? So if you on the Democratic side, you on that big government side. So again,
what about also when he said poor kids can be just as bright as white kids? That was incredibly racist. You know what I'm saying too? Like to say black, he was thinking about black kids when he was saying that, and Hispanic kids.
Bro, his running mate pointed out. Hold on, let's go with Kamala Harris pointed out his racist past and his history.
Let's go to her sister Kamala.
Yeah, her sister that she just want to have a damn symbol so bad. That's what's wrong with black people. You just want somebody in there that emblem that's emblematic. Oh, well, at least we got a black woman in there.
Can you also pull up the debate where they had to ask him 3 times to denounce?
I do not
pull that up.
Racist.
Let's look at both sides.
And I agree with you when you commit yourself to the importance of finding common ground. But I also believe, and it's personal, and I was actually it was hurtful. to hear you talk about the reputations of two United States senators who built their reputations and career on the segregation of race in this country. And it was not only that, but you also worked with them to oppose busing.
Look, everything I've done in my career, I ran because of civil rights. I continue to think we have to make fundamental changes in civil rights. And those civil rights, by the way, include not just only African Americans, but the LGBT community.
See, they always want to lump us in with them. These people have a sexual orientation. That's not the same as
take care of his own, man.
Right. Oh, I can't just say I did something for black people. I got to put LGBTQ in there. Fuck out of here.
But Vice President Biden, do you agree today that you were wrong to oppose busing in America? Then,
No.
do you agree?
I did not oppose busing in America. What I opposed is busing ordered by the Department of Education. That's what I opposed.
Well,
I
there
did
was
not
a
oppose.
failure of states to integrate
No, but-
public schools in America. I was part of the second class to integrate Berkeley, California public schools almost 2 decades after Brown v. Board of Education.
Because your city council made that decision. It was a
So
local
that's where the
decision.
federal government must step
The-
in.
the
That's why
federal
we have the
government
Voting
must
Rights
step
Act and the Civil Rights Act. That's why we need to pass the Equality Act. That's why we need to pass the ERA, because
It don't
there
look like
are
your sister trust Biden.
where states fail to preserve the civil rights of all people.
You see that? You see that, man? So it's like your damn running mate, you know, when she was trying to become president and be the presidential candidate, she was letting it all out on his ass. You understand? So no, Biden is not good for black people. We already did 3 damn shows on this, man. Y'all people are delusional. You liberals are delusional. And it's women like you, Sheikah, you want to say, oh, I'm just independent, but you're going to vote Democrat.
Hey,
You
bro,
gonna
you
vote
gotta
Democrat.
also get
No,
where
I don't
say
vote
she
straight
believes.
Democrat,
You
by
gotta
the
get where
way.
she say she
Thanks for
believes
asking.
all Biden's
I don't vote
accusers
straight Democrat. I
about
voted
his
for Faye
sexual
Johnson.
misconduct.
So
No, but you've been fighting against everything we saying about
I don't like
black
Trump because
economic
of
growth.
what the part he stirs and the attitude that comes amongst white racists in his country when he's talking and when he won. The next day after
Right,
Trump
let me
won,
ask
my nephew went to school and was called a nigger. And he
Okay,
wasn't the
that's
only
what-
one. And he's
So
a
that's
black
Trump's fault.
man.
That's
So
some emotional banter right there. So since your
it's Trump's
nephew
fault
got
because
called a
he
nigger,
hesitates
hold on.
to shut them
So,
down.
so wait a minute. Your nephew got called a nigger, so that means, oh, I don't like Trump. That's very emotional, man.
No,
understand?
it's not when you
It is
hesitate
very
to shut
emotional.
down. Pull up the debate and see how many times it takes him to put
I'm gonna
down
pull this up. I'm gonna pull this up.
white supremacists. This is the dog whistles he sends to them, like, I got y'all back. And that's why they feel emboldened. And that's why they're trying to save their statue. And that's why they're flying their Confederate flags high and coming
This
out
is
of
what I'm
the
gonna pull
closet.
up. This is what I'm gonna pull up. Because I'm not gonna deal with emotions, man. I'm gonna deal with policy and things that can offer a better situation for our people. Again, utilitarianism. Maybe something you should adopt. Not because you feel emotionally hurt or swayed by something he may have or may have not
That
said.
is true. That he
Here we
emboldens
go
the
again.
attitude of
Here
racism.
we go
That is
again.
true.
Here we go again.
But you're saying that he doesn't embolden white supremacists and racism in this country. You
Man,
can honestly
nobody controls what people say, man. You trying to blame every racist and negative thing on this one man. You
So
understand?
when
He's crazy.
during Barack Obama's presidency, when people were calling Michelle a monkey and him and making caricatures of him, were they
That don't
fired
make
or
all
not?
this political opposition racist just because other people said shit.
They were
They're not
fired.
responsible.
So that
Look,
let
look,
people know the
wait a minute.
tone.
Do you believe
The
in
tone
personal
is you can't be
responsibility?
racist and keep your job.
Do you
The
believe
tone
in
is
personal responsibility, sister? Do you believe in personal responsibility?
absolutely. I'm a product
All
of
right,
it.
then. So quit trying to blame that man for other people. They're responsible for their own goddamn actions.
No, not when the
Oh,
environment.
shit. Okay, so when
This
it's somebody you don't
this
like,
is
it's
the
collective
climate. The
responsibility.
climate is controlled by leadership. The climate is controlled by leadership. This is why they have
There's
climate
leadership on
surveys
both sides of the
that
aisle,
go.
sister. Not one
Excuse
side.
me. No
Does
leadership
Democrats
is
have leadership? Who's Nancy Pelosi? Chuck Schumer. Who are they?
No, I'm
The
talking about the
Democratic leadership, and they twice as nasty as Trump. And Trump has the excuse of not being a career politician. He's not supposed to have the proper etiquette.
Climate. The leader sets the climate, and that's fact. If you ever majored in leadership, like I did, the leader sets the climate.
They shouldn't have been
like
trying to impeach him before he was
he's
voted
the one who made fun of African American History Month. He made fun of it. Black History Month. They were putting up jokes about Harriet Tubman. Come on.
Hold on, real quick. Let me play this.
Emotional.
Oh, this audio is low.
Yeah, it is.
Let me do it. Let me get another video. Let me get another one. Hold on.
Look,
this
Kamala
man-
say she believes.
So you agree that Harriet Tubman should have been made fun of?
Hey,
Black
look, man,
History?
we ain't talking about. Look, man, I don't think he was making fun of her. I think he didn't want to own a dollar bill.
Oh my God! Whatever.
I personally,
Wait a minute, hold on. Why is my
I personally would have liked someone like Frederick Douglass or a strong male figure to be put on that dollar bill. Me personally.
Because you're a man, and
No,
it's not male
because
chauvinist
males
when
lead.
you want men to be that. But when I say I want women to be represented, I'm all of a sudden this cat-eared feminist
No.
and going to women's marches. Get out of here.
Do you think?
That's a double standard.
Do you think women should lead a nation or the men should lead the nation?
I think women can lead nations, and
No,
they
I said
have.
should. There's a difference between can and should. I didn't say they're incapable of. I said should women lead the nation or should
That's why
men
she
lead the
If they
nation?
are capable, then they should be leading. Yes,
Okay,
if they're
so
capable.
can you tell me one successful civilization on the face of the planet that was ruled, not just one woman sitting on top of a bunch of men who run it for, but ruled by women?
I'm gonna answer it for it. It ain't no one. It ain't one.
Yes,
I ain't
there
even
is.
let her play
The
with
one
that.
that's ruling now. The one that's still ruling now. They started off from where? Britain was ruled by women at different
There's
times
been,
as well. The
two
same
great
people oppressing
queens in
you.
Britain's
Are you
entire history?
serious?
It's not two or three
Elizabeth the first
queens.
and the second. That's it. Two.
Whatever, but did the stuff go down because a woman was empowered? No, it did not. No, it did not. In Egypt, women ruled. Egypt's still here today. Israel,
out of a
women
3,000
ruled.
year legacy, 3 women.
Yeah, women didn't
Queen
rule like
Nzinga
that.
was
Ancient
knocking
Egypt,
folks out.
ancient Egypt was androcentric. It was ran primarily by males.
Period.
Primarily, but not all the time. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
look,
There were
just
women
look.
rulers.
Any woman that sat on the throne of Egypt had political opposition by males her entire time. That's why you had women cutting off their titties to sit on the throne to look more like men, putting on fake beards to look more like men.
Here's
hoping
the
to be
question:
respected.
Hold on real quick, 'cause
those
I'm gonna have to-
did
I'm gonna
those
have to-
civilizations crumble under
I'm talking
women?
about Egypt.
No, they crumbled under men, people with penises. Yes.
What the hell
They
wrong with
succeeded under men too.
What the hell wrong with
And they
What
succeeded
the
under
hell you
women.
mean?
Yeah. I'm
And they
gonna
succeeded under women too.
Hold on. Hey, man.
No, they didn't. Every
Hold on,
woman
hold on.
that ruled,
James,
everybody
hold
underneath her were males.
on real quick, y'all.
Everyone in her cabinet was males. The only reason she sat on the throne was because of her blood.
All right, so I'm gonna have to end the show. We going into another block right now. We about to transition over to the show with Vocab in the hot seat. I'm overstaying my time.
Good luck with that, guys. Shalom, y'all. Y'all have a good day.
All
All
right,
right.
you have a good one, sis.
Yeah, we know who you voting for.
Yeah.
I already voted. Did you
Yeah.
vote?
All right, yes.
Polls are open.
I already did. I voted for Trump. Trump 2020, man. The hell with y'all.
I voted for Biden, so we
I know
canceled
you
each
did.
other out.
You supreme
Dang.
leftist. I knew you did. See, you came on here and lied. You little leftist. I told you.
I voted for Biden, but I voted.
No, but you lied
Chris
live.
Rock.
You lied live. You lied.
I
knew
voted
you
for
was
him
gonna
for
lie.
president because I can't vote for Trump.
All right, all right, we done, man. We gonna close it out. I appreciate everybody, you know what I'm saying, they came through and showed us love and watched the show. Trump 2020. You see what these liberals do. You know what I'm saying? We out.